resolution referred, the estimates of expenditure 2026-2027 for the financial year ending 31st March 2027, the Jamaica Public Bodies estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2027, the tax expenditure statements for the period 2022-2024, the Jamaica Mortgage Bank estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2027, the Government of Jamaica Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy for the financial year 2026-2027 to 2029-2030, the Public Sector Consolidated Estimates of Expenditure 2026-2027 for the financial year ending 31st March 2027, the Revenue Estimates 2026-2027 for the financial year ending 31st March 2027, and the Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper Fiscal Year 2026-2027, which were all laid on the table of the House on the 12th day of February 2026 to the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House for consideration and report. This committee is now ready to start its deliberations, and I ask the leader of the House to inform us how we will proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Let me welcome all the members to our Standing Finance Committee. The technical teams from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service are already seated. We will begin with with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service and Minister Favour Williams and Minister Xavier Main, along with the Financial Secretary, and the rest of the team is here. And then we will move into, after we have taken that head, into the Governor General, Houses of Parliament, and the Office of the Cabinet. We have circulated, Chair, to the various ministers the schedule for the Standing Finance Committee, which will run over the next 2 days, and we do hope, despite the late start, that we will be able to get back on track so that we can finish in good time. With that said, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, after each presentation and the question, then we will have the various heads put, and we will move with that in mind. So with that said, Chairman, we can turn over to the Minister of Finance to take our first head, which relates to the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service.
Before you go, I have two procedural matters to raise. One, the Independent Fiscal Commission would have sent its evaluation of the budget to the Parliament. It's important that that document be formally tabled or presented here. The time period between the tabling of the revenue measures and the estimates is to allow that entity to do its examination. I know it's been in the public domain, but it should be formally tabled here in the Parliament. That's the first. And before the Minister goes into the detail, I noticed circulated were, I believe, some corrections to the estimates of expenditure. So I would just ask at the beginning if you, Minister, could highlight what those changes are before we get into the specific pages.
And just before, I would like to inquire of the Leader of Government Business that the agenda, the schedule, as has been circulated, is going to be strictly adhered to, because we are operating on that basis. So there won't be any shifting in that schedule.
Yeah, so the schedule will be strictly adhered to unless something dramatic would have come up. I mean, it has been refined, so this is the final schedule, and all the ministers have been informed. Clearly, I'll ensure. I'll just send you so you can double check. But you should. That is the same one. Hasn't changed. It's the same one, right? Clearly, we've also set some time, which it would need sort of all our cooperation to ensure that the times, because again, that is the only thing that can make the schedule more difficult, right? So I hope we will keep that in mind. Other than that, the points raised by Member Robinson in relation to the amendments being addressed at the start of the presentation, I don't see a challenge with that, and I'll allow the Minister of Finance to speak to the Fiscal Commission's report when she starts.
I don't think it's for the minister to speak to it. The Independent Fiscal Commission is a commission of Parliament, and the report would have come to Parliament. So Parliament has the responsibility to table it, not the Minister of Finance.
So, just for confirmation, we're checking to make sure that it was laid on the table of the House, because it has to be laid on the table of the House before it cannot be done here, as advised.
No, but all right, but that defeats the purpose of this exercise. The reason you have a time lag between the estimates and standing finance is to allow that process to take place. If we are not able to see what the Independent Fiscal Commission has done, it defeats part of the purpose of us being here. So my understanding is that the Commission would have sent the report to Parliament. If it wasn't yesterday, it may have been Monday, and then Parliament should provide the report for members, even though it may be in the public domain. Like I see it being quoted, but it has to be brought here.
Chairman, thank you. My information is that the report would have been finished probably yesterday or the day before. We have not had Parliament between yesterday and the day before, and we had scheduled standing finance for today. But I'm sure as soon as the Parliament gets custody of the report, then the report will be presented to the Parliament. How else then would it be tabled? How would it be tabled? Would you have preferred we suspend standing finance committee to table it?
I mean, and I'm not going to tell you I'm au fait on all the procedural matters, but an important document of that nature has to be brought here. I mean, while it may be in the public domain through other means, to my certain knowledge, the Commissioner would have sent it to Parliament, and the procedure that you may need to employ to ensure it is here, we need to do that. It shouldn't be that members rely on the media or other ways to find out what is in that report.
Well, the IFC shouldn't be out there in the media.
No, I'm not saying it should be in the media, but I've seen it.
But I'm saying the IFC should not have been in the media talking about it before it was laid in Parliament. Inesta, he shouldn't be out in the media talking about it before Parliament. Yeah.
Before we're not to that.
He was in the media.
No, it was the Auditor General.
Yes, and that report was always here.
Here before we started. No, how the exact procedure to table it. Huh?
Member, it is unfortunate that you make mention of it being out there in John public domain before it is even tabled here. Understand the situation, so it is not Parliament's fault why it is out there and not yet before us. No, I'm not saying that he's blaming, but there's something has to be wrong if it is out there in the domain and not yet at Parliament to be tabled, because it has to be laid on the table of the House first.
I heard it.
Before it's supposed to be out there. So obviously there is something that is not right.
But has it been received by
I'm
Parliament,
just
Chairman?
saying the first thing to query, has the Parliament received the report from the Independent Fiscal Commissioner? And when did the Parliament receive the report? It's a very important procedural point, because that is the body that does an independent assessment of everything we're going through, right?
So, member, we are confirming.
No, well, you can't say that. You don't know if he has?
We are making sure at what point it was received by the Parliament. So just a minute or so.
So there are a couple of matters that have been raised that what I would suggest to the Standing Finance Committee is that, well, let me say a couple of things. One, clearly the Fiscal Commissioner report has to come to the House, right, and has to be tabled in the House. That's different as to whether it needs to be referred to the Standing Finance Committee. I can understand members saying that they would like to be able to take that into account as a part of these deliberations, but that's different than saying that by law we need it for these deliberations. So that's one. Remember, there is a budget process. This is a part of the process, and we still have a budget debate to come, and clearly the House will sit before, and when I say before, the House will have to convene to start the budget debate process. And I'm very certain that once the checks are done, once the House is convened and the document is before the House, it will be tabled. I know you wanted to say something, Chair?
Just to confirm that the Parliament received such document on the 3rd of March, and the last sitting was on the 12th of February. So it has not been laid on the table or referred to the committee as.
But Chairman, it's a simple process. The point that has been made is that this document is inextricably tied up with the work that we're doing because it has to fit a fiscal framework. And if that isn't here to guide us, then much of what we're doing here will be meaningless. I think the Parliament can meet anytime to table any document, and it can do so right now. And I'm suggesting that we table the document and thereafter proceed with the work of the Standing Finance Committee, and we'd have solved the problem.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman, I have never, in the history that I have been observing Parliament, both inside and outside, for over a decade, seen Standing Finance Committee suspended to table a report that is 1 day old. I have never seen it, so I'm suggesting to you that you continue Standing Finance Committee, as was requested by the opposition, that we stay on schedule. The report will be tabled when the Parliament sits, which is the procedure.
No.
Oh,
I'm going to say, members, I don't think this should be a controversial issue. You know. This is the first time. No, I am making it because this is it's the first time that since the commission has been established that the fiscal commissioner has provided a report. It used to be the Auditor General. Or the second time. All right, second time. My apology. If that is so, the procedure to ensure that it is properly here before we sit should be done, because it is a body that provides an assessment on the budget. I don't know why that's being controversial.
So, I hear the member, and there's no attempt to be difficult. But again, we kind of have to separate the matters. There is no requirement for the report of the Fiscal Commissioner to be tabled and sent to the Standing Finance Committee of Parliament. The requirement is for the Fiscal Commissioner to do his report and for that report to be tabled. Once that report is tabled, then it is public information, right? So what I'm saying, the challenge that I see the members have is that they want sight of the report and have not had sight of the report. So have not had sight. The Minister of Finance is indicating that the Fiscal Commissioner has already made the report public via his website. So therefore, there's no need. Tabling is different. We can table it when Parliament sits. If you want to review the report, then it's on a public platform. It can be reviewed. We ask that we proceed.
Chairman, I had actually suggested to the Deputy Clerk that as the report is here, we don't have to have a formal sitting of the Parliament to table it. Just circulate it now.
Member from West Central St. James.
Minister, we start at 9:30 here. 9:30 we start.
Chairman, the Independent Fiscal Commission Act provides that when the report is submitted to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the President of the Senate, it shall, as soon as possible, upon receipt, be laid before the House, be tabled. And my understanding is that as soon as possible has not yet arisen. Meaning in respect of the sitting. So while it is important that the report be tabled, and the point made by the member is a valid point, there is no breach of the law. It is unfortunate that it has not been tabled, and the work of the committee is commencing, but it's important for us to know that there is no breach of the law.
Next item. Who is Excellency? Is Excellency?
Minister, that settles it thus. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Let me first introduce the team. To my right, it's my Minister of State, Minister Xavier Main. To my left is Ms. Darlene Morrison, our Financial Secretary. And in the many seats, starting in the second row, are the many team members whose work I commend in putting together the many documents that form part of this budget here today. And they do this while managing their day-to-day responsibilities in the continued aftermath of the Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. So today, Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to be here to present the budget for the new fiscal year 2026-27. Today marks a little over 4 months since the devastation of the Category 5 Hurricane Melissa on October 28, 2025. It is characterized as one of the most powerful storms to ever hit the Atlantic, with sustained winds of 185 miles per hour at landfall. The initial physical infrastructure damage was estimated at US $8.75 billion, representing 41% of our 2024 GDP. The Planning Institute of Jamaica revealed an assessment this week that took into consideration not just the initial physical damage, but added the economic and social damage as well, and has indicated that the loss and damage assessment is now US $12.2 billion, or approximately 57% of our 2024 GDP. Of note, Mr. Chairman, we did not benefit from this updated data before we tabled the budget documents on February 12, 2026, as is required regardless of what else is going on around us. So I'm presenting the fiscal 2026-27 budget within the context of the Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. And additionally, Mr. Chairman, as of Saturday, February 28, 2026, we learned from the global news sources that the United States and Israel launched an attack on the nuclear capabilities of Iran. And in a week, we've seen oil prices go from about $64 per barrel US to $74, an increase of about 16%. As you know, Mr. Chairman, the Middle East produces over 30% of the world's crude oil, making it the world's leading oil-producing region. Additionally, the world's busiest oil shipping lane, the Strait of Hormuz, through which about 20% of global oil and gas passes, has been disrupted. Jamaica is an importer of oil, and so what happens to oil prices on the global market is expected to have an impact on Jamaica. As a government, we have a focus on energy security. Petrojam Refinery is our sole refiner and continues to provide energy security as we continue to expand our energy sources. Let me add as well, Mr. Chairman, on Tuesday, PIOJ presented its estimate of GDP growth for the October to December 2025 quarter relative to the corresponding quarter of 2024. PIOJ estimated that the Jamaican economy contracted by 7.5%, the largest quarterly decline since the July to September 2020 quarter, when the economy was impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. The PIOJ said that the estimated outturn for the October to December quarter in 2025 largely reflects the impact of the Category 5 Hurricane Melissa that caused widespread disruption due to hurricane force winds, storm surge, intense rainfall, flooding, and landslides. Combined, these shocks negatively impacted the performance of all industries, particularly agriculture, forestry and fishing, accommodation and food services activities, transport and storage, electricity, water supply, and waste management. But it must be noted, Mr. Chairman, that the 7.5% contraction in GDP for the October to December 2025 quarter is significantly better than the negative 11% to negative 13% that the PIOJ initially anticipated. This is attributed to the better than anticipated outturn of some industries and the speed with which the apparatus of government got mobilized to clear roads, provide relief food packages, got electricity restored in record time, so that our water sector that depends on electricity could move the water in its pipes. Our telecom sector that also depends on electricity was able to recover in record time. In fact, Mr. Chairman, Major General Smart of SEDEMA, which is Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, lauded Jamaica's resilience and coordinated emergency response. He also commended the government for its leadership in coordinating and driving national response and recovery. So to have a better outturn than was initially predicted, it's not luck, it's not buck up, it's hard work on the part of this government, businesses, and the general Jamaican population. Major General Smart also said, my commendation must also extend to the government of Jamaica, who, at the end of the day, is responsible for the response and the recovery, and the fact that they have thrown themselves totally into it is an indication of why I say Jamaica will bounce back faster than one expects. With the government's drive and with the support of the people and the various institutions and industries, Jamaica will build itself better than it was before. I have no doubt, he stressed. Mr. Chairman, with that as a backdrop, the central government budget for fiscal year 2026-27 for recurrent and capital spending plus debt servicing, which includes interest payment and debt amortization, is 1,441,781,354,000 Jamaican dollars. Of note, in the recurrent expenditure is 160,590.2 million for debt amortization, which is debt payment, and 210,955.7 million for interest payment or debt service. On the other side of the ledger, Mr. Chairman, the projected revenues and grants for the national budget or the central government's budget is 1,083,532.3 million. This includes the 18 billion of revenue measures and the 11.4 billion from the NHT. These measures were announced on February 12, 2026, when I tabled the fiscal policy papers and budget documents in Parliament. But as you can see in the fiscal policy papers, the expenditure for the new fiscal year far outweighs the revenues. All told, we have a total financing gap of $358.2 billion after taking into consideration the revenue measures of 18 billion and the 11.4 billion from the NHT. The 358.2 billion financing gap will be covered from loan receipts of 247.1 billion, other inflows of 7.2 billion, and use of the government's cash resources of 103.9 billion. Just to note, Mr. Chairman, we are very encouraged with the report from the PIOJ yesterday that highlighted that the anticipated decline in the GDP output in the October to December 2025 quarter was not as bad as was initially thought, coming in at the negative 7.5%. And with that context, Mr. Speaker, I will table some amendments. I'll table some amendments, and I'm sure members would have gotten the attachments by now. So the documents presented in the House of Representatives on the 12th day of February 2026, for which amendments are being tabled, are the following: Estimates of Expenditure 2026-2027, Jamaica Public Bodies Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending March 2027, Revenue Estimates for financial year ending 31st March 2027, Public Sector Consolidated Estimates of Expenditure 2026-2027, and Government of Jamaica Fiscal Policy Paper 2026-27. So, Mr. Chairman, the undermentioned amendments to the central government's estimates of expenditure 2026-2027 and the Jamaica Public Body's estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2027, as well as corrigenda to the fiscal policy paper, fiscal year 2026-27, and the revenue estimates 2026-27 are being tabled for consideration and approval of the Standing Finance Committee. Item 1 would be the amendments to the central government expenditure of estimates of expenditure 2026-27 as follows. And the document, this one looks like this. The documents that you should have. At the top it says Finance Committee Amendments, Estimates of Expenditure 2026-2027, Summary. The
Minister,
document,
would you want to speak directly into the mic, because some of the members having difficulty?
I need my laptop. So members, the document that you should have at the top, it's called Finance Committee Amendments, Estimates of Expenditure 2026-2027 Summary. And just so you could follow, the page number is at the top right-hand corner. There are 6 pages, and the first page is numbered page 1 of 6. So the amendments, the first amendment is the amendments to the central government estimate of expenditure 2026-27, and they are as follows. On page 2 of the amended document, an additional $2 billion is being proposed for head 16,000, which is the Office of the Cabinet, under activity 1005, which is Direction and Administration, to facilitate the establishment and operation of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA, currently being created. Page 3 of the amendment document, $1.66 billion are being proposed for transfer from head 20,000, which is the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, activity 10,099, contingencies, and this will go to head 42,000, which is the Ministry of Health and Wellness, to fund phase 2 of the Ministry of Health and Wellness's Hurricane Melissa Relief and Recovery Program. On page 4 of the amendment document, a total of $20 billion are being proposed for transfer from the $30 billion allocated for the contingency provision for Hurricane Melissa reconstruction / restoration under head 20,000C, which is the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service Capital. This is to facilitate spending related to Hurricane Melissa, reconstruction, restoration activities in the Office of the Cabinet and the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information. A balance of $10 billion will remain in the contingency for Hurricane Melissa reconstruction / restoration. On page 5 of the amendment document, an additional $18 billion are being proposed for head 41,000, which is the Ministry of Education, Skills, youth, and information to facilitate the continued refurbishment and restoration of schools and regional offices damaged by Hurricane Melissa. Page 6 of the amendment document, an additional $1.66 billion is proposed for Head 42,000, which is the Ministry of Health and Wellness, to facilitate implementation of Phase 2 of that ministry's Hurricane Melissa Relief and Recovery Program. All right, members, if you go back to page 1 of the amendment document, which is a summary of the amendments, as reflected in the summary on page 1 of the document, these adjustments will not change the overall central government expenditure budget. However, the recurrent provision will reflect an increase of $20 billion and the capital provision a commensurate reduction of $20 billion. Amendments to Jamaica Public Bodies estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2027. The amendments proposed are as follows. On page 33 of the estimates, Factories Corporation of Jamaica. The last 2 lines of the income statement should be deleted. That's in the Public Bodies book. Oh, yeah. Did I have these? Yeah. You have them. They're there. You have them. Yeah. It looks like that. It looks like. Looks like that. This is mine. Yeah. All right, so if you look in the Public Bodies book and you look at page 33 in that book, Factories Corporation of Jamaica, at the bottom of their income statement, 2 lines were repeated, so we are deleting those 2 lines. Because it's the same information, All right, and then on page 157 of the estimates, Jamaican Urban Transit Company, the last line of the narrative on this page should be amended to read, the company is projecting a staff complement of 2,134 relative to the 1,695 for 25-26 that was stated. So instead of 1,695, it should be 2,134. This follows the provision of updated information by the JUTC. These adjustments will not materially change the estimates. Also being tabled are corrigenda to the fiscal policy paper, fiscal year 2026-27, the revenue estimates 2026-27, and the public sector consolidated estimates of expenditure 2026-27. The changes reflected in these documents primarily arise from those just outlined for the central government's estimates of expenditure. And that is it, Mr. Chair, in terms of the amendments. And we can now move to questions as per the agenda.
Thank you very much, Minister. Just seeking clarification on the amendments you made, and I just want to ensure I heard you correctly. The sums that are being transferred for the hurricane relief, are those that were in the contingency on the capital side or the contingency on the recurrent side, the capital side?
On the capital side.
So we would, in effect, be reducing the capital budget by the order of these transfers. Since you have brought these issues here, can I ask, in relation to NARO, could you indicate when you anticipate NARA to be operational and what structure NARA will have. Will it be the equivalent of a public body? What would be the framework that underpins how NARA operates? Timeline. And the timeline, yeah.
Currently, I know that the technical team is hard at work to get NARA up and running. It will be a statutory body with all the laws and regulations surrounding statutory bodies. So that, as we speak, is in train. You know that legislation would have to be brought to Parliament to get that set up. So that will be the first order of the day.
So could you give a time frame? Are we talking first quarter, next fiscal year, second quarter? Give an estimate as to when you think it will be operational.
All right, so as indicated, member, quite a bit of work is going on. We have to get the legislative work done first. Once that is done, people have to be hired on. I know already the Prime Minister has his list of projects that he's prioritizing to get done. These will be large projects that will be done through this entity. So there is some work done, but the team is moving swiftly to get it done.
I appreciate the work being done, and I know everybody's working quickly, but is it that you're unable to estimate a time frame at this point in time, and can you come back to us and say to us by the close of play that you think by second quarter of the fiscal year it will be up and operating? That's what I'm asking specifically. Appreciating that everybody's working, everybody's moving quickly. I'm just asking for a time frame.
Okay. So, member, there's still matters being discussed in Cabinet. As soon as we have all the approvals from Cabinet, I am sure the Prime Minister will speak to exactly the time frame for the establishment and the operations of this entity.
All right, let me move on. In January of this year, the government announced a financing package of $6.7 billion US, or approximately just over 1 trillion Jamaican dollars from various international financial institutions. Can you provide details of the facilities which have been provided by the specific institutions and what the government has accessed thus far and what the government intends to access during the upcoming 26-27 fiscal year?
All right. So, member, you're correct. 6.7 billion was announced as the financing package. 6.7 billion US dollars as the financing package that would be available to Jamaica. But in order to understand that, you have to break it down. 1 billion of that consisted of funds that were already, considered for the government. 1 billion included things like the catastrophe bond, the funds that we got from CCRIF or regional insurance company, catastrophe risk insurance company, the NNDRF, which is the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund, the contingency fund, the IMF's IDB and World Bank instruments. So that was in that $1 billion.
And that $1 billion would have been accounted for in fiscal year, the current fiscal year, in terms of receipts?
Most of it.
Okay.
Right. But also I'm saying as well, so if you take that billion off, it leaves 5.7 billion, right? Mm-hmm. But then 2.4 billion of that is earmarked for private sector investments together with government. So we'd be down to $3.2 billion. And those will be the kinds of, those will go to funding the projects that ANARA would coordinate and oversee over some period of time.
So would that then be reflected in the allocations that you are making to NARA, and you anticipate that those would be drawn down and spent for 26-27?
Right, so some of the allocation would be reflected there, but it would be for the preliminary pre-investment work that needs to be done on these projects. As you can imagine, when you have large projects.
Minister, my colleagues asking you to speak a little more into the mic. Yeah.
Some of it is reflected there. As I was saying, as you can imagine, when you have large projects, there's a lot of pre-investment work that has to go on, and by pre-investment we mean the scoping out, the design, whatever architectural work needs to be done, environmental work, and so on. So there is some allocation for that type of work. Right, so there's 10 billion there to ensure that that component of the work will go on in this fiscal year.
In 26, 27.
Upcoming fiscal year.
All right, so the 2.4 billion US in funding for private sector projects, that would be dependent on projects that are presented to, for example, like an IFC as an example, the private sector arm of the World Bank. So if individuals present projects, that money is available. Is that what you're saying? It's not
right, so
funding for central government
right,
at all?
So the IFC, the IDB Invest, those arms. However, those investments will be coordinated with government as well, because government also will have significantly large projects that the private sector can take on.
Okay, so you anticipate those being PPPs that are in the pipeline that would be accessed?
Right, there are some in the pipeline.
Okay. All right. In terms of, you alluded in your opening remarks to the situation in the Middle East and the impact that is likely to have on the economy. You indicated the movement in oil prices. It has two effects. It will have a balance of payment effect, but also you will collect some more tax revenues from GCTs and STCs. What contingencies are in place to deal with the likely impact of inflation from the increases in oil prices, particularly on those who are most vulnerable?
All right, so the war that started, it's in its first week. The impact we would begin to be very concerned about the impact depending on how long the war goes on. In the near term, you know, we will see the first effect of it through oil prices here in Jamaica. You know, we expect consumers in the near term to manage their budgets accordingly. Again, it's going to depend the longer term impact of it and whether or not government will be required to assist will depend on the duration of this war that's happening in the Middle East. So it's something that we're watching closely, and of course, if government is required to assist, that is something that the cabinet will deliberate on, and then, you know, there will be an announcement to the country.
All right. In terms of your projections, and I noted the Financial Secretary in response to a question from the opposition leader, indicated that the inflation rate figure for 25-26 was revised downwards from 10% to, I believe, 5.6. You have projected a nominal GDP growth of 9.2% for 26-27 and a real growth of negative 0.5%, which assumes a deflator of 9.7%. Given the downward revision in inflation, does that deflator, do you believe that that deflator is still accurate and will still hold? Because inflation has moderated relative to the original expectations.
All right. It's interesting that you should narrow in on that because that is the contention of the fiscal commissioner, that our inflation numbers were too high, and he pointed out the risk of that. So it's interesting now that we are being asked, why do we take that down to 5.6%? Well, let me say, at the time of the estimate of the 10%, you have to go back to December, January, when these numbers were being put together. You know, in the environment in which we were at that time, food prices were up significantly. You recall the price of green pepper and other items were just off the charts. So it was not unreasonable at the time to have estimated inflation of that magnitude. We have since seen in new inflation numbers. They've moderated quite a bit. And so we've gone back and made the reduction in that early number to reflect the new data that became available to us.
I totally understand that. I'm now going further to ask whether you believe the assumption of the deflator of 9.7% for 26-27, given the moderation of inflation, is still a number that you believe would hold, because you have almost, the outturn of inflation has almost been just over half of what the projection was. The 9.7 deflator assumes built in probably a larger than real inflation number. So I'm saying with the moderation and accepting now with the Middle East conflict that there are uncertainties. But I'm just asking if you still believe that that 9.7 deflator will hold.
We're expecting that to be lower.
Right, that's what I would anticipate, yeah.
But then it's a dynamic situation.
Right, because I said the war could,
dynamic,
yes, and I'm accepting that, yeah. Can I shift a little to your wages and the provision for wages and salaries? You have a contingency of 42 billion that has been provided in the overall figure of 555 billion. Can you give a breakdown of what you anticipate the 42 billion to cover? Would it cover, for example, a provision for a potential IDT award coming out of the issue with the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association, as an example? Does it include the agreement of the commitment of a 2% increase that was made last year, or a commitment that was said last year, but I don't know whether that would be paid in the upcoming fiscal year. So I'm asking for what the 42 billion would cover in terms of the contingencies for wages and salary negotiations.
Remember, as you correctly identified, the 42 billion that has been provided in the budget for wages and salaries anticipate that there will be a settlement in this new fiscal year, and we have to make provision for that, whether or not it happens.
Settlement of which one specifically? The JMDA IDT one, and there may be others. Which specific ones?
For the government wage offer that's on the table. At least we had to create space for that in the budget. We don't, with regards to the IDT awards, we don't know where those will come out at yet. We have other contingencies in the budget from which we could draw from. But given that we know what is the offer from government, we're able to estimate how much that is and put that in the budget.
One of the issues raised by the Fiscal Commissioner relates to the misalignment of the negotiating cycle between the unions and the government in preparation for the budget. I know for 25-26, the unions would have presented their claims in about November of 2024 in anticipation of the new fiscal year. But it has taken the government much longer than anticipated to conclude those negotiations, which means you keep having to carry relatively large contingencies because you don't have an accurate figure of what your commitments are going to be. Can you commit that going forward for the next fiscal year that the negotiation cycle will align with the budgetary cycle so that in preparation for the budget you will have an idea of what your commitments are on the wages and salary side?
Okay, so the alignment with the budget will be, it's not just the government. The government can't just decree that wage negotiations align with the budget. You know how negotiations work. Two sides come to the table. This side says, I have A. The other side says, I want A plus, whatever that plus is. And it takes a while to negotiate, to come back to the table, to leave, come back again, and the two sides have to meet. Yes, I understand what the Fiscal Commissioner is calling for. It's calling for certainty in the budget, but that's why we have contingencies in the budget, because there are always uncertainties in the budget. Of course, government would love to settle with the unions. That goes without saying, but it takes two. It's not just the government. Government cannot decree a wage settlement. We have to sit at the table with the unions as many times as required for us to get to an agreement, and that's how it is. We could walk into Parliament and we could legislate, but in reality, the process is what determines the cycle of the wage negotiation. But I fully understand where the Fiscal Commissioner is coming from and just the risk to the budget when you have the wage negotiation outstanding without any idea of when it will be concluded.
All right. I want to shift to your revenue measures, and in particular the environmental levy, the increase in the environmental levy, and the movement of the levy from 75% to 100% of sales. This measure will place local manufacturers at a competitive disadvantage vis-a-vis those who import products, and it could be the exact same product. The importer would pay the levy on the imported inputs, whereas the local manufacturer pays 100% on the value of sales. So there is if you want to call it an unintended consequence, where the local manufacturer is placed at a disadvantage relative to the importer. Have you recognized that, and do you intend to address that anomaly or that deficiency in how the tax measure was proposed.
In short, member, my technical person, just from listening to your question, has indicated that that is not the case in terms of the domestic and the importer being on uneven playing ground. That is not the case.
Meaning, you're saying it's not the case. So the importer pays on inputs, but the manufacturer pays on total sales. That's not the case?
All right. Member, thank you for raising that question. We've heard it from the manufacturers as well. And as you can see, it's a technical issue. My understanding is that for the manufacturer, the 75% is on sales, whereas the importer, it is on CIF, which is a landed cost, but in that landed cost, there is a markup as well. But just to say, though, that we met with the industry yesterday to hear from them, and this is one that we will put some numbers to, because we do not believe that there is a disadvantage to the manufacturers versus the importer. So we will do that, and we will continue our conversations with the industry.
The other revenue measure, the SCT on sweetened beverages, in particular for those producers who produce both for the domestic market and the export market, the tax applies for domestic production and consumption and for importation. But many of the manufacturers would have one production system. Given this imposition, it would necessitate someone who is producing the same product both locally and for export to, I suppose, manage separately those from an accounting perspective, how they treat with exports versus those for the domestic market for the same product, and from a financial management perspective. It's just an additional burden which the manufacturers would have to take on to separate what they are going to export from what they would do for domestic production.
And the question is?
No, well, it's more a statement of the added if you want to call it burden, that would be placed on those manufacturers when they have to make that distinction. So it's really not a question. But I'll pause here, and if my colleagues have other questions that they wish to ask the minister.
Member from Northwestern, St. Catherine.
Thank you, Chairman. I bring greetings to the minister as well from her friends and relatives in Ty Dixon.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Minister, I'd like to start with some of the revenue measures, in particular sweetened beverage. What's the actual estimated consumption for the year 23-24 and 24-25 that was used as the base for your projections?
All right, so we used 17.3 million cases in 2020. And notice I said cases, so you multiply that by an average of 24 bottles or cans. And
Put it on calculator for me now.
all right, sorry. Okay, so those numbers I'm told were just for carbonated beverage, but we used in our estimate roughly 40 million cases.
40 million. Minister, the taxes in milliliter, and you know they're varied sizes. Would you have a milliliter amount?
You mean for the totality of it?
Yes, yes, Minister.
It's over 500 billion milliliters.
Is that within the range of 500 billion or 700 billion? Over has a wide gap. Is it approximately 500 billion?
Right, approximately 500 billion milliliters.
Okay, well, Minister, you estimate a earning of $10.1 billion at 2 cents per milliliter. Would you confirm, therefore, that you expect no reduction in the consumption of that sugary drink, being that that would equate to 500 billion as well, milliliters?
Are you talking about
consumption? Consumption.
Are you talking about the 10.1 billion?
Yes, Minister. The levy of 2 cents.
All right. So here's the thing. 1, these are estimates. 2, persons could decide that they want to drink less of the sugary drinks, and we see a reduction in that number.
Yes.
Right? That's a good thing from a health perspective. Persons could also decide that they will drink more, and we get the revenues that we estimate or more. Right, if they drink more, estimates, right, or more, right? So, member, based on the data from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, they have been tracking non-communicable diseases for a while now, and they know with great certainty the negative impact of sugar, excess sugar, on the population of Jamaica. So if we get more than is estimated, that extra goes into the health sector, to take care of those people when they land there, because they're going to show up with elevated levels, they're going to show up complaining of all kinds of ailments as a result of drinking excess sugary drinks. So either way, Minister, either way, Chairman, whether it's 10.1 billion or more than 10 or less than 10, the health sector will have to take care of those who drink too much, and it will benefit from those who change their behavior and consume less.
Minister, unfortunately, I didn't get a response to my question. It was indicated that your base zero this year was 500 billion milliliters. Your best case projection, or your most likely case projection, suggests that at 2 cents you will earn 10.1 billion, indicating therefore you expect no decrease in the consumption of the sugary drink, because it would take 500 billion times 2 cents to be 10.1 billion. All right.
All right, so member?
Yes.
I can say that the 10.1 billion had took into consideration, some amount of reduction in the consumption of the beverage.
So your previous figure of 500 billion would have been incorrect then. Your base figure you're saying.
Well, I told you approximately, and in fact, I just got confirmation that we used 533 billion, and that we looked at the experience in other countries that have instituted the tax to see what their what the behavior was of their consumers.
All right, Minister, would you accept that at 500 billion milliliters, which is what your revenues project, that's equivalent to 400 bottles for every Jamaican soda per year?
Well, thank you for that calculation. That suggests that each person drinks a little more than one per day. And that's why the Ministry of Health and Wellness is seeing the explosion that it is in terms of diabetes and other sugar-related illnesses.
All right, thank you, Minister.
So it is it's a real concern.
Yes, all right. Minister, have the ministry conducted a distributional incident analysis to see which section of the society will be most affected by this tax?
I've heard the concern that this will impact poor people the most. The tax will impact poor people the most. I would have to ask the Ministry of Health and Wellness, based on the experience with those who show up at the hospital, if that is the same population that's showing up. Obviously, we want everybody to be, to reduce their sugar intake, because we know it's not guessing and spelling about the impact of sugar on health. There's no guess and spell about that. The data is there.
Chairman, unfortunately, the minister is not answering my question.
What is your question, member?
There's an economic activity called a distributional impact assessment that is seeking to see any policies impact on the different quintiles within the society. Was such a study done, and what was the result of that study? That will confirm or deny if it is impacting the poor the most.
We take our data from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. They have incontrovertible data on the impact of sugar on the health of Jamaicans. Given the population that goes to our hospitals, it is clear that those people who are drinking more of the sugary beverage are the ones ending up in the health facilities. Member, we want the behavior of persons to change.
But your
right?
projections don't suggest that you'll be successful. Minister, when we look at some figures here, and I understand that the tax is at source. At source, bag juice, $16, the tax would increase it by 31%. At source, Starbucks mocha, $329, the tax would increase it at 2%. Red Bull Tropical, $293, the tax would increase it at 1.7%. Welch's sparkling wine, the tax, and this wine doesn't include alcohol, the tax would increase it at 1.6%. And Crush Peach, which is a juice imported for $841, the tax will increase it at 0.84%. No, you're not at this seat. You can answer when you get there. So, therefore, Minister, the bag juice tax is 31% just based on the quantity, as versus the Starbucks tax at 2.4. Can I have some protection, Chairman? Can I have some protection? So, Minister, would you agree that the choice of a quantity per milliliter tax disproportionately impacts cheaper beverages? Can I have some protection, Chairman? Oh, is there for? Okay. Probably. Most likely. Yes, protection.
So, member, I don't believe you're arguing for the poor and needy among us to continue to drink, the high sugar juices, the high sugar beverages. That's what you're arguing for.
Minister,
and we are, yes,
Minister,
we
Finance Minister, it is actually not the place to come and defend government policy. Policy set by the government at Standing Finance. We discuss the numbers in the budget. That is what...
No.
That... So, she is so... Minister, Anyways, Minister, don't look over there, Minister. Minister, when the Minister of Finance come, the Minister can answer in detail the numbers he has for health. Members, when the Minister of Health comes, the Minister of Health can go into details, his numbers, the numbers. Minister.
Minister, Chairman. Can I intervene on your ruling, Chairman?
Member Crawford, please.
Chairman. All right, Chairman, can I move on? I think the point has been made. Yes.
Member
Chairman.
Crawford, thank you for taking the point, and I'm hoping the remainder of the House takes a point, because it has to be that the questions we ask.
Nah, Chairman.
It's just a general statement, Member Crawford.
Yes.
The questions that we ask have to be in respect of the budget numbers that
and the basis of the budget.
We have. If you want to delve deeper into a discussion of the numbers, then you would have to wait until the respective line minister come to go very deep in those numbers.
No, Chairman. Chairman, if I may, can I just intervene? Can I just say something, Chairman?
I was listening to standing finance, though. Yes. I wasn't sitting in the chair.
Yes.
So that's why I came in.
Can I have a chance?
No, hold on. I was listening to standing finance.
Yes.
So I'm not.
Can I?
One chair to the next. I was in the office. So from one chair to the next, it flows just the same.
Can I say something, Chairman?
So, Member Crawford, you're not the only one I'm speaking to, you know, so I'm going to allow you to continue, right? So I'm saying to you, in order for you to go through, and I know we want to go through in very detailed level the numbers in the budget this year.
Yes.
We want to take the approach, once the Minister of Finance answers in a general way, particularly in respect of information that you would want to delve more deeply into with the minister in question, we move on, because if not, we are going to be here repeating ad nauseum.
Can I say something,
Go ahead,
Chairman?
Member Crawford.
And I'm saying something to express caution on the direction that you are seeking to go. In this book tabled by the Minister of Finance, the revenue measures for the financial year, the minister has a figure for total revenue. That total revenue is dependent on the tax times quantity, or some would say price times quantity. It therefore is well within the permit to question the quantities that were used to arrive at the total revenue. The minister has intervened to suggest that the policy was going to be beneficial either way. I never asked her about that policy. I asked her on what basis did she arrive at the quantities that carried the revenues to our understanding and analysis. But I will move on, Chairman. Yes.
No, the minister.
I apologize, but I changed.
Please refer to the minister as the minister. So, Minister.
I immediately said minister. I apologize if she was
Minister.
No. That was not the intent at all. Minister, can I continue?
Minister, so are you comfortable with the response so far, Member Crawford, in respect of the revenue? You're comfortable with the response in respect of how the revenue estimates were arrived at?
Yes. I'm comfortable that the quantities were suggested to be relatively the same as last year. I'm comfortable.
Same as last year.
All right.
So Minister, I will allow the member to move to his next question.
Yes. All right. I'm not sure how this will be proceed, but did the ministry consider nutritional exemptions for items such as cherry milk, chocolate milk, etc.?
That gone back to policy, you remember?
Yeah, but well, if those were removed, the quantities would have been affected. If they were not removed, the quantities would not have been affected.
Remember,
so the total revenue.
I don't know that we should be getting that detail in the policy of exactly which items are in the revenues at this stage.
I think that you're incorrect on the matter, Minister, but let's move on. So the answer has been given.
Member, we have some milk-based products that are exempted, and these will be itemized in the technical document that will be published.
Okay, so we have a future document will indicate that some nutritional products with sugar input have been exempted. Well, everybody's answering for the minister and contrary to the minister. The minister indicated that there are some milk products that would have been removed. All right. Well, I got two different answers. Chairman, my colleagues
Minister,
have indicated that they are interested.
Minister, I'm not sure what your colleagues have indicated. Minister, you heard the question?
I answered the question.
Did you answer the question?
I answered the question.
Next question, member.
I said there are some milk-based products that will be exempted, and that there will be a technical document that will be published. Itemizing these.
Thank you.
That's exactly what I said.
No, is your side uninformed and was contradicting you, Minister? I was defending you. Further revenue measures, Minister, digital service tax. Now, having considered the impact of substitution services such as WhatsApp and the functionality of the Universal Service Fund, will a portion of the digital service tax be ring-fenced for the Universal Service Fund?
Member, we have a consolidated budget that over the years we have been bringing more and more into it from the fragmented segments of the government that was prevalent during your administration. We, whatever we collect in the consolidated fund, we look across all ministries, departments, and agencies. We take into consideration their budgets when we put out the budget call, and we put out the budget ceiling. We take all of that into consideration. So we try not to earmark monies because during the course of any fiscal year, there could be a need in one ministry relative to another, and so you have the flexibility when you manage a consolidated budget to be able to allocate where the needs are. So we will not be earmarking for USF in particular, but USF's budget will be considered during the budget process as it has been over the past several years.
Reasonable. Thank you, Minister. Now let's look at some of your growth protections. What's the revenue elasticity in respect to GDP growth that you embedded in the medium-term fiscal framework, the fiscal policy paper? What's the revenue elasticity? So if we miss growth by 1%, what would be the impact on revenue?
All right, so when we're projecting tax revenues, member, we look at buoyancy, not elasticity. There's a difference. Our revenues are predicated on our projections for GDP, and we have, from a macro perspective, we know that in general, 25 to 27% of our tax revenues, 25 to 27% of GDP is generally where our tax revenues are. Of course, that's not the only factor that we use to project the revenues. We look at tax revenues from a micro perspective as well, in terms of all the tax types, and we do the projections that way. Then we calibrate the macro with the micro to come to some, studied understanding of what the revenues are going to be. So it's not an elasticity calculation per se. We know there's buoyancy if GDP grows more than what we're projecting, then we would fully expect to see more tax revenues.
Thank you, Minister, but I think the response is unfortunate because the GDP is dependent on the rate of growth. And so if the revenue is dependent on the GDP, then the revenue, therefore, is also dependent on the rate of growth. If there's a particular rate of growth, there will be a different revenue. So I'm saying that, especially based on the simple fact that within the fiscal policy paper, you suggested that your growth was skewed to the downside. So a 1% reduction in growth, how would that impact revenue? Was no stress test done to see a growth impact on revenue outcomes?
So remember, I just described to you the process that we use to estimate the tax revenues. It's a robust process. If you look back in time and if you look at the historical outturn of it, it mirrors what's generally estimated. Obviously, in times of stress, as we've seen, like in Melissa, on other hurricanes, that would throw those projections off course, and we have to come back to Parliament with adjustments on that. But I can assure you, member, that there's a very robust process to get to our revenue projections, again predicated on our growth, on our GDP estimates, and just a detailed look and estimation of all the tax types for which we collect taxes. And that's how we do it, and that's the answer that I'm giving you today.
All right, Minister. Minister, the growth percentage that was in the fiscal policy paper, averaging about 1.5% per year over the next 4 years, it indicated that it assumed a rebound in tourism. What is the level of tourism activity that it is expecting for this growth to be achieved?
So, member, with regards to the tourism sector, I would ask you to pose your questions as well to the Minister of Tourism when he comes, but just to say from a revenue perspective, in terms of the planning, there is good coordination between us and tourism, and what we have as the underlying assumption is that there is a phased reopening of the sector. We expect to see full recovery by the end of the upcoming fiscal year. And so the assumption that is in the budget for tourism growth is over the fiscal year would be 3%. But 7-8 as it ramps up, 7 to 8% as it ramps up.
78%.
As it ramps up, 7 to 8%.
7 to 8%.
As it ramps up, as it recovers.
But Minister, if one goes to page 1706, the projection for 2025-26 tourism is that tourism should actually see a reduction in earnings, moving from 3 billion to 2.9 billion. So the fiscal paper is suggesting tourism rebound, but the budget is suggesting earnings reduction.
All right. So again, member, I'd love for you to pose your questions to the Minister of Tourism, but suffice it to say, when you look in the big yellow book, which is the estimates of expenditure, you will not be able to compare year on year.
17,008.
Right? You won't be able to compare because every ministry got one-off allocation to deal with the hurricane, and that one-off allocation is not repeated in the upcoming fiscal year. So you may look at the ministry and you see that their numbers for fiscal year, the new fiscal year is lower than what it is for this fiscal year that we're ending. You would have to know what the one-off is in this year, this fiscal year that we're in, what the one-off is in order to compare those numbers and to be able to say whether they've gotten an increased budget or a reduced budget.
Minister, unfortunately, I'm not speaking to expenditure. I'm speaking to the subheading which states, and I quote, estimated growth earnings from the industry financial year 26-27 are projected at 2.97 billion, corresponding with visitor arrivals of 3.41 million, stopover arrivals of 1.94 and cruise arrivals of 1.46. Gross earnings for 2025-2026 was estimated at 3.07 billion. So therefore, what this is suggesting is that tourism earnings was greater in 25-26 and would reduce in 26-27. Yet, the fiscal policy paper is suggesting that the rebound in tourism is a basis of our growth. These two things don't reconcile, Minister.
So, member, again, I'd love for you to pose your questions to the Ministry of Tourism. When we do our estimates, it's at a point in time. We take into consideration all the information that we have at that point in order to help with our calculation. So I would direct you to the Ministry and Minister of Tourism with your question.
But Minister,
Member, we won't belay this point. Minister, while we are going with additional questions, I would ask that the FS just take a look at the statement being made by the member in respect of the revenue estimates and the apparent contradictory statement being made by the budget documents in respect of revenue vis-a-vis the fiscal policy paper, and see if you can come back to responding to that question.
Okay. So
member,
the page
next question.
So, but I'll give the page 1708. I'll give the
no. And what page on the fiscal policy
17,008.
Fiscal policy paper page.
I will find the exact page of the fiscal policy paper, which mentioned estimated growth dependent on tourism and manufacturing rebound, as well as...
Because I'm going to just double check the paper, and I guess the ministry will need to do the same to determine if the figure stated in fiscal policy paper is an estimate, as it states there, or if it is our final number for the previous
Okay.
fiscal year.
Chairman,
So let's go to the next question and then we come back to that.
To something more specific to the minister. As it relates to tourism activity, there is a projected future tax on tourism activity. Minister, I think the minister is still looking at the last question. But there's a suggested tax on tourism activity. That tourism activity, what does that include, if you may indicate some of the things to include? And then specifically, does it include cruise activity? Does it include Airbnb? What does that tourism activity
Tourism
include?
activity as defined in the legislation.
Can you indicate to me? I've not seen that legislation. Would it include Airbnb? Would it include cruise activity?
You have to go to the legislation.
No, Chairman, with due respect, there's a tax here for tourism activity that has a revenue projection coming from the minister. If this is only on visitor arrival, that is a different thing for stopovers as versus for cruise. If this is only for JTB registered, that's a different quantity as versus for Airbnb. So therefore, it is reasonable for us to ask the current minister what is included in tourism activity, because the header for the tax, Member Brown, is tourism activity. Lend me a pink book. Pink book, revenue. When you sit here,
but I've given him the answer, right, as defined in the act.
All right, so therefore, the JTB Act, does the JTB Act, to your knowledge, include cruise ship persons in tourism activity? Does it include tour and tour activity in tourism activities? Does it include Airbnb in tourism activities? This is a reasonable question. 30% of the arrivals are suggested to go to Airbnbs. Is that a part of your income estimation? She has not, and you're not sitting there.
Members, Minister.
May I lose the part of it there? What? Okay.
Minister.
Yes.
It is not possible for the minister to search for every single thing in here. For some of the things, it will take some time. So, Minister, right. The member would like you to pull the act and read it for him.
All right, I'll get back to that question then.
So, member, would any member can pull the act so that we can read exactly what is stated there. It's not reasonable to ask the minister to remember all of it. So, pull in the interim.
All right. Minister.
Go ahead, member.
Well, Minister, my next question is a follow-up.
All right, well, hold it until we find.
All right, so I'll skip that and come back to it. All right.
All right, member, if you look at the General Consumption Tax Act, tourism activities consisting of supplying the services of a hotel, a resort cottage, a site or other facilities for
I'm not hearing at all.
Tourist accommodation not specified in paragraph A, B, or C, water sports and attraction, a tour operator pursuant to a license issued under the Tourist Board Act.
So does that include cruise and Airbnb? Because I wasn't hearing the reading. Does that include cruise ship and Airbnb?
Remember, I will read again exactly what is in the General Consumption Tax Act.
Yes, please.
And it says, tourism activities consisting of supplying the services of A, a hotel, B, a resort cottage, C, a site or other facilities for camping, D, tourism accommodation not specified in paragraph A, B, or C, E, water sports, F, an attraction, G, a tour operator pursuant to a license issued under the Tourist Board Act.
Okay. That would include cruise tourism. How do you expect to collect the tax on the persons on a cruise? Only those who disembark, or would it include all persons? What's the basis of that collection? You're looking at job over there and it's not going to work.
Okay. All right. So, member, what you need to understand is that on these services that I've listed, the GCT rate on them is 10%.
Okay.
No other industry has that rate. And we are equalizing the rate to the standard 15% GCT.
All right, I'll move on, Minister. I didn't question the rate, I questioned who's included. But, okay. Minister, to what extent is the projected growth contingent on full utilization of the capital budget?
So, of course, we would expect that some of the GDP growth would be supported by the capital spending that we do. But just want to point out to members that in these capital projects that we do, remember that we have to import quite a bit. We have to import quite a bit in terms of the inputs into these capital projects. So while we do expect growth to come from these projects, we know that, for instance, what NARA is going to be doing in the upcoming fiscal year, it will be engaged in pre-investment, meaning working on the plans for the reconstruction, ensuring that people are in place and so on. So in this first upcoming new fiscal year, you will not necessarily see a significant impact from it because of all the startup work that needs to be done. But as it gathers momentum, you will begin to see more and more of it, of the big capital works reflected in the GDP growth.
But the capacity to execute, Minister, would have reasonably been assessed in this particular year's budget, for which there is a extensive capital budget. Having missed it last year by 37%, I'm asking, to what extent does the full utilization of the capital budget impact your growth projections in the fiscal policy paper?
All right. So there's an expectation that we will be engaging more capacity as we look out into the medium term. From here on into the medium term, we will be looking at just engaging more capacity in order to help us to spend the capital figures, the budget that's there.
Chairman, before the leader of government business continue to peruse the standing orders, I'd like to inform him that the fiscal policy paper is indeed a part of the conversation in this budget.
Why do you need to remind the House leader of any such
So I
thing?
see him studying, Minister.
No, he's not studying a thing.
I see him studying.
When you're fast, I want to know what the conversation
Just
is.
4 questions to go, Minister, and I'll move on.
Focus on your question.
Just 4 questions.
Thank you.
No. The medium-term debt strategy and the fiscal policy paper overtly speaks to crowding out private sector borrowing and private sector investment. Can the minister indicate exactly what systems are in place to monitor and manage that activity?
Sorry, what activity?
Crowding out of private sector borrowing. I think it indicated 60% of the debt would have been through local, I don't want to misquote, but it indicated overtly the risk of crowding out private sector borrowing.
So as we put together the various budget documents, we have to consider just all aspects of it, and we have to state it in the book for completeness. We have not seen that phenomenon in the local market. If anything, there is a significant appetite for government debt in the local market. But again, we have to state the pluses and minuses, the risk and the rewards when we put out these publications, so that it gives you a rounded picture and it lets you know that we are considering not just the optimistic side, but we consider as well the not so optimistic scenario.
All right, Minister. Does this budget have an allocation for a renewal of the catastrophe bond?
Yes, there is an allocation in there.
And what is the targeted coverage for that catastrophe bond?
We cannot say at this moment. As you would know, this would be a commercial transaction, you know, that we will use our brokers to help us and our international partners to help us to place. Obviously, we want to continue our framework for natural disaster risk financing, and we are moving aggressively to ensure that we replenish and get new instruments as well to deal with emerging disasters.
Well, Minister, I didn't ask for the achieved. I said, what's the targeted? What is the targeted coverage?
And I am saying to you, we cannot tell you the amount.
Okay.
Minister.
We can't tell you the amount. It's a commercial transaction.
Minister,
it's a negotiated
Minister,
transaction.
he probably just needed an estimated rate that was applied.
No, it's not the rate I asked,
No,
it's
he's
the
asking
coverage.
about
What
the
is the
amount.
targeted?
Full
But I'll
coverage,
move on.
dollar
I'll
value
move on.
coverage you're asking the
Yes,
Minister?
I was saying.
Oh, I
yes.
thought you just wanted to know what was the percentage used for her estimated cost calculation. So, Minister, perfect response. Next.
On that note, I will just thank the Minister and thank the Chair. Thank you.
Oh, you're finished? Oh. Good. Good intervention. So in respect of Member Crawford, we will come back in the calculations for the tourism revenues. That's one of the things that will come back. Were you comfortable with? Yes, I think you are comfortable with that. The one that I think, and are you comfortable? So, Minister, you have nothing to come back to the members in respect of. Next question. Who is next now? Member Brown.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I want to just move quickly to the same revenue measures, specifically as it relates to the proposed general consumption tax on digital services, Minister. And I see where in the fourth quarter you expect to earn 300 million. Could you advise us what are the digital components that are expected to be have the application of the GCT?
All right, member, you will note that the estimate of 300 million is quite low, and that is because it requires us to do quite a bit of work to get there, and that's why we're not overly estimating our intake in the upcoming fiscal year. We are working with the OECD. We're working with their framework because there's a lot that you have to put in place We're looking at the experience of other countries. There are several countries that have instituted this. And in terms of the components of it, I wouldn't be able to list all of those today. I wouldn't be able to list those at all. As we do the work and as we get closer to implementation, we will speak more about that.
All right, thank you, Minister. But that 300 million, I don't think you pulled it from a hat. So it must have been grounded in something. So what are those possible? We heard about streaming services. So there's a figure that is there that has been put forward, right? So I understand that you may be continuing to work through, but you know, we hear issues of streaming services, ChatGPT, Netflix. So I'm asking specifically, what is that 300 million so far grounded in? Chairman, can you allow the... Yes, Minister.
Sure. Well, I'll just repeat what I said to you. In putting together what constitute digital services, we are working with the OECD, who has had experience working with other countries on this, to get to implementation of it. We will make decisions along the way. It will be premature for us to put those items out there now. We've looked at the experience of countries. We've seen where they started and how they ramped up, and those are the guidelines that we've been using. And as again, I say to you, our estimate is not overly optimistic because of the work we're going to have to do in the upcoming tax year in order to get to implementation.
Yeah, I hear that.
Member, next, because this revenue is all the way in fourth quarter, and for the very first time in our history, we are able to read revenue measures that give us some detailed understanding of the basis forming the revenue estimates. Minister, we have never had this before in our history. So let's move on from that question and move to the next one. Your mic went off? Lord. Press it back on for me, please, Member Brown. How come? No, they don't have to. Something is wrong, Member Brown. It's not picking up any. Turn off everything. Member Brown, turn yours off as well. It's not picking up anybody's mic.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. All right, the final question I have around that is the issue of how is it proposed. And I hear, Minister, that it is going to be, we are still contemplating and working out the mechanics around the, Minister Mackenzie, just hold on a minute. How is it proposed? Is there any initial consideration, since this has been placed in the estimates in terms of the revenue measures? How is it proposed, Minister, to actually collect these taxes?
Member, again, I can say to you, the most efficient way to calculate would be at source, but again, it requires quite a bit of work on our part, working with our international partner, who has helped many countries to put this system into effect. The details of it will become known. Just allow us to work through that process, and maybe at another meeting of Parliament or a committee meeting like this one, we can tell you the details of it.
All right, thank you, Minister. I mean, a lot of our companies are, in terms of their planning, are waiting on the government for clarity. So I urge the Minister and the team to have that clarification in short order.
So that's why we're not implementing it on day one. We're allowing time for this, for companies to ask us questions, and as we work along, as we move along, we'll be working with the companies.
Thank you.
This seems like Member Hilton. That's your Member Hilton.
Thank you. Minister, I think we can agree that the 1948 Customs Act is badly, urgently in need of reform. 2020, the legislation was brought here. This is 2026. When are we likely to see the implementation of that legislation?
It will be coming back to Parliament this fiscal year, because there are a number of amendments that were proposed when it went to the Senate.
It's 5 years, 6 years ago.
And given the intervening election, we have to take it back again through some parts of the process. But I am motivated and committed to ensuring that it comes to the Parliament during this upcoming fiscal year.
Member Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I look at your policy paper and I have a few questions. First one is, you have revised inflation, but you have not revised the 2024 poverty rate, which stands at 7.8%. The global projected rate is 3.3% in fiscal year 26-27 and 3.2% in the following year. What would inform...
Member Gordon, I don't think we heard you properly. Revise poverty or property rate? What did you say?
Poverty rate.
Poverty rate.
Yeah. So what would have informed that, Minister, that you revise inflation, but you have not said anything about the revision of the poverty rate?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Because you started out with inflation, and then you...
Inflation is revised, okay? From the 2024, but I have not seen anything, any revision for the poverty rate, which stood at 7.8% in 2024.
Yeah, the survey of living conditions has to be updated,
Poverty.
right? Yeah, we haven't laid that in. So, member, there is a survey process to establish the poverty rate. Whenever that report is completed, it will be published and or tabled in Parliament.
I don't hear a word. Madam Chair, I didn't hear a word the Minister said.
The Minister said
I'm saying, member, that the survey that looks at the poverty rate in Jamaica happens, and I believe it happens every 2 years. Right. So as far as I know, the latest report is not ready yet, but I know as soon as it is ready, it is published. But suffice it to say, when you look at the history of that number that measures poverty rates, we are at the lowest level that we have seen in Jamaica because of the policies of this government. We have seen poverty levels, decline by about 50%. Cut in half, cut in half.
Nice cheerleader. Minister.
Members, allow Member Gordon to complete his questions.
You have projected economic growth of 1% in fiscal year 28-29. This budget does not inspire confidence in terms of growth, our growth strategy. If we are to maintain that poverty percentage, then it has to be led by growth. And I'm seeing nothing here that would suggest that there's any strategy for growth. What then, Minister, would inform you reducing the projected growth rate in 2029 as against fiscal year 26-27, 27-28, and you project 1%?
All right, so member, if you look at the upcoming fiscal year, some recovery is built into that, and we've seen that pattern as we go through periods of disaster. We saw it going through COVID, where GDP was depressed during the COVID years, and as soon as we exited that pandemic, you saw the growth rates accelerate. We've seen it through Hurricane Beryl, a decline in the growth rate in the aftermath, and then shortly thereafter you see the recovery, and you will see this similar pattern in, following Melissa. This is a devastating hurricane, but we are fully expecting to begin to see positive growth again shortly as a result of the work of this government, the quick get up and go of this government. Jamaica is being lauded for its efforts, its quick response following the devastation of Hurricane Melissa. And you will see those growth rates during the quarter. As we look into the future, we know that we go through hurricane cycles. We have to deal with those. We don't know what else is going to hit us. And so as we project, our stance has been really to be conservative with our projections of growth.
Minister, I'm still fixated on growth. There's no way we can sustain our fiscal policy and your projection with 1% growth. What is your strategy to grow the economy to achieve the 4 to 7% that you're proposing? I didn't know we have multiple finance ministers. This is above your pay grade. You shut up. This is above your pay grade, so you shut up.
Do you have any more questions, Member Gordon?
I'm waiting on the answer, Madam Chair. I'm asking for a growth strategy that would then allow the minister to achieve the projected 4 to 7% growth. That's all I'm asking. What is the strategy that she would employ to ensure that we realize the 4 to 7% growth?
That's the minister.
The minister, sorry, the minister.
No, well, let me say, member, GDP growth is all of our business. If we look across the ministries that make up the portfolio, we would expect to see growth from agriculture. The minister responsible for agriculture has been going full blast, putting in irrigation, putting in cold storage. Opening up more hectares of land for agriculture. In the tourism sector, we're seeing more hotel rooms. That will lead to growth. In the water sector, the minister there, he is also going full blast, just putting in the infrastructure so that it can be spread across Jamaica, and that's part of the growth.
It's not in the book.
Development.
He asked the question, what forms the basis? And the minister is telling him with the decline this year, or the increases. So you don't like that answer?
I tell you to shut up.
Max, what form the basis? So no.
I just did.
Minister is not discussing policy. She's explaining what forms the basis. Oh, you're not liking the answer, Minister. Minister is only answering the member. Member, are you happy? Are you happy with the response?
Absolutely.
Would you like to ask another question?
All right, so Madam Chair, could I just direct
Minister,
them
just
to
finish
the fiscal policy
Yes,
book,
finish
please?
up there. The member.
Right. So, Madam Chair, I will direct the members to Appendix 5, starting from page 1, and it speaks to all the sectors and what all the sectors are doing that will feed into the growth numbers that we have. And it's all laid out there. Southern Plain Agricultural Development Project, and Essex Valley Irrigation, just all the things that all the different ministries are doing, the road infrastructure work, all of that is here, digital transformation, water supply infrastructure, and so on. So it's detailed in the fiscal policy paper as to the drivers of growth that we are expecting. Put the pages.
Member Miller Bennett, is that your? Go ahead, member.
Minister, I noticed that the Postal Corporation of Jamaica, you're projecting an increase in revenue of commercial services. I'm concerned and I'm asking, what has been the implication of the U.S. executive order to suspend duty-free diminished treatment for all countries? How has this impacted, or how will it impact the revenue, commercial services revenue of the corporation?
So, member, thank you for that question, but the post office has not indicated to us that they're seeing any severe impact or any impact from that policy.
Minister, that's a main income stream for the Postal Corporation. So I think it is important to know how this impacts it, in addition to the fact that many post offices were affected by Melissa, so your revenue income your commercial services revenue would be impacted, but you are projecting to increase this in the upcoming year. Is there some other way to increase this?
Member, could you repeat your question, and if you could be a little bit more specific?
The question, Minister, is that quite a few post offices were affected by Melissa. As a matter of fact, most post offices are closed. How are you projecting to increase commercial services revenue for 26-27? They were badly affected by Melissa and closed. How are you projecting to increase commercial services revenue in addition to the executive order by the U.S., where the Postal Corporation is revenue for packages under $800? That's a main income stream for the Postal Corporation. That would have been affected by the executive order of August 2025. But you're projecting an increase in commercial services revenue. What is it that the Postal Corporation will be doing to fill this revenue that you're projecting?
All right, so the projections there would come from the entity who best understand the business that they're in, the different streams of business, and what they will be able to do in the coming year to maintain and improve their revenues. As I said earlier on, that entity has not, through the budget process, brought to our attention any negative impact that it is seeing, and I'm sure if it was, it would be reflected in their ask of the Ministry of Finance, because to the extent that their revenues are negatively impacted, they would have to make it up someplace else, and generally it's to the Ministry of Finance that they come, and we have not seen, we haven't gotten that information that they are suffering at all from that policy in the U.S.
In essence, Minister, you're saying that you're not equipped to answer the question then?
So no. Let me respond, because obviously the member does not yet have an appreciation or know of the budget process, right? Does not. She just does not know. I'm trying to explain to her. I am explaining to her that there is a budget call that goes out. The ministries and departments and agencies put together their own budget. They come to the Ministry of Finance for discussion and analysis of what they've put together. Ministries that are having issues or they think that they will need some help from the Ministry of Finance because of whatever the marketplace is throwing up at them. That is when we would get that information. To the extent that it did not show up during the budget process, it is safe to assume that the entity is not seeing anything that would negatively impact its revenue projections. So that's the answer. So just because you don't like the answer does not mean that I have not provided you with an answer.
Member, do you have any additional questions?
I'd like to make a statement.
You don't, no, member, no statement necessary.
Minister?
No, member, no statement necessary. Do you have any additional questions? Any additional questions?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, after which it is Member Dawes and then Member Jackson. No, not you yet, Member Jackson. Dawes and then Jackson. Member, go to your next question, please.
Minister, while I can appreciate being a new member.
No statements. It is at your next question. No, your next question. Listen, member, when you make comments to the minister is going to answer you as well. So if you can't take the heat, you have to stay out of the kitchen. But we move to the next one. No. You can't say anything. You have to move to the next one. Yes, and you can't make any statement again. Member, do you have any more questions? You have any more questions?
Minister?
Member, you have any more questions, not statement?
Minister? Minister?
Member Miller Bennett, do you have any more questions?
Member, I will not go out of character to match yours.
Member Daly? Member Daly, please control yourself.
You better stop it.
Do you have any more questions? Please, members, allow the member to ask her question if she have another question. Member,
Minister.
your mic is on.
Jesus.
Member Miller Bennett. Member Miller Bennett, if you are taking instructions from other members in the House before you can move to your next question, if you have no other question, then you would have to let me know you have no other question so I can move to the next member. So I've been asking you, do you have another question? And if you can ask your next question. You notice I've been asking her?
Minister, is it because I might be new to the process? Why is it you believe I cannot ask about gaps in the revenue? And for your information.
Your next question.
I have independent thought and action.
Member, your next question. And that is not a budget number. That's another statement.
My question is, Minister.
You know?
Turn it on. Turn on the mic. Turn on the mic, Edo.
Member Dawes, please turn on your mic. Member Dawes. Member Jackson, you're after Member Dawes.
I'll yield to
Member Jackson. Member Jackson is yielding to you. Go ahead, Member Jackson.
Madam Chair, I have a question on 16,004. But before I proceed, Madam Chair.
Member Jackson.
I will proceed. I will proceed.
Thank you.
And I'm proceeding to say.
Member Jackson, man, get to your question.
Yes. Yes. I'm proceeding to say what my question is. I am sitting here as a member of the Standing Finance Committee, like all members. Because in the Constitution, all members of Parliament have equal standing.
The Standing Finance Committee is not for that, member.
Madam
Member
Speaker,
Jackson,
am I going to be permitted to say?
No, go to your question.
I am framing my question how I choose to frame it.
No, you guys need to stop. Members. Listen, members. Hi, members of Parliament, all here for Standing Finance Committee on an equal basis. The Standing Finance Committee is for the purpose of discussing the budget numbers. This particular Standing Finance Committee is even more special than we have had for others, because our work is extended to the discussion of revenue numbers in a far more detailed way. So we will be here until tomorrow morning, and we'll continue tomorrow until tomorrow evening, and we are all prepared for that. I am asking members, stick to questions in respect of the numbers. And no, I hear you. I heard the previous member's statement to the minister, and equally the minister's statement to the member. And I'm asking you, if respectfully we speak to each other, we are not going to end up in a situation where we have to be making statements tit for tat. And so, Member Jackson, you have the floor next. I'm asking you, Member Jackson, to go to your question to the Minister of Finance in respect of the budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will pick up from where I left off.
Is that a question, Member Jackson?
Madam Chair, if you listen, you'll hear.
Is that a question, Member Jackson?
It is a question.
I listen to Member Jackson, you know.
You know, I believe one of the things that we're in an infant school. Madam Chair, I want the Parliament to bear in mind that this is a house of members. Of members. All duly elected by the people of this country. And I don't know about anybody else. But nobody that will muzzle me here. My point, madam, and question. This exercise, I'm asking the question in the context of trying to get a better understanding of what is tabled in these financial documents by the Minister of Finance. All of them. And what we don't understand, we get the clarification here at committee. And that's the reason why you can't ask these questions in the presentation of the budget, because it doesn't allow for that. Committees are for the purpose of delving into questions as to what is before us. And we seek clarification. Not just to get a straight answer, clarification. So if I don't understand something here, this is where I come to get the answer.
And nothing is wrong with that.
Not in the corridor.
And nothing is wrong with that. Nothing is wrong with clarification.
So, I'm thankful for that. So, therefore,
nothing is wrong with clarification. Nothing is wrong with asking your question.
Here and just come
and nothing is
have
wrong
the
with
right to seek clarification on any question that they have.
And Member Jackson, we are not of any discord in that respect.
I'm thankful.
It was
because
a statement
the
that was
over
made
there
by the member to the minister. And when the minister responded in a way that the member did not appreciate, I'm saying it's going to happen.
I appreciate that, Chair.
That is the point.
I'm very
Jackson,
welcoming of that, Chair.
Yeah, so
I'm very
go ahead,
welcoming of that. I'm very welcoming of that.
And that is the point. So go ahead, questions and clarification.
My question on page 16,004. Minister, one other bit of clarification. Activity 12.323, formulation and monitoring of national security policy. I'm curious. There's a budgetary allocation of $51+ million for the fiscal year 26-27. And it has provision for compensation of employees, rental property, etc. When I read the narrative here, I just want to be clear if this policy unit, where is it housed? And for example, rental properties, machinery, and so forth, where are those being consumed of? One. Question two, in respect of compensation for employees, I'm not aware of a national security advisor. The last hold of that office, to my recollection, was the former...
I'm sorry, member. Madam Chair, could we, just for good order, could members indicate if they're complete with the Ministry of Finance itself before
I didn't get a sense that we had finished the Ministry of Finance.
No, before moving on, this is the Office of the Cabinet that is asking.
Look in the book. It's the Office of the Cabinet.
So Minister, my understanding was that we were at Ministry of Finance and we were looking at the macroeconomic issues, and that's where we were. Do we have,
so this one, okay, because this is on the Cabinet.
Do we have any more questions in respect of,
I'll defer.
of those segment of heads? Member Dawes, Member Buchanan, Russell, I think those were the last three mics I saw up, and I see Brown up too. Your mic is back on, Brown? Mic giving trouble? No, there's no others as we go along. Tell us now. So what is happening? More questions are coming. And for you to have that appreciation, it's now on another segment. So they're not mixed. So we're going to take the head. Member. So I'm saying the question from Member Jackson moves to another segment, and we wanted to see if there are any more questions from the first segment on finance and macroeconomic issues. So if there are other members with questions from that, we'd finish that, take the heads, and then we would release no, that's the most orderly way to do it, so that we can release the permanent secretaries who are here to support from that element. So Member Jackson, we'll come back to Member Jackson, and Member Dawes, Buchanan, and Russell, We will take your questions in sequence. Member Dawes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, going back to the sugar tax, this represents about, what, a third of the total tax revenue, so it is significant. I'm still not satisfied, though, as to how you came up with that $10 billion figure. You chose, no, I said I don't understand. Protect me, please, Madam Chair. So, no. You chose a volumetric flat tax. Madam Chair, I'm begging you some protection, please.
Members.
You chose a volumetric flat tax.
Allow Member Dawes to ask his question, please.
And at that rate, what is the price elasticity that you expect? You said that you compared it with other countries that had put in such measures. Would you care to share with us what was the tax, what was the price elasticity, and what percentage decrease in consumption you were expecting? Because that would significantly affect a third of the revenue for your tax budget. More than half, no? 10 out of 18. I correct, more than half of your tax revenue.
The tax measures. They're the revenue measures.
How did we get to the 10 billion is what I'm asking.
Repeat the question. How we get to the 10 billion? By taking a look at the number of cases that are consumed in Jamaica and taking into consideration the number of cases of the sugary beverage that's consumed in Jamaica. Cases multiplied by at least 24 will give you bottles. Looking at the experience of other countries, so for instance, we looked at the experience of Mexico that has instituted the sugary beverage tax, and they saw a decline of about 4.4%. So we took that into consideration as we estimated the revenues to come from sugary beverage. And there are other examples.
Okay, Madam Minister, you mentioned Mexico. Do you realize that you are putting a tax on diet drinks, which is the substitute that would have been preferred for consumers who you're trying to nudge into a healthier lifestyle? So in Mexico, you would have seen a decrease in sugary beverages sales overall with a commensurate increase in the healthier alternatives. You are taxing persons who are trying to make healthier choices. So I don't think it's a fair example to look at Mexico. And again, I have to ask, why did we go for the type of tax that has had the worst effects on consumer behavior? Why not go for a gradient, a graduated tax, where you force manufacturers to reformulate and you may not affect sales overall, but you would affect the sugar content that was being consumed? Was something guiding that?
So member, in terms of the graded the tiered approach that's suggested, others have suggested that as well. And it is something that we can look on. It's a little bit more difficult than the way we've done it right now, but that's something we will look at as we move forward in the year to see how it can be done and how it could be implemented.
Okay. So, All right, Minister.
Tax-free water.
Member Dawes, you're finished?
That's it.
Minister?
Sorry. No, but I'm still not getting the alternative that we're nudging people towards. So if we're nudging towards an alternative, would there be an increase in revenue of one of the members shouted across that it is water, there's GCT and water. Are you expecting an increase in sales of water, and as a result of that increased collection of GCT, is it reflected
So
in the...
member, we used the best knowledge that we had at the time to help us to estimate what the revenue measure would deliver, including looking at the current and projected consumption of the Jamaican population and putting forward the change in the SCT on that. So, and I mentioned, we're not averse to looking at the tiered approach that requires us to have a lot more data than we have currently. But I have a good team that I know will do that work to inform, and then we can do a comparison between what we have now and what that tiered structure would produce.
Okay. This measure is listed as just for 1 year. Is it expected to continue as a tiered system next year?
That's not how you interpret the revenue book.
So I'm asking if next year it will be... Okay, I'm standing corrected, but next year can we expect a graduated...
This is for information purpose, members. It's for information purpose. When you read the revenue book, when you read the revenue measures book and you look at the page that gives you the estimate of the numbers, it is only going to have the current year.
Right, so I'm asking if this is consideration for a graduated
next fiscal year.
Next year.
Is it next fiscal year you're asking about? Member Dawes, next fiscal year, or are you talking about this fiscal year?
We're discussing the graduated tax. Is it something that you're going to look at for implementation later on, or is it you're going to change the structure of the tax completely moving forward?
Okay. We will be looking at it. We will do our comparison with what that would deliver versus this estimate that we have here. And it will inform our decision going forward.
All right. Thank you, Minister.
Member Buchanan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I seek your guidance and protection from particular members. I do not like to be bullied, Madam Chairman.
If you're seeking protection before you start asking the question, I'm concerned.
But you see, Madam Chairman, context matters, and it is important that I lay the context, and I see a particular member, Mr. Desmond McKenzie, he mean-facing me already, so I just asking for the protection. See, Madam Chairman. I wasn't. My apologies. I stand corrected.
McKenzie, please stop mean-facing. Member Buchanan.
Madam Chairman, now that I'm informed that Mr. McKenzie is not aesthetically up to date, I will proceed. Minister, my question is one of behavioral changes, and I'm instructed by the people of Portland Eastern in relation to the revenue measures for tourism activities. Now, in particular, there is rafting on the Rio Grande, and there's the unresolved issues of rafting and the usage of the Blue Lagoon. With the taxes, my question to you is there any consideration of behavioral change in that for both the rafting and the usage of the Blue Lagoon,
what this is inviting is for persons not to regularize, because I understand that you would have to come into conformity with the JTB. And somebody, yes.
Respond to the question.
No, it's not loaded. I'm just concerned.
So, member, are you opposed to law and order?
What? What?
No,
Opposed to law and order.
Minister, respectfully, the law and order is the effect that I'm contemplating, and I'm just inviting you to tell me if you also contemplated this and satisfied yourself in that persons may very well, the TPDCO office, they may go up the river, down the river, and try to do that, and then you cannot do that. It's not a matter of conformity. It is a behavioral change. So I'm asking for the minister to simply respond respectfully.
Minister, you have any other question, Member Buchanan?
I have another, but I didn't hear the answer.
No, so while the minister is consulting...
Okay, I can ask the second...
Yes, ask the second question, and then...
But the minister should respond. She never...
No, man. So he's going to go with the second question,
and then if not,
I'll close, and then the minister
Madam Chairman.
will answer both at the same time.
Minister,
so close.
As the questions are all for behavioral changes, the same rule applies to the taxing on the digital aspect. In that there are e-services for e-books, Microsoft, Adobe, all of these which may cause hardship on an economy that we are actually trying to move into the digital space. So it's a matter of contemplation that is important. The digital economy and educational programs is the way forward, and as I heard earlier that it's a part of the fourth quarter, whether considerations for exemptions in terms of the education aspect of it is something contemplated by the ministry.
And member...
And the last question, and Madam Chairman, this is where I seek your protection. Again, I represent a constituency that they are thriving people, they're hardworking, and the taxing on sugary products. And here's the reality. Was there a contemplation that there would be an invite for persons who could afford sugary drinks in a particular class, that they would downgrade to what was said to me that man will now have a drink bag juice pan base? And that is, water actually costs more than even bag juice. So in terms of a change in lifestyle habits, you're inviting persons to purchase a different class of sugary drinks because the behavioral change is not a realistic prospect of success. Yeah. So the object or the purpose or the mischief that you are trying to correct by this,
we're not discussing the mischief.
No, I'm just asking.
All right,
Madam,
so Minister, question number 3 is off question 1 and 2, because we have had that question number 3 before.
I'll wait for the answer, Madam Chairman. That's the extent of my question.
We have had question 3 before, asked in different ways. And next we would go to Member Russell, and then we will take the heads. Minister, you may proceed, Minister, in respect of the questions asked by Member Buchanan.
Those were... We've already talked on the sugary beverage at length.
Answer, Xavier.
Madam Chair, I believe that we have exhausted the questions and answers on the sugary beverage, on...
You need to answer the questions. You run out of answers.
We have, and this government No, but members are asking the same question.
Minister,
again,
that's why I struck question number 3, because that question came before question number 3. But question numbers 1 and 2, the second question he asked was if we're trying to encourage the use of digital solutions for educational purposes in particular, whether or not the new tax would impact that development. And then the first question he asked was tourism and going rafting down Portland and tax avoidance. So both of them as the MP from Portland East.
Madam Speaker, the tax on sugary drink has at its base. Okay. All right, Madam Chair, on the tax on digital.
Microphone.
No.
The tax on digital services.
Members, the mic is not very loud, you know. Oh, the battery is going? Marshall? Marshall?
All right, with regards to the digital services.
Not working. Not working, Minister. It's going and coming. Minister, in the interest of time, would you be so kind as to respond to the question from the mic beside the FS here, so we can just turn it around. Just in the interest of time, it's a little out of the norm. Member Buchanan, I hope you're not turning on your mic for any more. Turn it off until we get to the next segment, please. Member Russell? No. So I'm asking Minister if she would, the mic isn't working, so we're asking Minister to go across and answer from here.
Right, so I think the question had to do with taxes on digital as to whether or not educational products or services will be excluded. As explained earlier, and I think I've said this a few times, this is a revenue measure that we're working with the OECD on to help us to implement. We're looking at the experience of other countries who've done it. If you look at global digital services across the world, it is a significant percentage of global GDP. Jamaica is not at the table. We have to be there. We have given ourselves time until the fourth quarter of the fiscal year to implement this, and during that time we will be looking, listening, just getting the full understanding of the implementation of it, and we'll be educating Jamaicans as to what it is and why it's important to do as the world transitions to more and more digital services. Thank you. So I think the question was about formalization and whether or not persons would seek to avoid being formalized. I would hope that the Member of Parliament would encourage formalization in the constituency. I know that the tourism industry has been working assiduously to ensure that the attractions all across Jamaica are up and ready and in a proper standing for Jamaicans as well as visitors. I know that the tourism industry is active out there to help these smaller attractions to become, to become licensed. There's a purpose for licensing. It tells the tourism sector where you're located, what business you're doing. It gives you access to insurance products, at least the knowledge of them and so on. All across Jamaica, we'd love to see all of these attractions regularized and duly registered and be a part of the tourism product in a formal way. And to all my colleague members of Parliament who have this kind of tourism business in your constituency, it is to be encouraged, and while you're encouraging them to expand, you should be encouraging them to be formalized as well.
Good answers, Minister. Your last question comes from Member Russell.
Thank you, Chairman, Minister, and the team. Thank you for being here. Two questions. The first relates to poverty rates. We know that the rates for rural poverty as well as poverty among children is much higher than the national poverty rate. In doing the revenue measures, was there any assessment of the effect of the measures, revenue measures, on poverty levels, especially?
That was asked already, Member. That was asked already.
No, not an assessment. I'm asking about an assessment of the effect of the revenue measures on poverty rates in rural areas and on children.
Member Russell, Minister answered already. And
no, that wasn't the question.
Listen, please.
That wasn't the question.
The Minister answered already, because the Minister said the document that does the assessment of poverty rate moving forward, she went through a long answer and she actually did so twice. That document that does the assessment of our poverty rates, yes, she she said that assessment has not been done again.
Chairman,
she said that it's done every 2 years.
Yeah, man, I'm aware of the survey of living conditions.
Right, and she said that.
But there's a very different question. The survey of living condition establishes the rates of poverty. My question relates to an assessment of the revenue measures and how they're likely to affect poverty rates. So I'm not asking about current poverty rates. I'm asking about the projections of future rates based on the revenue measures.
But
it's a different thing.
Equally is going to not be an assessment that comes from the minister and the budget. It is equally going to come from.
No,
it is equally going to come
from. But the ministry.
Minister.
Chair, please allow me. No, Chair, could you please let me clarify, because I'm not doing this lightly.
Minister.
The rates of poverty in rural Jamaica are almost double the national rates. So while we welcome the historic low poverty rates, we also need to disaggregate that to make sure there is an equity-based approach to the revenue measures that we're implementing. And that's why I'm asking the question. Because without that analysis, then we're using a one-size-fits-all, which will not address the problem, right, of sustained high poverty rates in rural Jamaica and among children. No, that's one. I have another.
Minister, go ahead.
All right, just to repeat, Madam Chair, the analysis of the prevalence of poverty is done every 2 years. The last one that I see was done in 2023, calculated from the Jamaica Survey of Living Conditions. And it says that the poverty rate has never been lower, or the poverty rate is at a low in Jamaica, whichever way you slice and dice it. In 2023, it decreased to 8.2% from 16.7% in 2021, and it goes through and look at other measures. But that suffice it to say, this government has a robust social protection program.
May I accept the response so far?
Hold on, and to the extent that there are policies that may have a negative impact on different groups, the government is active through its social programs to ensure that there is commensurate benefit to the particular population. So that would be the answer.
Minister, no, may I try asking the question another way? For clarity.
Yes, you.
Minister.
Member Russell.
Minister.
Yes,
looking.
You can try to ask another way, but I'll tell you, this was basically the same response the minister gave before, and she has actually gone even deeper.
I know, but it doesn't answer the question, Chair. That's why the question is, what is the likely effect of these revenue measures on poverty rates for rural Jamaica and for children? Because these are the two categories, the two demographics that have had the highest rates of poverty. And so these two groups.
Member, I was distracted by one of your members. Could you start again, please?
Angela, the question is, and the revenue measures that are announced and that are going to be implemented, does the Ministry of Finance, the minister and team, do you know what effect these measures will have on the two categories, the two demographic groups that have had the highest rates of poverty in the country, and that where poverty rates have come down the slowest, right? Rural Jamaica and children. That is the question.
All right. So again, member, what I want to say to you is that this government has a robust social program in place that through that, if there is going to be an impact, or if there's an impact on those groups that you mentioned, that is where the government would provide the support, the social programs that exist. And I don't know how many different
Minister, thanks for that response.
Okay.
Right?
Member Russell, next question.
All right. So, yeah, I was expecting a targeted approach in the.
The minister has responded.
I'll move to the next question, Chair. The point has been made.
Member Russell.
Yes.
Member Russell. The social programs that are budgeted, that's what the minister is saying, continue to be skewed in its implementation to always those who need it the most. So it is included in your estimates. And how do you budget? She will be back here when needed for first supplementary estimates if the reality is not the same as we initially projected. So this first discussion...
But Chair, that's what I'm asking.
Right,
like, what is the effect? So you then would project based on that, and you'd also have the policy measures in place, right? So it should not be left to chance, which if I take the minister's response, it is left to chance. What I'm asking for is, have you projected, and as such, having done the projections, are you then going to be targeted in your policies to ensure that we get, because historically the rates have not come down as quickly as the national rates, right? Okay, let me move to the next question. The revenue measure related to duty concession on motor vehicles, Minister. Can you tell us the effect this is likely to have if you've done can you tell us the effect this is likely to have on for a concession of for a motor vehicle in the range of about $5 million, what is the likely benefit that will accrue to the individual who has applied for this concession with the new policy measure? Secondly, has there been any conversations with the unions, given that there is the view that this concession was part of negotiations in a negotiated agreement with the union? So those are the two final questions. Thank you.
All right, member, I am reliably informed again that this is not a union agreement, does not form part, and in fact, when the former Minister of Finance was doing the wage restructuring, this particular benefit should have been rolled up into the wages, but for some reason it wasn't rolled up. Should have been removed because of the wage restructuring that brought wages up to a higher level to market. So this should have been removed, but it was left in place. So it should have been removed, but we're not removing it fully. We're just asking those who avail themselves of it to pay the GCT.
Mm-hmm. And the effect on benefits? What is the likely effect on the individual benefit? What is it likely to be now versus before?
All right, so again, during the period that this existed, it was during a period when wages were significantly lower than they are now. This government went through a wage restructuring that significantly improved the wage level of the public sector to market or very close to market. And so this benefit at that time of the wage restructuring should have been removed, but it wasn't. We are asking those who avail themselves of the benefit now to pay GCT. The SCT will remain exempt, and they will additionally pay the 20% import duty. They'll pay the 20% import duty as well as the GCT.
May I just, I had used the example of a $5 million vehicle. What I'm trying to get is a clearer sense of, at an individual level, what does it mean? What is the effect of the changes in this benefit for an individual? That's, I don't know if have you done that calculation?
Right. So member, I am going to ask you to just experiment with your own calculation of 15% GCT. And I think you will come very close to the answer. This is, well, let's just say when you look at the general population of Jamaica, If you're buying a car, if you're an ordinary citizen buying a car, you have to pay the 20% import duty, you have to pay the GCT, and you have to pay the SCT. The ordinary Jamaicans within each of our constituencies, you have to pay that as well. So this is trying to equalize things across the society.
Member Malahoo Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Minister, my questions relate to activities 1042.9 on page 23, activity 1005, page 11, subprogram 23, and activity at 1004.
Member, could you just repeat the page?
All right. Beginning at 2005.
Member Malahoo Ford, before you repeat the question, members, we are going to be working through lunch. So when it's convenient for you to do so, you may slip out a little at a time so that our quorum is maintained, and then return. Member Malahoo Ford, go ahead.
Member, I'm assuming you're referring to page 2005?
5.
Yeah.
Legal services. The activity supports the provision of legal advisory services to the ministry. And note the significant increase between what was approved, the revised amount, and what we're being asked to vote for. Madam Minister, what accounts for that significant increase? And does the Attorney General Chamber still provide legal advisory service to the ministry?
Well, this is to the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. You will note that in this current fiscal year, 25-26, that figure is $42.5 million. And in the new fiscal year, it's $42.9 million. So there's barely an increase there. As you can imagine, the Ministry of Finance has many pieces of legislation across the vast departments and agencies on which it has to work. We have to get legislation through Parliament. We need our legal persons internally. They interact with CPC, LRD, the Attorney General's office to get these bills out. And so I know, at least for the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, there is a great need for legal services.
That takes me to the next question in relation to Program 21, Policy and Regulatory Framework, the activity that supports the operating expenses of the Public Expenditure Policy Coordination Division associated with the development and amendment of legislation, guidelines, and policies.
Could you give the page, please?
11. Governing public financial management. What accounts for the decrease in that sum between the approved, the revised, and what we're being asked to vote on now?
Are you looking at page 20,011?
Yes.
What's the activity?
The approved estimate was just over 718. The revised went down to 622, and it now stands at just over 617 for the development and amendment of legislation, guidelines, and policies governing public financial management.
All right. The years that you're looking at are back years, 2024, 25, 2025, 26. And if you look, well, I can only say that the major change that I see there is in the use of goods and service in those years. if you look back in the past, that's where the significant change has been. It has not been, let's see, yeah, that looks like where the major change has been, member, in the use of goods and service.
Right, next question relates to activity on page 23, printing and publication, activity that supports the cost of printing the Jamaica Gazette and other periodic government publications. The sum remains relatively flat. Minister, are you aware that the system at the government printing office is outdated and in need of major overhaul in order to facilitate timely publications of the laws, whether online or in physical form?
All right, so member, this is, what you're seeing here is just for the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. This is just our printing work that we do. I've heard issues about the general printing office.
Sorry, Minister, this sum is just in relation to the printing of gazettes for the Ministry of Finance?
And whatever documents we print, that's what I'm just saying, this is not for the whole of government, this is just for the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service.
All right, my last two questions relate to the activities supporting the operations of the Public Sector Modernization Division, page 5.
Page 5.
What accounts for the significant decrease between the revised estimates and what we're being asked to vote on? And how does that impact any modernization work to be done?
There's been a shift. No, the modernization efforts are still ongoing in earnest. There's been a shift in where their budget is located in this book, and that has been shifted, I think, looks like. You'd have to go through the blue pages. Let me tell you where to see. There's just a shift of the budget. If you note, the use of goods and service is not there, so that has been shifted to the capital account. Okay, if you look at 20,000 C10, that is where you will find it. 10 to 11, 10 to 11. Right, so this is, remember, this is phase 2 of the program. And I think the phase 2 is just in its startup, right? It's in startup currently.
My last question relates to subprogram 23, Oversight of Public Bodies and Executive Agencies,
23.
page 11. The activity that supports the operating expenses of the Public Enterprise Division, which has responsibility for monitoring the financial operations of public bodies and executive agencies.
Go ahead with the question.
What accounts for the decrease in the budget and whether less or more monitoring is required for the upcoming financial year?
So let's see. Compensation of employees went down, and that is because I am sure positions are vacant, persons might have left the division, but I understand that active recruitment is underway to get the skills needed in that department. If you will note, the other two areas are showing increases.
Member Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what percentage of GDP is salaries and wages currently?
I'm getting the page for you in the... Wages and salaries for 26 for the new fiscal year coming up will be 13.5%.
13.5%. Yes. Can you say what percentage increase did you use in your projection for the salaries for the upcoming financial year?
All right, we are still at the negotiating table. You have to allow us to go through that process. The unions, as you can imagine, you know, they don't want to hear issues about the negotiations in public. So it is not something that I can talk about right now while the wage negotiation is still open and still underway.
So you can't say what percentage you used to do the estimates that are here? No? So what was your last offer?
Again, remember, this is a negotiating process between government and the various unions. Protocol would dictate that you don't go into public and state what your offer is as government or talk about what the unions come to the table asking for. Please allow us to go through that process to get to an agreement, and then we can share what it is if the unions allow us to share that information.
Okay. Your projection for growth for this year is -5%? And 3% for next year, and then 2.7% for the year after, averaging 1.5% over the next 4 years. That's correct?
All right. Sorry, member, while I was searching for the book, I missed your question. Could you repeat those numbers again?
You can just tell me what the numbers are, your projections for growth.
For real growth, real GDP growth, for fiscal year 2026-27, it's negative 0.5%. Then we move into recovery, 27, 28, 3.3%, 2.6%, and then 1%.
So with that, you have an average of roughly 1.5 over the next 4 years.
Okay.
Yes?
And the question, remember we're recovering from a category 5 well, actually 2 back-to-back hurricanes. We're recovering from those. We expect it to ramp up, but it will take time.
So what's your projected increase for wages and salaries over the next 4 years as a percentage of GDP?
So in our policy book, if you take a look at the table, it gives you a sense of wages and salary as a percent of the GDP that we are projecting.
So, Minister, the fact that a percentage is determined by either decreasing your numerator or increasing your denominator here being GDP, the fact that that is projected to grow by 1.5% over the next 4 years suggests that either you're going to have to keep wages and salaries where they are, or you're going to have to decrease, or you're going to have to revise and grow the GDP by a much bigger number, or that percentage, that 13% that it is of GDP now, will balloon over the next couple of years.
Okay. So member, in the projection for the upcoming fiscal year, the percentage may look larger there than normal, and that's because we're carrying arrears and other items in that wage account. I don't know if that answered your question.
As normal, what do you mean by as normal? What you said, the percentage is?
In the 13, which percentage are you looking at?
No, I'm asking what do you expect it to increase to over the same period?
But again, I can read it out to you. In 2025-26, which is this fiscal year in which we are, we're expecting to end at 13.8% of GDP. In fiscal 2026-27, 13.5%. 27-28, 13.2, and levels out at 13%. And that would be as a result primarily of growth in the GDP.
The growth of 1.5% is going to cause this number to trend down over the next 4 years to 13.2.
So as all right, remember this year, fiscal 25-26, that high of 13.8% includes quite a bit of one-off and arrears. There was a lot of catching up that was done across different ministries, across different educational institutions. There's a lot of sorting out to do in terms of some of the back pay and things that were owed to people that we did in 25-26. So that 13.8% is, well, it includes all of those things. So starting out in the new fiscal year, 2026-27, which also includes the arrears from last year because the wage negotiation is not concluded yet. So that's why that looks high. So when you see it level out at the 13%, in the medium term, it's because we have been working hard to make sure that we deal with any arrears, any things that, any items that are owed to unions, you know, because we don't want people to be waiting for what's due to them. And we've, well, certainly we've taken it on to make sure that we clean up and don't have people waiting on funds that they should be getting.
All right, Minister, you say you can't go into the detail, but I'll just assume from that there is no significant increase that is going to go in wages and salaries based on the anemic growth that's projected. In relation to your revenue measures, the government is still proposing to withdraw $11.4 billion from the NHT, correct?
Yes.
Now, this is a measure that was heavily criticized by a previous administration that you're a part of. Now, my issue is in relation to affordable houses, because what in
Mr. Chairman, are we complete with the Ministry of Finance?
Oh, you want me to ask the housing minister that?
To the office of the cabinet and the other
Member.
ministries.
I will ask the housing minister. It's all right.
Member Brownberg.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I stepped out for a moment, and I'm not sure if the minister had answered this question. But the minister made a statement earlier that took me a little bit by surprise in one of the answers that she gave. And so I wanted to seek some clarity around that. It was in response to the question asked by Member Russell around the, what are they? No, man, not the poverty, around the, we call it the concession, around the concession. And Minister, I heard you speaking about what ordinary Jamaicans did, that they paid GCT, they paid duty, and that what you're asking, since this wasn't part of the negotiated arrangement with the workers, that they should now pay in terms of taxes, GCT, and so on. And I was wondering if that was really what you wanted to say at this time, especially since from day one when there was that discussion around increasing salaries, Jamaica knows that many of those who had this as a concession that they look forward to, that they have been at pains to say that this makes a difference for them and that they have been continuing to ask. I'm not asking for the negotiation to be done in public, but I was surprised that those were your words, almost as if, listen, we make up our mind, you know, get it, nobody do nothing, nobody say anything.
And the question is?
The minister just asked me if there was a question there.
If she hasn't
heard a question, I suggest that she doesn't answer.
So, but let me clarify. Let me clarify, member. I think you said this was a negotiated benefit, and I just want to clarify that as far as I'm being told at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, it is not a negotiated benefit.
Can we now take the headings?
Chair, you could put head 20,000, Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. We're going to come to those. Hold on. Yes. No, we're going, there was a question on the others. So.
We take the headings 20,000 to Ministry of Finance and the Public Service as amended. Pages 1 to 25. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Heading 20,000 C, Ministry of Finance and the Public Service Capital as amended, pages 1 to 19. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Heading 20,011, Accountant General Department, pages 1 to 5. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Head 20,012, Jamaica Custom Agency, pages 1 to 8. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Head to 20,017, Public Debt Servicing, Amortization, pages 1 to 6. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Head 20,018, Public Debt Service Interest Payment, pages 1 to 9. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Head 20,019, Pensions, pages 1 to 9. Those in favor? The ayes have it. Those against, sorry. The ayes have it. Head 20,056, Tax Administration, Jamaica, pages 1 to 5. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Head 20,060, Financial Investigations, the Division, pages 1 to 4. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Head 20,061, Revenue Protection Department, pages 1 to 3. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the Minister of Finance and her State Minister will now take head 1,000, head 2,000, and head 16,000. I know the technical support teams are already in the House, so there may just be a little movement around. I know Member Jackson had indicated that he had a question in relation to 1,600. So the members can ask questions on these three heads now. 16,000, sir. And Chair, let us just to formally thank the technical team from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service.
Xavier. Oh, I'm on mic, so we can't trouble you. No, I remember. I asked the last election, they would say, yes, they had the pressure of Robin. He's transferred. Oh, over 3,000 plus margin. We just make them know they're over. Mr. Chairman, I need the protection of the JDF. You know, you used to vote for me. When you were well-behaved, you used to vote for me, you know. He used to be in my constituency and was well-behaved that time. But since him leaving, get out of hand.
Hello there.
Juliet, he used to live in Marine Park. He used to live in Marine Park. That time he used to vote for me. I used to come make demands on me as my voter.
Clive, put work tonight here. I work to one. We go over to that. Put work tonight here.
You too misbehave. You're terrible. Both roads. Both back and front of you. Yes. All the way to the bypass. Yeah, man. No, from the Texarkana station, Brayton, it goes all the way back to the bypass. Calumet, Grace. Yeah. It's not because you never vote for me that I'm trying to penalize you, you know. But you give me a thought. You give me a thought. And they done. And then Panta Pike will cuss me out. But Juliet, the other one too, the one at the front, Bernard Lodge Road, go back to Spanish Town. But that is incidental. They're going to detour from Marine Park section to go around there. So I'm trying to get them to bring it over back to Newland Road. So I'm looking for your support and that of Mayor Mackenzie. Minister Mackenzie, I'm looking for your support so that the minister behind you can drive safely going home. And if it don't happen, it's because you never contributed to her getting home safely. Big shot.
Who are you? Come and sit down. I hope so. PM.
Oh, PM?
Yes, sir.
And cabinet?
But nobody cabinet party number.
I think you are, and you are not going to make good. This is your listening.
Like everything. No, I hope him. I'm sure I hope him.
How are you? Oh, okay. So the mayor be there now? Ready in cabinet now? Cabinet now. I'm gonna have to come in. Cabinet, how are you? I am here, but I don't know. Really? No. Should have never about, you know, and I'm sorry, bridge. But, because I think the Minister of Finance is still here. Yeah? Yeah. So I feel them, yeah? Some get up, once you get up. Oh. So you are the cabinet? And then what? Then you are going to come. Oh, bien. Oh, you're the cabinet now. Come. This is your brief? This is your brief, Minister? Where? After this is your... Yeah. After? Those are all the briefs? Those are all the briefs? Yes. You know? Let me see what you have. The next topic. Let me see what you have. Okay. The next topic. Here you go. I can't open that thing. So you're seeing this brief? Yes, because I was focusing on I think the capsec should be sitting here, and probably I should go. The minister. Since I'm guys, you know, here. Oh God. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to pull up this document and I can't. Who is this? I can't pull up the document. Oh, sorry. I can't pull up the document. No, there's a brief, OPM brief. I wonder if this is the same thing.
So, Chair, we are going to go into the Governor General, the Houses of Parliament, and the Office of the Cabinet. So if there are technical, and the Office of the Prime Minister, and the Office of the Prime Minister. So if there are technical persons here from those entities, can make your way to the middle. I think a number of them are seated now. So this is the Governor General, head number 1000. The head number 2000, which is the Houses of Parliament, head number 16,000, the Office of the Cabinet, and head number 15,000, the Office of the Prime Minister. I come speak to you. It was taken under the Ministry of Finance. Yes, it was. It was. It wasn't?
So you will ask for a recommittal?
It was. All right, we're going to...
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, Minister, there's a point of clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Leader mentioned 1,500. Are we going to have the other two ministers?
15,000.
15,000, sorry. Minister Marks and Minister Wheatley after?
They're traveling.
But they're on for now.
No, so the Minister of Finance will marshal all of those sections. The two ministers are on government business.
So we will raise those questions to her. Okay.
If you have it.
All right.
Minister, you may proceed.
Yeah, all right. Well, let me just provide a rundown of the different entities as listed by the chairman, starting with His Excellency the Governor General and staff. The budget for the new fiscal year is 752.2 million. For the Houses of Parliament, it's 2.568 billion. For the Office of the Public Defender, it's 394.8 million. For the Office of the Auditor General, the budget there is 1.6 billion. For the Office of the Services Commission, and you know that there are 4 services commission there, that budget is 618.6 million. Office of the Children's Advocate has a budget of 596.3 million. The Independent Commission of Investigations has a budget of 1.467 billion. The Integrity Commission has a budget of 1.9 billion. The Independent Fiscal Commission has a budget of 412.4 million. Then we get to the Office of the Prime Minister. The budget there is 67.575 billion. The departments in the Office of the Prime Minister are the Post and Telecommunications Department with a budget of 4.548 billion. NERA, which is the National Identification and Registration Authority, has a budget of 1.5 billion. Office of the Cabinet has a budget of 517.864 million. MIND, which is the Management Institute for National Development, has part of its budget from the Ministry of Finance of 358.946 million, but it also gets a part of its AIA, primarily from fees that are paid. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll open it up to questions.
Member Warmington.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the ED 2000, I think not 2000, the 5,000 officer, the Auditor General. When will the audit report on the Office of the Auditor General be laid in this House? It's a perennial question. I keep on asking it each year. The last time was laid with Minister Clark, the first time since I've been in this House from 1980, come back 2002, and I've been asking all ministers of finance, and for once it was laid by Minister Clark. I was told last year that it would be laid that year, that financial year. We are not going to a new financial year, and I haven't seen it laid in Parliament. I asked the question repeatedly before, who audits the Auditor General? Then it reached the point I asked, when are we going to get that audit report in that department? I see that this year, the department is getting $1.6 billion. And every department or agency or ministry that receives taxpayers' funding is obliged and must be audited, and that report laid in this House. Where or when will we see a current audited financial statement or audit report on that department? Madam Minister?
By April of this year, we are expected to complete that report.
Did you turn my mic off? It come back on now. No, Madam Minister, you said by April this year the audit will be completed. I got almost a similar question last year. The question I asked, when will we see the audited financial statement that is required laid in this House? I got the same answer last year, and I haven't seen it throughout the entire year. I'm asking now, when will we see the audited report?
So, member, I am advised that the audit has been completed, and so it should be presented in the House by April.
Oh, different business now. Thank you.
Member Brown.
Thank you very much.
Year outstanding. There are several years outstanding. For what year? Which are the periods will be? Can you tell me?
I'll get that answer for you before the
thank
session
you.
closes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Member Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be asking some questions around 15,000. I'm a little bit disappointed that both Minister Marks and Minister Wheatley are not here. So I hope that the Minister of Finance herself is fully briefed. All right, I'm going to 15,000 C2 on the issue of the implementation of the NIDS, National Identification System for Economic Growth, NIDS. Can the Minister confirm the duration of the original duration of the project?
All right, member, if you go to 15,000 C2
yes,
and look at item 5, you will see the original duration, February 2018 to February 2024, and then the extensions are there. So it's supposed to end February 2027.
Thank you, Minister. Can you also confirm what was the original budget of NIDS?
It's right on that page as well. If you look at the very first
I think
line
it's on 15,000 C, not the same page.
It's right on 1500 C. That's true. At the top, you will see the budget.
And what is the overall budget, Minister?
1 looks like 1.3. Hold on.
I'm not sure if that is correct. I'm seeing a budget. I don't know if the technocrats can help.
All right, I'll have to get that answer for you. As I'm looking here at the blue book, it only goes.
All right, I'm seeing here, and I don't know if the technocrats behind you can help you, Minister, and that's why I'm a little bit concerned that the Minister's responsibility is not here. I'm seeing an overall on 15,000 C3 total estimated cost for the project needs of 8.825 billion. Can that be confirmed, Minister?
Right, so member, you're correct in terms of the figure that's there, the 8.8 billion Jamaican dollars. And you'll see the split between what was provided by government versus external loan. So that's the correct figure that's there for the initial total estimated cost.
Thank you, Minister. And finally, for 26-27, so we are confirming that the overall budget is 8.8 billion for the NIDS project. And for what is proposed for 26-27 is 1.86 billion. Is that correct, Minister?
Yes, and that's because the project is coming to an end shortly.
All right. So with those figures, would you say that the planned expenditure, Minister, of 1.8 billion for NIDS for this proposed financial year, as shown in 15,000 C2, would see we overrunning the budget by some 600 million Jamaican dollars?
Can you clarify, please?
All right, so if you turn with me to 15,000 C3, the cumulative spend on the NIDS project to date, which was started in 2018 and is continuing with the two extensions that we have outlined. The 15,000 C3 indicates that 7.5 billion has been cumulatively expended so far on the project. You are now proposing, and as you have confirmed on 15,000 C2, that you are proposing, the ministry is proposing an additional 1.8. So if you are to add the 1.8 to that 7.5, I think we would be at 9.3 billion, and the original budget is 8.8. So my question is, would we see us having an overrun on the NIDS budget by some $600 million?
I wouldn't be able to say that because many times with these projects along the way.
But Minister, the numbers are there. I'm asking you to confirm. I ask you to.
No, but hold on. I can't confirm because I'm explaining to you with projects that may, at the end of it, they may have a figure, a sum that's greater than where they started or what they projected to be. But that's not because necessarily of cost to overrun because of anything, but during the process, prices may have changed on the goods and services that they have to procure. This is a massive IT project requiring, lots of people with the requisite skills. It requires implementation across the length and breadth of Jamaica. I know that they've been upgrading post offices to ensure that they can serve as NIDS intake, right, to register. So I wouldn't be able to say that just looking at the numbers right here.
Well, Minister, the numbers are what we have to look on based on what you and the government is presenting to us now. So that's what we are looking on. So as it stands now, we are seeing a projection of an overrun by some $600 million.
All right, but I'm saying to you, I would have to get the details of what it was spent on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. Okay. All right, member, I have greater clarity. The project lead. I said there is no cost overrun. The project that was priced initially, it was priced at 68 million US dollars, and we are not over that. What you are noticing, some of the difference that you're noticing is the difference in the exchange rate, because this was priced in US dollars, but we're reporting on it in Jamaican dollars.
All right. Thank you for that, Minister. The cumulative expenditure, and I'm on 15,000 C3 still, based on the document before us and the estimates, the cumulative expenditure from the external component is 7.5 billion, and we have expended in terms of up to December 25, 7.6. So we have basically received, by and large, all of the external funding. Again, I'm asking, how are we proposing to fund what is proposed for 26-27, based on the fact that the external component is ended, and we are seeing a projected overrun based on the numbers presented before us? Well, if it variation better, a negative
Remember,
yeah.
the original cost of the project is 68 million US dollars. I am reliably informed by the project manager that the project has not exceeded 68 million US dollars.
All right. Thank you for that. As I said, Minister, we are looking on what the numbers say here. In terms of the various extensions that we have had, the project has had 2 extensions. In terms of what is proposed for 26-27 is actually a 3rd extension. Can the Minister advance us what are some of the reasons for the delays that require those extensions?
As a point of correction, member, there's only been 2 extensions. One between February 2024 and February 26,
yes,
2026, and one.
This is the second, yes.
Right, this is the second one, but I thought you said differently.
Yeah.
The reasons for the delays in terms of the timeline has to do with construction, but that part of it, that component of it, is expected to be completed by February 2027. To date, the systems have been completed. People register for their ID, you can sign up, and there's been significant improvement in terms of the government's data center and the IT infrastructure to support this.
All right, so with no additional estimates proposed for 27, 28, 28, 29, Minister, do you believe that this further extension, as you are presenting in 26, 27, will sufficiently allow the government to complete all the unfinished integrations to finally have us going live at the end of this fiscal year? The Minister, wait your turn, Nestor.
So, member, The system is already live, and you can register and get your NIDS ID. It's already live. What's happening in this final year is the push to expand and scale up across Jamaica. So it's live. You can get your national ID.
All right, Desmond. Thank you for that, Minister. In terms of the integration, Minister, in terms of the integration, you're saying that it is already live. The last time I checked, in terms of the use of NIDS to identify and authenticate identity, the process is still in testing with the commercial banks, still in testing with several other critical financial institutions. So going live, yes, somebody can get an ID, but the ultimate purpose of using that document to identify and verify your identity, that has not gone live. So that's what I'm referring to. When will NIDS finally go live?
All right, so I am advised that I should inform you not to confuse the NIDS with the data exchange platform being implemented by the ICT authority, and that data exchange platform is to ensure the interface between the government and the private sector. So that is at work, that is being implemented currently. So, you know, don't conflate that with the NIDS ID and your ability to be able to register and get your NIDS ID. That is already live, and it's being expanded and scaled up across Jamaica.
Thank you for that, Minister. Minister, I don't think I'm conflating or confusing. The purpose of the NIDS ID is to allow a Jamaican to enter into a financial institution and use that document to validate their identity. The financial institution, one of the main purposes, the financial institutions have not yet been integrated into NIDS. So that is the clarity I'm seeking. When can someone turn up at a commercial bank with that NIDS ID and utilize that ID to identify and authenticate their identity?
All right, so remember, there will be there will need to be some building out on the part of the financial institution of what's called the JDXP. They are currently testing this. They have been given the authority, is that what you said? Access. They've been given access to what's called the sandbox in order for them to understand this infrastructure and to be able to integrate it to their own infrastructure. So that's what's happening right now between government and the financial sector in order for them to fully utilize the NIDS ID when somebody shows up with it, because it's not just a matter of looking at an ID and a picture. It goes far, far more than that.
And that's very clear.
To be able to authenticate the person in front of you.
Thank you for that, Minister, because you were earlier indicating as if I was mixing up the things. So they are still in sandbox. And until that is...
the platform,
yes.
no, not the ID, but the platform that will be used, the data exchange platform that will be used by the financial sector and all of government. So that's what's being implemented right now.
All right, thank you. All right, Minister, I want to turn again I'm going to be looking on the issue of the Postal Corporation of Jamaica. Again, the minister is not here, and I'm hoping that you are properly briefed on that. I'm using the public bodies, probably should I allow the Postmaster General to come to join us. All right. All right, can I proceed now, Chairman? Minister?
All right.
So I'm looking at the
Okay,
Jamaica Public Bodies,
okay,
page 22 through to page 26, where the Postal Corporation of Jamaica's estimates are situated. You know, I noticed that the body is operating at a deficit, and it's projected to reduce that deficit come this year. I'm looking at the operating expenses on page 23. Could you, Minister, how many post offices did we currently have prior to Melissa in Jamaica?
238 post offices.
238. Thank you for that. And I saw where Melissa, Minister, would have done significant damages to quite a few. How many do we now have operational since the onset of Hurricane Melissa?
About 218 are operational.
218, so 20 are now out of, 20 are now out of. All right, thank you, Minister Mackenzie. Specifically, Minister, can you tell us of that 20, in terms of how many have had their services relocated? I mean, I saw where, for example, and the member from Eastern Westmoreland, I think, is at lunch, but the residents from Darlington, I'm seeing now journey to Ramble. So can you tell us some of what's happening in terms of those 20 movements and what is happening in terms of the services being delivered there? Roehampton goes to Reading.
All right, so member, Darlington has been restored. Reading has not yet been restored. Reading not relocated. Some of those that are relocated, obviously they're looking to ensure that they come back to the original location where they were. But Darlington has been restored. Reading has not been relocated.
All right, so of the 20 that have been closed, about how many remain in terms of overall operations? You mentioned just Darlington, you mentioned Reading, but walk us through what's happening overall, if you can get the effect. Because I'm looking at the services, the distance, and the inconvenience. Allow us to ask it. Allow us to ask the question. All right, there's
The distress being faced by the public demands a greater investment.
No, plus they're saying they're going to earn millions from this.
Yes,
all right. Minister, I know that one is caused a little issue. In terms of the damages, Minister, I'm looking on page 25 of the document, and I see a provision for repair and maintenance. Can you state an overall estimate of the damages caused by Melissa to the infrastructure in terms of the buildings?
Okay, member, I am informed that the number that you're looking at for repairs and maintenance is truly not adequate.
Okay.
There's a greater need for more than what is written in the book here.
So there's a greater need for more, but you don't have a specific figure to advise us as to what the overall damage is. You don't, Minister?
So, member, I know we have a lot of post offices across Jamaica. Many of them are going to be outlets for the NIDS ID, and so they will see some renovation to them. I don't know the numbers. The others have suffered, some of them have suffered damage, significant in some cases, forcing them to be relocated. But I know that the Postal Corporation of Jamaica is working to ensure that communities are not inconvenienced. And in fact, I'm told that communities are being served, but they're being served from different locations. But there is a recognition that more needs to be done on repairs and maintenance across the post offices.
Thank you for that, Minister. So in light of that and your admission that more needs to be done, I've been searching to see if there's any capital expenditure proposed, particularly as it relates to those that would have been closed down and locked down. So I'm searching and I'm not finding any. So there's none, Minister.
It would be under repairs and maintenance, because that's a recurring.
And you're saying that figure is, you're admitting that is wholly.
So the figure that's in the budget book is what has been allocated. Below that, they do have some capital expenditure for furniture and fixtures, computer equipment and software, and other. But the repairs and maintenance is as indicated in the budget book.
Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Two quick questions. Minister, first on... Oh, sorry.
The floor was given to Member Jackson because Member Brown would have asked an amount of question. No, I am just giving other persons a chance to ask a question and then come back to Member Brown.
We're not in a hurry.
So you don't want it?
You making answer line quick.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, just allow me to answer a question that was posed by a member. I've just got the information. And this relates to the audits of the Auditor General. The 2023-24 audit was already tabled.
I'm not hearing the minister, sorry.
The 2023-2024 audit was already tabled, and the 2024-25 is underway. The appropriations accounts for Auditor General's department, which were tabled, go all the way back to 2018-19, 2019-20, 2020-21, 2021-22, 22-23, 23-24, and the Auditor General is currently doing the 24-25 audit, the appropriations account for the Auditor General's department. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I don't know. That question was, that answer was for me. I'm not sure.
No,
All
sorry,
right.
no, not for you. Sorry, I was just giving the answer to a question that was asked earlier on.
Oh,
I just
okay.
got the information.
Okay. All right. So I'm wrapping up. So there's no. You admitted that there is no provision. The repairs and maintenance on page 23 is wholly inadequate. There's no capital budget. Minister, with the absence of a capital budget and the entity running at a deficit, the entity is projecting and up to 20 post offices are now out of operation. I'm seeing an increase in commercial services revenue to 276 from 232. What is the basis for that, based on the realities of reduced facilities in terms of the operations of the Postal Corporation of Jamaica?
So, member, the Postal Corporation of Jamaica has indicated that for the 2026-27, the increase in their commercial revenues is as a result of recovery of revenues from the fall-off they experienced during 2025-26 due to the impact of Melissa. And also, they're indicating that there are measures in those numbers to drive increase in mail delivery services.
All right. Finally, Minister, there is no capital budget, and you admitted that there is less than ought to have been allocation for repairs and maintenance. We have about 20, based on your numbers, post offices out of operation. What is the reopening schedule that you can share to those the affected Jamaicans as it relates to their post offices and the operations going forward? Is there a reopening schedule that you have that can be outlined? Because surely there is not the intention to remove that service from those citizens. So is there a reopening schedule that can be shared for those operations that are not functioning at the moment?
Okay, member?
Yes.
I'm told that the other post office will be opened on, the other post offices will be opened on a phased basis. That's one thing. And then the second thing is that with regards to spending for the post offices here on the Postal Corporation, that there is 140 million in the budget of PTD to help with these capital spending.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Member Jackson.
Yeah, thank you. Two quick questions. Minister, on page 3002, the public defender, just glancing on the recurrent expenses, and I see some decline. Normally the recurrence for inflation and so on, you see them either holding steady or decreasing. Executive direction and administration, there's a decline. For 26-27, I saw in 25-26, it was 207 million. It was revised up in the supplementary, but it came back down. Could you just explain what caused those changes there, Minister? In fact, I see it remaining flat if you exclude the revision in late 25-26. Page 3002.
All right, member, in the numbers for the current financial year, 2025-26 versus the 2026-27,
yes.
In this 2025-26 year, there's some one-offs for relocation, for refurbishing, public education, and so on, that will not be repeated in the new fiscal year.
Following year. Okay, fine, fine. The other one I have is on 12,322 activity. The National Security Policy Administration is covered here. There's a $51 million for the year.
Sorry, can you repeat the page?
16,004.
All right.
Just for clarification and probably more information, Minister, the National Security Policy, my understanding is that the National Security Advisor Office, which is housed in the Cabinet Office, it resides there. So correct me if I'm wrong. My question is, since the previous Commissioner of Police demitted that position of National Security Advisor, there has not been any being appointed to my knowledge. So I'm just curious in terms of what the compensation provisions are for, and if there is anyone in place who is driving that activity at that section I made mention of. The budget is there, but I don't know about its execution.
I understand that someone was acting in the post, but they went away on a one-year scholarship, and so there is activity around filling that post. So I would imagine that in short order, someone will occupy that post.
Well, you said the person went on leave and somebody was or
the person was
is acting?
The person was seconded from another agency.
Sorry, the person was seconded out of the office?
The person was seconded from another agency to act in the office.
There.
Right.
Okay. Any idea how long that acting is to go for?
But they, the person...
No, people act for a specified period.
Right, but the person who was acting went off
Sorry, Minister, I can't hear the answer. There's a lot of noise on the other side.
The person who was acting was seconded from another part of government. That person has decided to go off on a one-year scholarship, and there will be a recruitment drive to fill that position.
Madam Minister, my reason for asking, these are very important functions. And yes, personnel will move from time to time for various reasons. When someone is seconded from an officer to an office, it's for some specified period. Now it might change, but at least at some point in time, the information must be there. There's no mystery about that. So my question is simply for the secondment exercise, what is the duration? And that I asked the question to get a sense of the continuity of the office and its function.
The office is continuing, and as said earlier on, they are looking for someone to fill that position.
Oh, so the recruitment is now going on to fill the position of National Security Advisor.
Right, which is what, as was stated earlier on.
I just want to be clear. That was the extent of my question on that, madam. Thank you, Minister.
Member Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reference page 23 of the public bodies, and I look at the income statement, whereas salary paid is in the range of 73%, despite having a net loss for a consecutive fiscal period. So my question to the minister is, could you explain how efficient that department is being run to ratchet up 3 consecutive fiscal year of deficit, and your salary seems to be growing? In addition to that, your services seems to be declining in terms of cost.
All right. The history is the staff was expanded to increase the services. However, when they went through the compensation review, salaries increased. That caused them to be running at a deficit. So the focus is on expanding the services in order to be able to deliver better revenues.
The member is asking that to speak up somewhat because he's not hearing the answer.
Right. So member, the staff was expanded to increase the services. However, they went through the compensation restructuring exercise, and that caused an increase in the compensation. They are reviewing their service, the different services that they offer in order to expand those. And on page 22 You'll see some of the services they offer. They'd like to strengthen their zip mail, new business day delivery service to increase capital investment. They want to focus on marketing initiatives, enhance their network connectivity, improve customer service support. A number of items listed here that they will be working on to address the revenue side of the equation.
Minister, on the revenue side, there is no provision for any other income in 2025-2026. What would have precipitated that, since there was significant amount of revenue in 24-25?
As soon as I get the answer, I will let you know.
Okay.
Because that happened back in
Okay.
fiscal 2024-25.
So I will ask another question. Your net loss in your foreign exchange, how would that impact your interest income? In other words, are you trading in US dollars denomination, or do we trade in local denomination?
The trade is in local Jamaican dollars.
So what would have influenced the foreign exchange loss?
I'm checking their balance sheet to see if they have some US dollar investments. Okay, it was a gain in that year from US dollar investment. Remember, it was a gain from US dollars investment.
While I await the answer about the other income, the other expenses, Minister, in 24-25 was significant, and a steady decline in 25-26 and slight appreciation in 26-27. What constitute other expenses, and what would have caused that approximately 60% decline in 25-26 and slight appreciation in 26-27?
All right. Remember, other expenses came from non-core. Are you sorry? Remember, were you referring to other well, no, it's other expenses, right,
Yes.
member? Other
Yes.
expenses, yeah.
Minister, I'm really zooming in on the net operating loss and the reduction in 25-26 when compared to 24-25. That's almost a 60%.
Right.
Variance.
Well, remember, if you look at the fact that their total income went up, then that explains why that net loss went down.
No, that's not the question I asked, Minister. Let me rephrase. Other expenses in fiscal year 24-25 was 34.19. When you look at your estimate for 25-26, it was revised down to 12.64. Notwithstanding that, you still end up with a deficit of 90.65.
All right. So, member, a deficit is as a result of your expenses being greater than your revenues. And if you look at fiscal year 2025-26, you will see that revenues declined. And it was in that year that we had the Category 5 hurricane. So that explains why revenues decline. And you're right, approximately 30 post offices were impacted. Whereas on the operating expense side, those expenses are sticky, as you know, as a businessman, that you can't necessarily move your expenses in line with a decline in your revenues, and hence the increase in the loss that the entity experienced in fiscal year 2025-26. But as you can see, they're projected to recover. Total income is projected to recover to 300.55 million from 257.89. That will allow them to even reduce further the deficit that they have. With regards to the other expenses, your question as to why other expenses went from 34 million to 12.6 million, 13 million. It's as a result of cost containment, and you can see if your revenues decline as much as it did in 2025-26, wise business people may take some action where they can to reduce expenses.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that the questions were adequately answered, but I'll yield my time.
They were perfectly answered.
Member Miller Bennett.
Minister, I'm still at page 23. Earlier, you mentioned the projected income to recover is about 40 million. What are the measures to close, to adequately address this $40 million that's in revenue? What are the measures?
Member, if you look at page 22, right beside that, you will see a summary of the operational plan through program of strategic interventions, including the adoption of new technologies, modern work methods and revised operating strategies, the Post Corp will continue its efforts to modernize the postal service and deliver increased value to businesses, organizations, and individuals. These initiatives are aimed at preserving the relevance, efficiency, affordability, flexibility, and overall attractiveness of the postal system with an evolving technological environment, within an evolving technological environment. And so for the upcoming fiscal year, Post Corp will focus on the following key priorities. They will conduct ICT case study to identify modernization opportunities. They will strengthen their zip mail next business day delivery service. They will engage in marketing initiatives. They'll ensure that their network connectivity is improved. They will improve customer service support. All of that, all of those things that I'm listing is to enable them to deliver the services, but also to deliver it in, in a way that they can generate less losses and they can get to a profit bottom line.
Yes, Minister. I also noticed the upgrade of the tracking system and conducting a needs assessment for the National Digital Addressing System. I'm assuming that these come at a cost, but I'm not seeing where that is captured. So probably you can point me to the line item. And I'm new, so I'm asking these questions. I'm new to the budget process, so I'm asking these questions.
Yes, very new, very new. Yes. Very good. No, you don't get it.
But they're not capturing. No, me new, so that's why I ask.
Member, I understand that the tracking system, upgrade of the tracking system to enhance system architecture and expand usability, that's an internal system that they already have, that they would be working on to expand, and so there's not necessarily a significant increase in spending to do that.
The needs assessment also will be an internal process and does not come at a cost?
So remember as well, member, that the National ID is working through our different post offices to renovate and to put in systems to increase and improve customer service and so on. And some of these locations will benefit from the efforts of scaling up our national ID efforts.
Very well. You're also increasing marketing initiatives and increase capital investment. I'm not seeing where it's captured here in this budget. Enough fair budget may I talk about. Where we in a fair budget
Member, the entity is not expecting for there to be a separate line item cost for that because it's the same staff that you will be using for some of these improved service delivery initiatives.
Minister, I'm so guided to where would it be captured in the budget? In your budget, Minister? That capital expenditure.
That captures what, I'm sorry?
Where in the budget would that be captured? I'm so guided.
I'm sorry, what exactly?
The investment in capital for the post Corporation? Or is it that it's not captured in this period?
All right, remember, if you turn the page to page 24 and you look at item 6, capital account, and go down, you will see expenditure. That's where it's captured.
Very well, Minister.
Member Hilton.
Minister, I have been, I'm not surprised at the number of questions coming in this area, because what we have, I've not seen a asset and liability part of the statement. Because I think if you were to say what the assets of this entity is, this entity has significant asset in holdings.
Look at page 25,
in
member.
In land holdings.
Oh, sorry, not 25.
20.
Hold on.
Where?
Look at page 26. You'll see a balance sheet there.
At the current assets.
And remember that we're talking about, which one is this?
Yep, but Minister, to the point I was making, could the Minister say how much of the assets, meaning where the post offices are located, the postal agencies are located, and most of them are in the most strategic of locations, either in the rural parts or in towns. How much of that is owned by the entity or the government? How much of those physical assets, land and buildings, are owned by the government? How much of the physical assets of land holdings, particularly the post offices and postal agencies, are owned by the government, broadly speaking? But let me say this, I want to suggest that it's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. The point I'm making, Minister, is this. The areas of revenue that is being targeted by the entity are especially the area where it is very competitive for last mile delivery in the courier services, very competitive area. And the question is this agency equipped to compete in this area where the revenues, there are opportunities for revenues, but the agency is under-resourced and cannot compete in that very competitive space? Is the model the correct model for sustaining the revenue of the agency, of the entity?
No.
That question needs to be asked and answered, because it's a very competitive end of logistics, the last mile delivery.
He was asking how many of them you own. Government owns.
Yeah. Can the entity compete? It's a very competitive space that you're seeking to earn the revenues to be sustainable.
Member, I'm told that there have been at least 2 postal sector reviews that have been done to help inform the way forward. These are being reviewed to help them to position themselves better in this very competitive part of the sector, as you so rightly identified.
Okay, I await that, and I think the committee should ask that this entity come before the Economy and Production Committee and to produce that report, because it's very important that we don't throw good money after bad.
The chairman. Page.
Can we now take the headings? Oh. Member Russell.
Yeah, just one question for the Minister, Chairman. On 15,000C, page 5, 15,000C, page 5, there are 4 projects related to the JSIF under the Strategic National Development Initiatives. And all of these, except one, I think, comes to an end after this year. Given JSIF's role, what's the strategic role, and what's the strategic role of JSIF in the recovery? And are there any additional allocations which will be made, or funding arrangements which will be made to either expand the services, the projects that are listed here, or develop new ones to help with the recovery recovery that is required post-Melissa? How is JSIF pivoting to support that recovery is the question.
Member, could you say what page you're looking at?
15,000C, 5. The Strategic National Development Initiatives, that's 24.
Member, for the Ready 2 program, there is 1.4 billion designated for improvements in the agricultural sector and rural development. Additionally, for electrification, meaning where JSIF would help persons in different communities with their house wiring and provide for them the prepaid meter and the subsidy for the 6 months. There's $400 million for that.
But the question, Minister, is that all of these expire, with the exception of Ready, all the other programs come to an end this year. So the question is around the strategic thinking of JSIF's role post this financial cycle, this financial year.
All right, so remember the Ready 2 will end May of 2027, but already there are conversations, negotiations for a new grant, and that will be expected early in the new fiscal year. And that grant, the amount of that would be about $1 billion.
Thanks,
Member Shaw. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Minister, I'd like to, under the Jamaica Public Bodies, on page 25, could you point me to the rental of properties? I know of a fact that there are some properties that are rented for post offices. I have not seen the expenses in this area. So could you point me to that? And why I ask this question, because I have a vested interest. 2 of my post offices, one in License, another in Spring Garden, those are moved to Morant Bay because there are issues with rental.
So member, the Postal Corporation of Jamaica is reporting that they are not aware of issues with rental. So if you know of an issue,
no, Minister,
you could slip.
Minister, no. Minister, she would need, the member Shaw would need to identify where she's seen
Right.
the
So,
rental
Madam
figure.
Chairman, that's what I was
And then
asking
having
her
seen the rental figure.
Hold on.
Right.
Hold on, Madam
she has
Chairman.
found the rental?
I
She found
asked
it?
the minister, I didn't know that there were 5 or 6 ministers of finance in this room.
Other persons
I need
answering her.
So member,
No, you all can't answer her. Minister. Minister. Minister, the member, you found the rental figures? You found the sheet? Members, government members, allow the opposition member. Minister, did the member find where the rental fees are in the book? No, I heard the member said she didn't see for hers. So I'm asking her to at least guide in terms of where first, so she have an appreciation for where it is picked up, and then she can delve.
I have not seen. Where can I find it? The vote for the rental properties.
Because it says others, are you to understand that
What I notice here, I have seen others.
All right, member.
So I need clarity on this matter.
All right. So member, we will page 4. Okay.
Member Shaw, you have any additional questions outside of the post office rental?
This is the only question I have at this time.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Yeah.
No. While Minister is getting the answer, I will be moving to the next question. Thank you, Member. Member Malahoo Ford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question relates to activity 10279, page 1506. The activity supports the independent appraisal.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Could you just give me a minute to finish to provide the answer to the member?
While you're looking for that, she needs to make them. So, Minister.
All right. So I wanted to point her to the page in the estimates of expenditure where she would find the rental. And that's on page 15039-2. There's rental of property and machinery. That's there. Item 23. So again, page 15039-2. And also, I'm told that there is a post office in License that the owner has indicated that they want the post office to vacate that property because they want it for development. The post office is in the process of doing that. They are reporting that they do not owe any outstanding rental. But you're not listening. There's a property in License St. Thomas on which a post office is located. What has been reported to me is that the owner of the land has given notice and would like the post office to vacate because the owner wants to develop the land. And there are no issues with rentals, whatever, on that location.
Members, let us take a question from Member Malahoo Fort now. Member Malahoo Fort.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question relates to activity 10.279, Administration of Internal Audit. The activity supports the independent appraisal of the financial management and operational system within the Office of the Prime Minister, Office of the Cabinet, and Ministry of Tourism to improve and add value to the Ministry's operations and ensure strong internal controls and efficient, effective use of resources.
Member, what page are you on, member?
1506.
806. 1500. 15,006. All right. Member, please ask your question again.
Question has to do with the ministries that are covered by this activity and whether each ministry has its own administration of internal audit.
Member, I am pleased to report that this is a ministry that operates shared services, which is something that we would like to propagate across the government, but they are a pioneer in a ministry in this regard. So it's not spread across all of their ministries under the Office of the Prime Minister. They operate with shared services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Huh?
Member Nita Garvey.
Thank you. You forgot my name?
Oh, you know.
It's an indictment on you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is regarding the program which I loved so much and was hoping that by this point in time, I would have had my entire constituency properly electrified. So the rural electrification program started by the great Michael Joshua Manley. Hail a man, hail a man. Became, and by the time I came, I would like to have an opportunity to ask my question. Member from Denham Town? Yeah. When I came to office in 2007, we were already about somewhere over 80 or 85% of the country being fully electrified, right? Then by 2016, I thought we were somewhere in the region of about 89, 90%, right? Or 90, 95%. Now, that went to NESOL, a failed entity, which just shut down with all of the projects that were in train. Minister, I must give you your props here, so. Because the last time that we were ever able to identify a sum allocated to a constituency was when you had a brief stint in that ministry. I must let you know. And that the project that you had identified then, when you allocated, I think it was $3 million to each constituency, certainly those of us in the rural areas, only finish this year. The project finished this year. And that project has still not been electrified because we're told JPS has too many other things to do, right? So been waiting all these years. Now, I am trying to find out, especially for the new members of parliament, now that the program has moved to the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, outside of writing to JSIF, because writing to JSIF means just sending in a letter indicating all the areas which need the service. What is the process to determine when these communities will be served? What is who determines the priorities? What is in the budget for this year for this project so that we can have an idea of what to tell those who sent us here as to when they're going to get extension of pole lines and wiring of their houses?
Notice how much leeway you got, member? All right. No, because I was going to call you the name before.
What's the process? What's the process?
The process is that they apply either to the member, the person applies to the member of parliament.
So, Minister, in short, the wonderful member.
All right, member.
Want the rural electrification.
Electrification is close to my
direction.
heart, even though I don't have a rural constituency, but I do have persons in the constituency who should be regularized. Not just Tidixton, but in the constituency, St. Andrew Eastern. The budget for electrification is $400 million, and you asked what is the process. I understand that persons can apply to the MP, the Ministry of Science, or to JSIF to get it done. Correction on that number, it's 331, not 400 million.
Follow-up question from Gordon.
John. Minister, don't you think, through you to the JSIF, that it would be fair and just to allocate to each constituency and a figure which they can now budget and plan around and be able to have discussions with their community groups, and we can anticipate action? We're now living in just hope and prayer that maybe somebody will bless me. I don't want that. You know, people elected us and we want to come here knowing that we can put our pots on fire for next year. You know, some I get and some not get. You know, all animals created equal, but some were equal than others. We want a system that will allow all of us to be able to reasonably plan and forecast on behalf of the people we serve.
You're going to do it per household, across yeah. Okay. All right. Good news. JSIF will be able to do not the money allocation, but the number of households. So they can give each MP a certain number of households. Yeah, of households. Yes, a letter would come to you to say that you can select X number of households. You have a room for this financial year, Omar? Omar, this financial year you'll be writing those, that means the next financial year you'll be writing, yeah.
Yes, for this financial year.
This one, oh, the new one. Member, yes, it will be in the upcoming financial year. The upcoming financial year.
Members, I know.
Hello, member from you.
Minister, I know
This
put head.
upcoming financial year.
I know
It will
put
happen
head
this upcoming financial
0300.
year.
Minister. I now put head 0100, 0200, 0300, 0500, not 500 at all. I now put 1000, His Excellency the Governor General and Staff, 2000, Houses of Parliament, 3000, Office of the Public Defender, 5000, Office of the Auditor General, 6000, Office of the Services Commission, 7000, Office of the Children's Advocate, 8000, Independent Commission of Investigations, 9000, Integrity Commission, that's it. Head 10,000, Independent Fiscal Commission, 15,000, Office of the Prime Minister, 15,000 C, Office of the Prime Minister, Capital Budget. What about this one? Head 15039, Post and Telecommunications Department. Member Crawford, you were here before, you know the procedure. Head 15,063, National Identification and Registration Authority. Head 16,000, Office of the Cabinet as amended. Head 16,049, Management Institute for National Development. Head 17,000, no, that's it. I think, no, and this was done before. Those are the heads, members, and all the attendant pages under each head. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Who wants to ask a question outside? Who wants to go?
What do you have to say? Yeah, we have to say. Oh, yes. Okay.
Well, Chair, we will now take the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development and its various departments, and that will be led by Minister Robert Montague and Minister Robert Morgan.
Minister Williams. Minister Williams.
can't manage it. You can. But who take up in plug? No. No, side. Yeah, man, pace it up front, man. Pace it up front. Give me a squeeze. You ready? You ready? What me MP? Me? Remember the goat they need land, you know? Huh? The goat they need land. In the middle? Why? What you answer? No, he's also a minister. I am just playing support today. Miss Scarlett is here. You can't ask the question, you know? Scarlett, have your team. Miss Scarlett. And he may have to ask the question. Tony, I ask you. I'm a minister. I report to Bobby. Bobby, I'm his junior minister. How are you, minister? Eh? I am his minister of state. Bobby is my senior minister. Yes. Bobby is my senior minister. Eh? Floyd. Bobby is my senior minister. You didn't know that? Hello. Anybody ask next? What question you ask next time? Let them know. I'm your road. Let them know. Of course. Why not? I want to pass on my picnic here at the time.
All right, members, let's quiet down. Let's make welcome the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development and its departments, Head 19,000. Minister Montague and team, you may proceed.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, honorable members of the House, accompanying us today from the Ministry of Economic Growth. Accompanying me today from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development is Minister Robert Morgan, our Permanent Secretary Arlene Williams, and the heads of the different departments and agencies. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, formerly the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, embodies a cohesive portfolio areas of works, ports, economic development, housing, urban renewal, land, national planning are reflective of the government of Jamaica's medium-term strategic priorities. The ministry has undergone a name change, which has seen the portfolio area of water, environment, and climate change being assigned to a new ministry. Notwithstanding this, the strategic focus of the ministry remains the same, and members are asked to note that with Jamaica's strong job creation gains and expanding capital program, the ministry has been renamed to sharpen its focus on sustained economic expansion and national resilience. There will be a renewed emphasis on land titling and settlements, empowering Jamaicans to become more productive and aiding in their contribution to economic growth. There is absolutely no doubt that a modern road infrastructure contributes to economic growth and development, and as such, the shared prosperity through accelerated improvement to our road network, SPARK, will be advanced in the upcoming financial year, and every member of this House has and will participate in that program. Will participate in that program. Honorable members, Hurricanes Beryl and Melissa while presenting a challenge to our operations, have also presented opportunities for building back stronger. Of note are the commendable efforts by the Ministry to utilize its capital budget, and we are on track, Madam Chair, to fully spending the capital allocations by the end of this financial year. Additionally, most of the 400 roads were cleared by the National Land Agencies within 5 days after being blocked, and ports reopened in record times. Oh, works agents. Land is on my mind. An allocation of $2.6 billion was received in the third supplementary estimates to treat with housing-related needs in response to Hurricane Melissa. Some of these funds were reallocated by a cabinet decision due to shipping, timing, and procurement logistics, and to address other needs such as document recovery, expanding the social housing program, and addressing other housing issues, accelerated land titling, repairs to government building, among other items. Affordable housing will continue to be a focus in the upcoming financial year through the new social housing program, which will receive an initial allocation of $760 million. Honorable members, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development is a key implementer of capital projects. In the upcoming financial year, $21.8 billion is allocated under the budget head 1900C. While at first blush, this is a 19% decrease when compared to the 2025-26 revised estimates of $27.2 billion. Members are being asked to note that as projects currently undergoing the public investment appraisal process are approved, the Ministry will be requesting budgetary support in 2026-27 accordingly. For the 26-27 financial year, there are 11 capital projects thus far, which are as follows: Electronic Land Titling, Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project, the Montego Bay Perimeter Road, the Montego Bay Waterfront Protection Project, Boosting Innovation, Growth and Entrepreneurship Ecosystems, Conserving Biodiversity and Reducing Land Degradation Using an Integrated Approach Project, the Troy Bridge, construction of the Portmore Resilience Park, establishment of the United Nations House, the Shared Prosperity through Accelerated Improvement to our Road Network SPARK, and the dualization of the Brayton Road and Hellshire Main Road from Nagozet Texaco Gas Station to East Mid Street. Honorable members, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development comprises major public bodies that implement programs to boost our economic growth. The 2026-27 fiscal estimates for these self-financing bodies, as presented on page 27 through to 91 of the Public Bodies Expenditure and Revenue, includes the Development Bank of Jamaica, the Factories Corporation of Jamaica, the Housing Agency of Jamaica, Port Authority of Jamaica and its subsidiaries, the National Road Operating and Construction Company Limited, and the Urban Development Corporation and its subsidiaries. I assure this Honorable House that our ministry will utilize the allocated funds in the most effective and economical manner. Furthermore, we anticipate seeking additional budgetary support from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service as we implement our programs and sub-programs with efficiency. We work for the benefit of all Jamaicans and Jamaica itself. Thank you. So, Madam Chair, I now ask you to put the pages.
Members and?
Yes. Let me welcome the Minister and his staff, entire team that is here. Minister, can you say exactly the amount of Spark program that is completed so far?
I'm going to ask the Minister with direct responsibility to get into that for you.
10 minutes? You mean the next 2 hours?
Thank you. So far we have started 163 roads and we have paved 180. Now, I want to add a caveat, 80, sorry. I want to add a caveat to pave the 180. To pave
Put up the mic, put up the mic.
I want to add a caveat to the 80 being paved. So, being paved does not always mean the total completion of the road. The road is totally complete when the consultant does a final inspection of the road and hands it over to the government. And even after that, the contractor is still obligated for 1 year for any acts or omissions that may cause damage to the road.
No. I still don't answer the question.
We've paved 80 roads.
Out of?
Out of 163.
Okay. No, that's what I'm saying, that you don't. How many completed so far?
So we have paved 63, which are finished for all intents and purposes, but 80 have been paved.
Okay.
63.
Are totally complete
Okay.
based on our analysis.
I want to ask another question. When we start Spark?
I think we signed the contract in and around December of 2024,
Okay.
but for all intents and purposes, work really began in March 2025.
And your target for this, up to this financial year, the end of the financial year was 40%.
We're supposed to do 40%.
And you're 19%.
No, we're about 21%.
No, you're 19% to your document.
We're 21%.
Your document is saying 19.
The document was done a couple of weeks ago.
19%.
I mean, 1-2% is not
okay,
a big
but
deal.
if you're at 21 out of 40%,
right,
you're behind schedule.
Of course we're behind schedule. We had a Category 5 hurricane.
No.
What do you mean no? What do you mean no?
Before.
Even before.
No.
Even before.
Even before.
All
You're
right, so
behind.
if you'll allow me, member. So we started Spark. We signed the contract in around December of 2024. The contractor mobilized over time, and he was able to start the first road, which was in your colleague's constituency, Everest Drive, in East Kingston and Port Royal. That road is complete, by the way. We are happy with the progress of it based on everything that has taken place, and let me explain why I'm happy with the progress. A lot of the roads that we're doing, we never had any designs or maps for them. So the initial assessment of the roads that we started doing was based on an observation of what the road is. When the designers came and they saw that, for example, on Everest Drive, when we started Everest Drive, we did not calculate that we would need a pipeline on Everest Drive. When we started our excavation, we realized that the pipe on Everest Drive had to be replaced because it was an old pipe that probably had asbestos in it. Not only that, but when we started excavating,
Poor planning.
I don't know if you would call it poor planning.
Poor planning.
I mean, it's better planning than you did when you were a minister.
No, poor planning.
Much better planning.
No, poor planning. Because
80 roads in 1 year is not poor planning.
but at least, Minister.
So if you'll allow me to finish what I'm saying before your subjective statement. When we were doing Everest Drive, we also realized that several sections of the hillside was unstable, and we had to add retaining walls to the program on Everest Drive in order to protect the house of persons who were there. The fact of the matter is you will never fully know what is taking place until the consultant goes in and starts doing the excavation, the design and the analysis and the soil testing, which is why that is an important component of the Spark program.
So you started at what cost for that road?
It's about 75 million.
And you end that? And you end that?
It's about 100 now.
And you don't, and it's not completed?
It is finished. I told you it was complete.
Okay. All right. You start last year with $8 billion on the Spark.
That's correct.
And it was reduced to 5.7?
That's correct.
And this year, as the minister, senior minister said, we are going to move up. Your budget this year is 4.5.
So the reality of it is that when we realized in consultation with the Ministry of Finance, we would not have been able to spend all the money that we did. So the budget was reduced, and we are actually on target to spend what we have. We are starting several components this year, including the main road component, and we have had consultations with the Ministry of Finance that where the need arises for more resources to complete what has been started, as it is indeed a contract, the resources will be provided.
So you are moving from the parochial road to the main road?
We're adding the main roads. So the parochial roads will be doing parochial roads and main roads at the same time.
Okay, your Spark is supposed to be completed in 2028?
Yes, but there's also a 1-year defects liability period that is also a part of it.
And you're at 21% to what you're saying now?
Correct.
Or you're expecting in the next 2 years to complete up to 100%?
Yes, I am expecting it.
How?
How am I expecting it? Because what we're noticing is that as the contractor, because let me give you an example. There was a shortage of equipment. The contractor imported 100 pieces of equipment, which has significantly aided the contractor in starting more roads and completing roads quicker. So now that the contractor has actually become at pace and reached scale, he's able to finish more roads quicker than he was, let's say, 6 months ago.
Yeah, but at the same time, is that you could move much faster if we engage our local contractors as part of it.
Local contractors are a part of the program.
No, but the rates.
The government of Jamaica has a contract with the enterprise contractor, not with local contractors. So local contractors and the enterprise contractor will form their own private arrangements. The government of Jamaica cannot interfere in a contract between private parties.
But who prepared the contract?
What?
Who prepared the contract for the main contractors?
That contract is long prepared and gone. Members and...
Chairman, I want to ask the question.
Madam Chairperson.
You can't tell me what to ask.
Mr. Azan, let me explain to you how it works. The government of Jamaica had an international tender with
Minister, in responding to that question, please make it very clear as it relates to that contract and which fiscal period it falls under, because the member cannot tell me that he cannot ask a question that does not relate to this fiscal year at all.
No.
So it's latitude.
That's not the point he was making. His point was who negotiated.
You know, Chairman, I think you should just listen. I'm asking the minister a question, not you.
And that is not a contract from when that you're asking about. I listen to your question.
No. I think you're
She's preempting it.
No, you can't tell me what to ask.
Go ahead, Richard.
All right.
Yeah. Minister, I'm
yes.
saying...
What was your question?
It is so unfair what you're saying that we don't engage the local contractors.
So, remember, there's a thing in contract law called privity of contract. An entity that is not a party to a contract cannot interfere in a contract. The contract is between the government of Jamaica and China Harbour Engineering. It would be illegal and a breach of contract and a breach of the law of contract for the government to go to China Harbour and say...
It's poor negotiation, yes?
In the first place.
How is it poor negotiation?
In the first place.
So you are better at negotiating than the public sector workers who do this procurement. That's what you're saying.
It is your government.
It's your government.
It's your government.
It was the
It is your
public
government.
sector workers who negotiated the
It
contract,
is your
not me.
government. You sign it off. It's cabinet sign it off. So I'm asking you, if you're at 21% now, how
Right.
you're expecting in the next 3
And
years?
I'm saying to you that the contractor is at scale, and as time goes by, the contractor increases the pace at which it's completing the roads, and he will finish his roads during the contract.
Okay, Minister, will you agree that with the China Harbor contract, most of our Jamaican workers are reduced to flagsmen and flagswomen?
I don't have any data of that. Do you have that data?
Yes.
What is the data?
Majority.
When you go on the projects, it is the Chinese who working, and our
You're
workers are
asking-
flagsmen
I
and flagswomen.
challenge you, member.
Has he done an audit
You
as is
would
his
need to.
responsibility?
You would
Does
need
he
to
care enough
present
to do
that
an audit?
evidence. You cannot come to Parliament
care enough to do
and
an
this
audit
committee with
to protect
hearsay,
the workers?
without facts or without evidence. You're making a statement based on what is not correct.
You have an audit of the persons who work?
No, but you are the one who is making the accusation. You need to provide the
Well,
evidence.
well,
You is
no,
alleged
but
must
you are
prove.
defending.
Minister,
Mr. Azan, if you're gonna...
Minister,
Madam,
budget.
Madam, let me just answer this one statement. If you are going to accuse persons of
Ask him
an
then how
offense,
many. Ask him
you
then
need to
how
provide the
many.
evidence. You're the one
Ask
making the
him-
accusation,
ask
and
him
what
how
does that
many.
have to do with the budget that we're
Ask him
discussing?
what is the
What does
What
that
the
have
ratio?
to do with the budget that you're
What is the ratio of Jamaican workers?
Madam Chair, the question that is
You
being
don't-
asked.
I'm fully aware.
No,
I'm
Madam
fully
Chair.
aware, Minister.
The question that is asked is what is the ratio of Jamaicans to overseas? I will undertake to provide the honourable member with that information
Right.
as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you.
See experience there, Nesta.
Do we have the list of Spark Road to be?
Yeah, but
Huh?
he just politically put it away. But it's okay.
No, it come in.
It's fine.
Do you have the list?
It's not just numbers.
Do you have the list of Spark Road to be done this financial year?
So the
Exactly. The poor negotiation.
But this
We
is not
are-
this is not where we have that discourse.
Yes, we have the list
It's
of
not where
spark
we have
roads to
that
be done.
discourse. He's
Okay.
asking more questions.
Minister, what was the damage last hurricane? Melissa. The damage, the value.
To the road. To the
Was
road.
that the spark roads or to
No,
all roads?
national roads. Rate? I didn't ask about rate.
Ask about rate.
I didn't ask
The
about
damage
rate.
was about
Go back
$35
downstairs.
billion.
Yes.
Focus
The damage.
I answered you already.
No, I don't hear.
I said it's about $35 billion.
35 billion? How much have been allocated to do the repairs so far?
What do you mean?
How much money?
Money have been allocated to repair
So
of the
far,
35.
we have allocated $5 billion for various stages of the repair process.
Okay. Okay.
Million?
45 billion, you said. 35 billion and you have 5 billion to do repairs. Yeah. So we have short 30.
And how is that 5 billion?
I don't know if that's a fair comment. I mean, there
Yeah.
are.
You have
different-
35 damage, you
If
get
you'd allow
5.
me, I would love for you to allow me to answer. So, the repairs of roads take different stages.
Yeah.
So, for example, we have to clear, then we have to assess, then we have to design, and then we have to build. So, we will not be able to repair all the roads.
No, I'm
as
not
they
saying
are
that.
damaged.
No, I
We're
never
talking
asked
about planning and allocation.
I'm just asking what is the allocation?
I am saying to you, $5 billion was allocated
Yes,
for
and
repairs
I'm
of
just
roads
asking
during
what
this
is the next
period.
plan for the other 30? Because our roads are in terrible condition.
The government will make allocations over time to repair the roads.
Okay. Minister, I want to ask the over the last financial year, could you say the amount the government collect for gas tax?
I have no idea. I'm not the Minister of Finance. I'm sorry. That was a different ministry.
But the road maintenance, the gas tax is for road maintenance.
So
what portion of it?
I am not aware of that.
No.
The chairman.
Commissioner.
Richard, don't listen
No.
to him. Don't talk. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him.
Commissioner Warmington. Commissioner.
It's because it's warming. It's because it's warming.
Minister.
Madam Chair, the minister is available to answer questions if the members just allow him.
19,000.
Anyways.
Okay, Minister. Could you
Member,
say how many bridges were damaged in the hurricane?
Member Azan.
No, finish.
Three bridges were damaged during the hurricane.
Three. Okay.
Member Azan, I'll speak a little louder in the mic. I heard your last question in terms of road repair.
He answered.
No, I'm not hearing you now.
No, I'm asking about bridge and he answered. Okay.
No, I heard that question. I'm not hearing you now because of the noise. So.
Okay, Minister, there was a contract signed about a year or two about some bridge programs across, and you announced about a number of bridges across that will be constructed.
I'm unaware of that contract, sir.
Could you say exactly where
I am unaware of a contract that was signed as you describe it. I am.
He says he's not aware of the contract.
Members,
I
have sat here and I've heard the minister needing to repeat responses, not even twice but thrice because of the noise.
The commissioner.
And even questions need to be repeated. In the interest of your own time, it would be good to be quiet and allow members to ask their questions and the ministers to respond.
Minister, out of the 5 billion that was allocated, of the 35, how much of it been used to repair road and patch?
How much of it will be used to repair roads and patch?
Yes.
For which fiscal year?
I'm asking you. You said that 5 billion out of the 35.
But I'm trying to ask you. We're discussing the budget for 26-27.
So no, that's why.
So I'm trying to ask you, that 5 billion is not in this budget.
So when it.
Are you asking the question or him?
So where you pull it from and game? Why you mention it?
Because he asked for it.
Ask you about the damage.
I'm trying to understand what you're asking. Is your question related
Minister,
to this budget?
hold on a moment, please. Minister, I think in order to get us under some semblance of control, because I was also of the view that you were speaking about $5 billion in this budget, and that's why I said to Member Azan that you should not ask certain questions, because it literally confuses the House when you refer to periods that are not in this budget book. So what happened is, if you're asking a question, Member Azan, and the period covers several budget periods, having heard 35 billion over a period, talk about the portion for this year, this fiscal, and what will happen in this fiscal.
I was coming to that.
Too much long talking you like.
I was coming to that.
Member Azan,
okay.
Minister, please assist Member Azan. So Member Azan, find where you are coming from and ask for the line item in terms of the amount that is budgeted for this year, how the budgeted figure for this year breaks down in terms of patching work and repair work and bridge work and every work you'd like to ask about.
Okay. Okay, Minister.
Yes, sir.
Of the 987 million in this financial year.
Of the what?
987 for improvement of main roads.
Right.
But you mentioned before that it was 35.
987, that would not be the correct number, member.
The upcoming financial year is 987.
The maintenance of secondary roads is about a little bit over $5 billion, which I think that is the area that you're seeking to question me about.
Yes.
So what would you like to know about that?
Of that amount, how much of that will be used to repair the hurricane damaged roads?
All right, so I want you to allow me to explain something to you, just for the benefit of the public, because you and I probably know it already. So when the hurricane took place, the government made a decision that we had to urgently intervene immediately to provide access, especially to areas that were damaged, areas of St. James, Hanover, you know the areas. So what we did is we had emergency allocation to provide access and build back some of the roads. As time goes by, under various other programs such as NARA, such as our recurrent expenditure and so on, we will allocate more money. For this year's budget, we are going to be looking at some of the most damaged roads and the rehabilitation of them. I cannot say to you that out of the $5 billion, I'm going to allocate 50% or 40%, because that's going to be based on the assessment of what is needed on those roads. Because we still, to be honest with you, have 11 roads that need to be rebuilt, that we're still in the phase of assessing to see how are we going to rebuild them. Are we going to create alternate routes because they are no longer able to properly accommodate traffic, or are we going to try to fix what has been damaged? So I couldn't tell you out of the $5 billion I'm going to spend X amount on Hurricane Melissa damaged roads. And as a matter of fact, it's not just the west that got damaged from Melissa. There are many other parishes outside of the west that got damaged. So there are a lot of constituencies outside of those that would demand assistance for roads, sir.
Okay. All right, I will leave the other members to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Thank you very much. He's my neighbor, you know, though sometimes he doesn't behave that way.
Member Vaz. Member Vaz.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Quickly, Minister. Minister, tell me when you can hear me. When they are finished with talking over there.
I'm listening.
All right, Minister, just taking up from where member from Northwest Clarendon left off with the SPARK program. I just want to ask a question to put into context the SPARK. What is the total number of roads listed across Jamaica, and what is the kilometer associated with that total? And then tell me what is the total amount of roads associated with its SPARK and the amount of kilometers now which would be associated with the SPARK program.
He doesn't actually. This is not the coach, he's a student.
All right. So we have about 26,000 kilometers of roads across the island. We do not assess the number of roads, we assess the amount of kilometers.
All right, so 26,000 kilometers.
Thereabout.
And for SPARK, we're doing how many?
We are going to be doing about 630 roads.
No, you said kilometers.
You say you know the road.
You say you don't know roads, so you say kilometers.
Okay. Look here.
So there are about 630 roads that we're going to be doing, which are community roads. and about 63 main roads. The reason why the number is 27,000 and not divided into individual roads is that a lot of the roads in Jamaica are not under the governance of NWA. Some of them are private roads, some of them are orphan roads. But as part of our evolution into a proper road management system, the what's the name of the geospatial unit? The National Spatial Unit was sent out to map road distance. But when we did the Spark program, we did a consultation where people chose individual roads. And those are the roads that we're repairing now.
So to answer the question, Minister, you're saying overall there are about 26 kilometers of road. That is overall, not NWA alone.
26,000 kilometers of road.
But for Spark, we are doing 250 kilometers of road. That's
no, I said we're doing 630 roads.
But in kilometers, that is
but
250.
The Spark program was not defined by per kilometer.
No, man, understood. But in the book it says we will rehabilitate in 250 kilos based on the physical target. So I'm just clarifying if that's the correct information.
Let's say we're doing about 1,200 kilometers of Spark roads.
1,200?
Yes.
So why would the physical target suggest 250? At 19,000 C18, it is saying physical targets initially,
250
rehabilitation of 250 kilometers of road pavement. So is that an incorrect statement in the budget?
I'm trying to find what you're talking about.
19,000 C18 in the capital budget. Physical targets. Number 7. Yes. So is that an incorrect statement?
That would probably be for the fiscal year, but
no, man, this is the overall physical targets.
Well, that would not be correct.
All right, why couldn't it be for the fiscal years? Because in the same, at number 6, is stating the total amount allocated for Spark, which is 45 billion.
That could not be correct.
So the 250 is incorrect?
Yes, that is incorrect.
But the document is incorrect?
Okay. So the real figure should have been what? Let me just add it.
Overall, we're doing 1,200 kilometers of Spark road.
1,200 kilometers. Okay. And you said no for the difference between parochial and main roads. You said 630 parochial and 63 main roads roughly will be the total.
That's correct. That's
all right, Minister.
You can't ask.
All right, just to add on to that question, could you tell us the average per constituency that 690 plus roads represent?
So
is it an equal allocation?
The Spark program is not predicated on per kilometer in terms. The Spark program.
We passed that already, Minister.
The Spark program is predicated on the roads suggested in the consultation, where each constituency got 10 roads.
Each 10.
Right.
So the answer is 10 per constituency, Minister.
So there are 10 roads per constituency.
That's all I'm asking, Minister. Okay. All right, Minister, another follow-up question. Based on how I know the system operates, you would have instructed roads to commence. How many roads would you have instructed persons to commence, and what you think would have been a reasonable allocation to complete such?
So we are expecting, we have started 163 roads, which is what we have instructed to commence. And your second question was?
No, I saw an article saying it's instructed 401. So is that incorrect?
No, we're saying by a particular time we will. That's not what we have done.
All right, for the so you have instructed them to commence 120?
63.
163. And what do you think would have been a reasonable allocation to complete this 163?
That's hard to define as it transcends financial years. So I would have to go and look for that information to give to you.
All right, Minister. Asked in the context, I realized that last financial year, it would have been budgeted that 20 billion would have been spent this year and 14 next year to complete. I notice now there's only 4.5 that is really allocated this year. So knowing that is only 4.5 billion allocated for this financial year, what is the reasonable expectation with regards to the amount of roads we can complete in this period?
I didn't hear that one. Can you repeat that question for me, please?
Minister, you need me to repeat that question?
Yes, yes. Repeat that one. I never heard it. Sounded too brilliant.
Minister, I'm saying that last time we had predicted to allocate 20 billion for this financial year and 14 next year to complete. Only 4.5 billion is allocated this year. So what is the reasonable expectation of the amount of roads that we can actually complete based on what you're starting in this financial year?
I did say at the beginning that we expect that the contract will be completed, and we have a discussion to the Ministry of Finance where the Ministry of Finance has committed to provide the additional resources to complete the project.
So you're still expecting to complete in the duration that was originally there?
We're expected to complete it within contract, yes.
Okay, I ask that again because I noticed in the budget it is spread out to 2030 with allocations of 4.5 this year. I think next year the allocation is 8, then 12, then 8. So since it has now stretched out to 2030, is it that we are still expecting to complete within the original duration? And why, if that's the case, we have it spread out to 2030?
So
we want anything you know.
So
complete question. Is your purple tie look like you got married?
Yes, Minister.
You ready?
I've been ready. Yeah.
So that probably is a projection. What we do know is that we have a binding contract that has a start date and an end date. And the government is obligated and committed to providing the resources. What I'm saying to you is that based on the budget trends,
yes,
and if you can look at the mobile perimeter road as one example, capital funds can be moved from place to place throughout the financial year. So as the Spark program accelerates, the projections that are in the book may not hold true. It may mean that the Ministry of Finance, which they have expressed a willingness to do, will transfer funds as they have done before, which is why we are now at 100% of our capital spending in this ministry. They will give us the funds to complete the program.
So this budget was a joke. This is a ramping
well, Minister, last question on that. Since we have moved from the 20 to 4.5 for this fiscal year, what estimated fiscal impact you think it would happen based on this reduction in capital investment in this financial year?
I must apologize, my colleague. I cannot comment on fiscal impact. That's a matter for the Ministry of Finance.
Okay, Minister. Can you turn to 19,009 in the recurrent bridge rehabilitation and maintenance? Just a question.
Repeat that for me. What was your question?
Capital 19,000.
19,009, activity 10,625 on a bridge rehabilitation and maintenance. Just a couple of questions.
19,009.
Yeah, and a recurrent.
Oh, recurrent?
Yes.
19,000 is capital.
No, it's
When was the 19,000? Going back to the recurrent budget.
Okay, you may go ahead.
Minister, the figure for the allocation for bridge rehabilitation notice is 240, and it states that there's an allocation in that for 133 to complete the Craig Mill Bridge. So that would leave a remainder of So that would leave a remainder of 127.
Mm-hmm.
Is it reasonable to assume that 127 billion would be an average amount to rehabilitate one particular bridge?
No. So this fund that you see here, part of it is for Craig Mill, as you see.
Yes.
There's some for Spring Village, which is in St. Catherine.
Oh.
And there is some for maintenance of other bridges across the island.
Okay, I was asking because of the number of bridges across Jamaica that are in a deplorable condition, including some that would have been affected in Hurricane Melissa.
There's a different program for that.
Yeah, I heard you mention earlier that there are only 3 that were damaged in the hurricane. So just for clarification, if you could list those, because I know in my constituency alone there are 2, and we have submitted those. But based on the damages assessed, what is the allocation now that you have in place for that particular program to repair those bridges, not only those damaged in Hurricane Melissa, but those that were long-standing from before?
So the National Works Agency would have about 800 bridges that is in our custody.
Yes.
Annually, we assess about 10% of our bridges. We have a program called the Accelerated Bridge Program, which for this year is going to look at fixing approximately 47 bridges across the island, a large portion of which are in the disaster area. These bridges would have been assessed from before the hurricane. The damage to the 3 bridges during the hurricane were assessed as bridges that were damaged and require intervention.
Okay.
We would not have put out minor damage as damage that require intervention.
Okay. Well, I didn't ask about minor damage. Everything we speak of would be major, like the ones you spoke about.
We have 3 bridges that were damaged in Melissa that received major damage that require intervention.
All right, last question, Minister. 19,002. I'm going to refer to 19,002 and 19,000 C1. When they head in road construction and repairs. So for 19,002, I noticed that the approved estimates would have had 11 billion. The revised would have had 16. But now the estimates for 26-27 would be down by half, 50% from the revised to 8 billion. And in the capital budget on 19,000 C1, it would have gone down by about 20%. So I'm asking, with the deteriorating road conditions that we have had before Melissa and complicated by Melissa, how do you justify the figure being reduced by such a significant amount for road construction and repairs?
Well, I did say already that the Ministry of Finance does make allocations throughout the year during supplementary estimate as the need arises. And
so why wouldn't it be in the original? Since we already know the situation, why wouldn't we have budgeted it for it from now instead of waiting on the supplementary to the stuff like that?
I note your comment, and I'll definitely ask the Ministry of Finance why they didn't do it immediately rather than do it over time.
Why are you throwing anti-favor under the bus?
All right, thank you, Minister. No further questions.
I've turned on the mic, but I'm not seeing a mic on. So who's turned on? No, one should be red. One should be red. Member Miller. On mean red.
Minister, I'm looking at page 19047.5. That speaks to land tenure. That is 19,047.5. Could the minister indicate how the projected allocation for 2026-27 budget to improve land tenure will tangibly address the long-standing insecurity faced by residents, particularly since Hurricane Melissa?
47.3. Member, the specific question, I just want to be sure I have you clearly. You want to know what plans we have to address land tenure, especially after Hurricane Melissa?
The 5%, you have a 5% to improve land tenure by 5% while facilitating optimal use of government-owned lands by 2022. And my question, Minister, how this projected allocation in the budget to improve land tenure will tangibly address the long-standing insecurity faced by residents? Is this enough, given what has happened since Melissa?
Member, thank you very much for your question and also for the support that you are giving in terms that we know that a budget in Jamaica in these times will never be enough. But the challenges that we have and face, this is the best budget that we could present to the country, a very credible budget. And I do understand that right across Jamaica, not only in Hanover, we have persons who would want to have their land tenure issues settled immediately. But I assure you that this government takes the matter extremely important, and that is why there's a special carve-out in the ministry where a minister has overall view of land titling and settlements. And I must assure you that the national land agencies will be stepping up the programs of public education first to say what are the services we offer under the agency. There are two major services, the ad hoc registration and the systematic registration. We do have a program to inform Jamaicans, and we have seen a take-up, especially on the ad hoc, but I must also tell you that the systematic over the last 4 years tend to produce at least twice as much as the ad hoc system, so there's still a lot of room for improvement. And the ad hoc system allows citizens to come to the National Land Agency and to share some of the costs in producing a title, while under the systematic system, it is the government that bears the full responsibility, and that caveat is then lodged on the title, and over time, the citizen will pay what is owed. So I do understand, because even my constituency does suffer from some of the issues you have raised.
Approximately how many households then this 5% captures?
About 5,000 members.
Will priority be given to the hurricane areas, hurricane-affected areas?
Yes, yes indeed, yes indeed.
And whether there will be an accelerated program for that?
Yes, because I believe there is. Yes, and I know that the 5 parishes in Western Jamaica will be given priority, and even under, as I had mentioned in my opening statement, that we had to do some reallocation, and the target was mainly for the 5 parishes.
I'm happy to hear that, Minister, and the people down in Hanover who has put me here in the fire, in the heat, is happy to hear that. And I'm here in the kitchen, and I will report to them from the kitchen where it's hot, that they will benefit from this program.
And Madam Member, I hear your passion, and I do share it and appreciate it.
Very well, sir.
You have 10 that I can readily identify. If your mics are not up, it's hard to recognize your intent. So the suggestion is that we attempt to split the questions. So let's complete like either the road questions first with one minister, and then we do all the other questions if you're okay. So I know you want to go back to roads. I suspect we have most of the questions will be on road. No, it wasn't 10. Oh, more went on. More went on. Like, member Nita Garvey always go on once I count the numbers.
14 including over 2. Who is up next?
Who is up? I guess there are no questions.
Who next?
some members were suggesting as much, so I'm putting it out to the membership to see if you want to just do all the road questions and then you do the rest. But persons may have questions for both, so I'm going to continue in the way that we have been doing so far. All right? If your mic is not up, I will not know. It came on and off. And I feel like we just skipped Portland East because by the time you pull it up, it's gone. No, he lost his space.
Thank you.
Oh, it was New York?
Thank you,
your
Chair.
mic?
Yes.
No, it's okay.
His mic just came on. He was on, man.
Thank you, Chair. So the first question, just on the road maintenance aspect of the budget. Minister, is there any allocation for the Northern Coastal Highway, which has some significant compromises along the way?
So yes, there is allocation for it, basic maintenance. There are interventions to take place in that side of the island under the Spark program, but I suspect you're referring to the northeast section of it.
Correct.
That is going to be under some general maintenance through the National Works Agency.
Thank you, Minister. The Spark program, I know it lists 10 roads per constituency. In constituencies such as mine, where residents would have gone on the Spark site and seen 10 roads listed, but the budgetary allocation only covering, say, 4 roads. Do you have any projection in terms of what kind of interventions can be done for those additional 6 roads that are listed but may not be repaired before 2030, roads like Esher to Highgate, for example?
So the entity continues to do work on roads, and we are going to also have a Spark 2, as we have committed to. So some of the roads that are not going to be able to be done under Spark would be done under general maintenance and rehabilitation, and others will be done under Spark 2.
Thanks. So for the senior minister, who is the minister in economic growth?
Yes.
Who is the minister in economic growth with the responsibility for environment and climate matters?
There is none, because that is not a subject area under the ministry.
So to whom does the National Environment and Planning Agency in its role as administrator for the NRCA Act report? Who has policy oversight?
With regards to policy oversight for NEPA, that is within the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development. But there is the Ministry of Water, Climate Change and Environment.
So I have some questions relating to NEPA. The fines, the increase in fines for environmental violations that was approved by Cabinet last year, will it be implemented in the new fiscal year?
They have been implemented, member.
They have been. In terms of housing, Minister, there are a number of developments that the ministry would have inherited from different legacy projects. Is there any plan for example, the HAJ to intervene where there are infrastructure deficiencies in those housing developments in the coming fiscal year?
Yes, indeed, member.
So communities such as Frontier Phase 2, can they expect some intervention to complete their water and road projects, which are long overdue?
At this point in time, I am not able to tell you when a start-up date, but I can invite you, as we intend to do, members of parliament for consultation as we move to implementation.
Thanks. And will you be able to share just with the House
I
a
most
list of
certainly will
projects
share
that
with
will
those,
be...
because, for example, member, earlier this week we had a consultation with a number of your colleagues because the National Land Agency has proposed some action, and we felt it to be prudent to invite the members of parliament and have a consultation with them. And we will continue that program.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member
I have a few questions for the two ministers. Let me start with the Sunday Gully, which is a pain point for residents of East Central St. Andrew. In discussion with the CEO of NWA, he told me that he would want to spend $20 billion, but he was only allocated $2 billion. Can the minister confirm whether or not that is so? If it is so, what would inform the areas of the gully that you would commence repairs on?
I don't think I understand that question. I'm not hearing that question properly at all, Member Gordon.
Okay, let me repeat. The Sandy Gully is really a sore point for the resident of my constituency, especially in the Kasha Park area. In discussion with the Chief Executive Officer of the NWA, he informed that his own survey would require $20 billion for
That's
repairs.
hearsay.
So I'm asking,
Mr.
Let me finish the question, Minister. Let me finish the question.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. She did that at her own risk. In a discussion, I was told that he would love to spend $20 billion, but he was allocated $2 billion. I'm therefore asking the minister to confirm whether or not that allocation is so. If yes, what would inform where the work commences?
So, thank you very much, Member. You and I have both had conversations, and we both recognize the importance of intervening in the Sandy Gully. The Sandy Gully is not just the Sandy Gully, it's also its tributaries. And we have a plan to do massive works in the Sandy Gully over time. Immediately, though, we're going to be spending approximately $1.3 billion at various sections, including the Kasha Park area, to do emergency repairs in the Sandy Gully. And over time, we'll be allocating more funds to do more repairs throughout the gully network.
So, Minister, for clarity, that $1.3 billion allocation will be done within the Kasha Park section of the gully?
Not only the Kasha Park, but various sections. So the engineers would have identified areas of greatest vulnerability or damage, and they would have directed us, and they would have directed or asked us as policymakers to make an allocation so that they can, based on their professional analysis, intervene in the areas that are most critical and damaged.
Okay. Question for Minister Montague as it relates to the Ricketts Crescent housing development. The Prime Minister broke ground 7 years ago, and we're still in the embryonic stages of the development. I looked through the allocation, and I'm not seeing anything in this fiscal year for completion of that Ricketts Crescent housing development.
It is Ricketts Crescent?
Yes, it is Ricketts.
That is in your constituency?
Yes. Yes. But it's housing.
Member, allow me some time to research that and get back to you.
All right. Perhaps if I use the nickname, you will be familiar with it.
No, member, if you will allow the member to ask, because it could be an NHT scheme, so allow us to do some research and carry back accurate information.
Okay.
You have any more questions, Member Gordon?
Reasonable. Let me continue.
Member Gordon, how many questions you have there?
Beg your pardon?
How many questions you have there left?
A few to go.
About how many?
No, there are four. maximum.
Okay. After you will be Member Buchanan and then Member Crawford.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My apologies. It's Member Malahoo Fort, then Member Buchanan, then Member Crawford.
Yes. As it relates to land titling, Minister Montague, the residents of Rome in East Central St. Andrew would love to know when they will have titles in their hands.
Again, member, are you sure this is a Ministry of Housing scheme?
No.
It is not?
No, it's not.
Okay, well, what we will do is consult with you and the NLA so that a suitable meeting can be arranged and they could offer you and your constituents guidance in accessing the services of the National Land Agency to acquire titles for the people of Rome.
So does your portfolio covers housing agency?
Yes.
Okay. So a similar question about those residents who live on Mandela Terrace.
Yes, indeed, Mandela Terrace is an old Operation Pride scheme which falls under the Housing Agency of Jamaica. And we will, remember I give you an undertaking that I'm going to ask the Housing Agency to consult with you. And because as you will appreciate, each scheme, each individual lot of land will have different issues. And we want to work out what is best for the people at Mandela Crescent.
Okay, so my penultimate question is that as it relates to road rehabilitation. There are over 4,000 roads in Kingston and St. Andrew. East Central is oftentimes used as conduit to get from minor roads to major roads and vice versa. And the roads are in bad condition, especially those that are used by the taxi and the minibus operators. Is there anything in the current budget, fiscal year budget, to rehabilitate some of those roads which are not on the Spark program?
So most of the roads in your constituency are under the control and responsibility of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. The National Works Agency is responsible for main roads, and we do try our best to intervene on the main roads as much as we can wherever we identify challenges.
Right, but let's take, for example, Kencut. The traffic in the evening during Kencut has caused gridlock and disruption for the residents. So I'm wondering if there could be collaboration between the NWA and the municipal corporation to do some work in that particular area.
So most of the roads in the Kencut area are municipal roads. Central Road, Osborne Road, Grove Road. We do from time to time, members, you would know, as the National Works Agency, because we realize the deficit that has occurred, intervene. But we have to ensure that the main thoroughfare where a majority of persons traverse are priority. But we do intervene sometimes in these parochial roads, and we will continue to do so. So I pray for your patience in that regard.
Okay. On the whole question of urban renewal, I have scoped the budget, and I have not seen any significant allocation for a planning, which would be central to any urban development.
Member, I again thank you for pointing out that matter. As you know, that planning, as you are aware, as a former chairman of the Building and Planning Committee at the municipality, that planning is very important with regards to urban renewal.
Madam Chair, on a point of order.
And yes,
Madam
there
Chair, on a
is an
point of order.
allocation, but we, like
Madam
you
Chair,
understand.
on a point of order. Madam Chair, the minister is misleading the country. I was never ever the chair of that. So I would love for him to withdraw that statement.
Well, Madam Chair, I will withdraw the privilege and the honor that I was bestowing upon the judge,
No,
and
not
it's the
the privilege.
accolades, and apologize unreservedly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good.
But Madam Chair, the minister stated in his opening salvo that urban renewal is a part of his portfolio. And the point I am bringing across that in any consideration, urban renewal will carry a lot of planning. It includes waterways, infrastructure, housing. And I'm a little bit shocked that the minister is now saying that it is not under his portfolio. Planning, if you have urban renewal, planning must be a substantial part of any rollout. So if planning is not with urban renewal, then direct me where?
Member, we have in our portfolio, as we said earlier, and when I was commending you, that urban renewal is here, and we do recognize and agree with you that planning is a very important part of anything, whether urban renewal or even road construction, as Member Azan will assure you. So yes, we agree with you that planning is important, and yes, we agree with you even further to say that we need more funds to deal with the planning. But as you're aware, Member, that the country is facing certain challenges at this time, and while we wish to have everything done at once, it is just not possible. And therefore, we are doing the best, and we will, as the ministry has done in the past, work along with the members of parliament in dealing with issues of urban renewal.
Finally, Chairman, 19,002, item 14, physical planning and development. What is allocated as against what is approved and what is revised? I predicate my question about the planning on that. It is just inadequate. And I'm wondering when it was revised, if there was consultation across with Master Builders Association, the Quantity Surveyors Association, and the Physical Planning Association, because it was revised down.
You're saying it was revised down, Member?
Yes. Look at what was approved as against what is revised.
Okay. But Member, as I said earlier, the figure is 941 million, 941 million, moving up from 699.1. This year it is more than it has ever been, going back to 2024, 2025.
But it ought to be because of Melissa.
So, Minister, Member, what exactly is the issue that you would want us to help you to resolve?
The issue is planning, for me, is a central part of any redevelopment. And you have revised the planning allocation downwards.
Member, regardless, let us agree that we both agree that planning is important. And let us agree that we do face certain challenges as a government. If we do, this government believes that if we must collect the maximum amount of revenue so that we can spend that revenue back on the communities and on the people. We do not believe that we must spend what we do not have.
You just misplaced.
And that is why the minister this morning was very careful in explaining to some of your colleagues the importance and sought their support with the sugary tax. And we are happy that they agreed with the Honorable. And therefore what we are saying is that we also have the national spatial unit that is working to develop a national plan for the country to last 30 years. So let us agree that planning is very important and essential.
My final question, as it relates to the Factories Corporation, given the fact that Melissa passes our shores and there is a uptick in demand for our local produce, will the Factories Corporation adjust their rental figure to allow manufacturers more space to increase manufacturing so our export can be beefed up to reduce our trade deficit?
Member, I am being informed that the Factories Corporation do have a policy which has been triggered to grant up to 30% as a concessionary rate, especially in emergencies and national challenges as which we are going through now. And I am also very pleased to inform you that this morning, 8 entities signed leases, long-term leases and contracts with the Factories Corporation to occupy the Morant Bay Urban Center. So thank you very much, Mr. Member Gordon.
Thank you. Thank you too, Minister.
Mr. Buchanan.
Gordon, that is a beautifully new record. Member Malahoo Fort, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you can appreciate, as members of this honorable House, we all come under pressure about roads. So my questions relate to subprogram 20, Land Development and Administration Support, Activity 10-600, Repairs to Roads, Activity 10-614, River Training, Activity 10-625, Bridge Rehabilitation and Maintenance, Activity 10-643, Cleaning of Gullies, Activity 10-647, Maintenance of Secondary Roads, Activity 10-774, Construction, Renovation, and Improvement, and also in relation to the National Land Agency, the National Works Agency, the National Road Operating and Construction Company Limited.
Can you, member, give us the page that you're on for each question that
1908,
you have?
beginning.
For each question that you have, please.
1908, beginning.
Okay, I'm at 1908.
8-9. Minister, following on the question that was asked by the member for Westmoreland Central, where you indicated in answer to one of his questions that we have 630 parochial roads and 63 main roads. What is the state of the register of roads that has been promised, and which activity in the budget supports the completion of that work for the register of roads?
Just a clarity, member. I said that we plan to repair 630 municipal roads under the Spark program and 63 main roads under the Spark program. As it relates to your specific question, Cabinet would have approved the policy framework for the One Road Authority under which the road register would come. I want to advise as well that we are already in process through the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development to create the website that will present the public face of the National Road Register, and that will be completed by the latest July.
Thank you, Minister. You have answered one of the sub-part questions, which, in relation to the river training on 1908, how many rivers are to be trained in the financial year, and how much of the sums to be voted, the just over $66 million, how much of this will be allocated towards the Montego River in? For the sum that is to be voted, how many rivers or what length of river would be trained within this financial year?
So we will be doing major works on 3 rivers this year, which is what this budget will accommodate.
And among the 3 is the Montego River one of them?
That is being dealt with under a different program.
Okay. May I ask which program, Minister?
So the challenges with Montego River predicated a detailed engineering assessment to be done. That assessment is taking place currently. It would not be under this item in the budget because the assessment has not been completed, but as soon as it's completed, the entity will make the necessary allocation to execute the works on that river.
Still not sure. All right, moving on to activity 10.643, the cleaning of gullies. Similarly,
yes.
Minister,
which page are you?
Over on to 9,
okay.
1909, activity 10.643, cleaning of gullies. It says this activity supports the implementation of preventative measures to minimize damage due to flooding and by keeping water channels clear from blockage. The sum to be voted on, just under 203 million. How is that sum arrived at, and how many gullies do we anticipate it will clean to achieve the goal of the preventative, as a preventative measure to minimize damage?
Repeat that last part of your question, member.
Trying to understand, Minister, the sum to be voted on, 202,902 million. How many gullies are to be cleaned by that sum, and what is the method by which the sum is arrived at? Meaning, is it a per, how is it measured?
But remember, the National Works Agency has a myriad of programs that deal with gullies and the cleaning of gullies. This allocation is but one of them, and it does not reflect the quantum that is spent annually by the government as it relates to the cleaning and preventative maintenance of gullies. And as I said to you before, as I said to the House before, where, as occurred in Melissa, we are confronted by urgent events, the government has shown a propensity to make additional allocations to ensure the prevention of disaster in case we need to do additional works in our gullies. So I will not be able to tell you the specific gullies that will be cleaned this year, other than to say that this is the allocation, a part of which we'll be using.
No, Minister, I appreciate that at this level we wouldn't be going into that minutiae, but we have cleaned more gullies than we have ever cleaned before. But the hurricane season last and the upcoming one makes this a matter of concern to all members in this House. And so if there are other sums that are appropriated. The question really is to enable an understanding of the adequacy. And we know that the needs far exceed available resources. But when we go back to our constituencies, we still have to answer the questions and we still have to give explanations.
Remember, I want to really thank you for your acknowledgement that we have cleaned more gullies than any other government. And I want to also, remind all members that 3 times for the year, allocations are made to every single constituency in this house to assist in the mitigation that take for the hurricane season. Thank you very much, member.
So, all right, the other question relates to page 19055, activity 10-205, rehabilitation and maintenance work. And it says that the activity supports the rehabilitation and maintenance of the nation's arterial, secondary, and tertiary road network in accordance with a rolling program of routine, rehabilitative, and periodic maintenance. And just to focus on the routine maintenance, which is a concern of constituents, the sum to be voted on, how is it anticipated that the sum will be allocated to achieve the goal of routine maintenance within the financial year?
So this sum, thank you for your question, member. So the allocation, for the most part, is determined by need. We do recognize that there is always a competition for resources, and the experts at the National Works Agency make a determination as to the priority areas that this money will be spent on. Periodically, you will notice that the government does do rehabilitation as well as patching across the island when the need arises. And we have done that consistently for several years, whenever the need arises. So while this money is what is in the budget, we have spent more than that consistently. As a matter of fact, for a comparative analysis, in 2014, we were spending $500 million for routine maintenance. And last year, we spent over $7 billion for routine maintenance.
Thank you, Minister. My second to last question relates to the NROC. The summary of the operational plan that is set out at page 57 in the Public Body's Estimate of Revenue and Expenditure for the coming year indicates that NROC's strategic objective of accelerating development through infrastructure will remain paramount during the 26-27 financial year. And the focus is underscored by the ongoing construction of the Montego Bay Perimeter Road project being executed under design-build contract with the China Harbour Engineering Company Limited and is scheduled for completion by May 2026. Key activities for the financial year will include review of the finalized detailed design of various sections, including Barnett Street, West Green Avenue, road rehabilitation, the design and construction of the Long Hill bypass. And just because these fall in the constituency of St. James West Central, which I represent, I just wish to ask how much of the construction of the Long Hill bypass is anticipated to be completed by the sums being voted for in this financial year? It's the first part of the question.
We expect that all of the Long Hill bypass will be concluded with the funds allocated.
Happy to hear, Minister. Thank you. And to ask whether the construction of the perimeter road, the timeline has been affected by Hurricane Melissa in any way.
To some extent it has. The revised end date is before the end of this year.
Lastly, in relation to this matter, in respect of the detailed design of various sections of the Barnett Street and the West Green Avenue, whether that takes into account the drainage survey that is being done, and how does that impact on the work of the Barnett Street and West Green Avenue? And just to say that I know the head of NROC is fully aware why these questions are relevant based on a meeting we had last week in the constituency.
So we did finish the drainage study for the project that has informed the design and build out of the project. And we are expected to complete the drainage study for the city of Montego Bay, for the entire Montego Bay by May of this year.
Thank you, Minister.
You're
Last
welcome.
question in relation to the land agency. And just to ask, how much work is expected to be done in communities that have been informally settled, ravaged by the hurricane, on which there is a commitment to rebuild in a different way, including securing land tenure?
Thank you very much, member, for that question. And we want to let you know that, again, while we would want to undertake to provide a title this year for every single untitled lot in Jamaica, the 863,000 untitled lots, it is just impossible. So we're asking for your continued patience and understanding as we work with the systematic and the ad hoc system to produce as much titles as is humanly possible.
Member Buchanan.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Minister of Works, I want to start with you. And the question I'm going to ask is in relation to the Port Antonio bypass. So it would be found at 1900 C10. C12 actually, because it speaks of Port Antonio bypass and it says 90% complete. The construction is 10% complete, and then land acquisition is 5% complete. The first question I'm going to ask is, there is a displacement of 313 housing structures, which averages about 6 persons in each. So not the best at math, but that's about 1,800 persons that will be affected or displaced. Now, the question I'm going to ask, following a consultation with the National Works Agency, which, if you are familiar with movies, the National Works Agency is acting as the Silver Surfer, almost like a destroyer of lives, and they're moving forward in completing the bypass. Just work with me. In relation to acquisition, which is a part of what you're doing, you're sitting beside the minister responsible for land and housings and the allocations thereof. Was there any contemplation in the budget for a consideration of a replacement value rather than market value?
But that is how the law states, that you contemplate two. You contemplate both values, and in many cases, the government, based on the humanitarian situation and other considerations, does pay out the replacement value in many cases.
Well, I'm happy that you clarified that, Minister, because what the people of Portland Eastern was told was that it is only market value, and market value is not the same as replacement value.
And I can echo, the Prime Minister did have a meeting with the National Works Agency, myself, and the consultants regarding this matter yesterday, and he was very clear and unequivocal in protecting the interests and the rights of the landowners and residents that will be impacted by the bypass. So they can be assured that their government has them front and center, and rather than being silver surfers, we are giants for their rights.
I'm happy. I'm very happy you say that. It needs to be loud over there, you know. But I'm happy for that. My next question to you, however, is as a giant of defenders of rights.
in relation to alternative living, as in alternative lands, and maybe you can pass the question to the Minister of Land, if in relation to the bypass and the magnitude of displacement, if within Port Antonio and Prospect, if persons will have alternative options to acquire land in that space.
Member, I am very, very happy you asked that question. because he knows more than most of us in this house. He knows the law. And he understands that one, you cannot force persons. And two, if you are negotiating with people out of respect and out of legal obligation. And this government, as the minister said, will be the giant, and always will be the giant for people's rights. And we will protect those rights. And we will negotiate because, remember, you understand that every person would have different circumstances. And it's not a one-size-fits-all. But within the boundaries of the law, we will work with the people, work with you as the representative of the people, to ensure that all stakeholders are adequately and properly dealt with.
Minister, I appreciate that beautiful response, but I'm making reference to whether lands such as lands in Pontiana Park, lands in Pasley Gardens, lands in Fairy Hill, lands in non-such will be made available for this type of displacement. Understanding the context that we already had experienced Melissa just last year, it's fresh in our minds, and there are persons who were homeless, which some have families, and as such, it is something that weighs heavily on their mind. So I just want to know that in your capacity, if that is an option on the table, and I will respond thereafter.
Member, again, you understand that if we are purchasing, so you have to make up your mind, and please, I'm going to ask you to help to guide your constituents. Because if we are going to purchase outright, we cannot provide the alternative accommodation. So if we are going to provide the alternative accommodation, we can't purchase. So we have to make up our minds which one of the tracks we want to run on.
No, an alternative purchasing land and structure is completely different from providing land in the alternative after purchase. And this is in the context. Allow me. This is in the context. This is in the context that one, after consultation with the National Works Agency, it was clear that their mandate was just to build. NLA has not given any consultation as yet. As yet. But let me just say this. What is clear is that the principles of recreational holdings apply. I'm now speaking to you in relation to the law. That is where adverse possession is available, if it will be ease of access, because what this type of project has done is thrust persons into pre-litigation phases, negotiation phases that they don't have, not necessarily have the resources, and I'm not seeing anything in the budget, not even from legal aid, that would assist them with the magnitude. I'm talking 319 or 313 persons. So I just want to know if that is an option on the table for this development, this type of improvement to the road.
Now, remember, you know that a bypass like the one that we have contemplated, planned, and have begun, that kind of development will always displace people on one hand, and on the other hand, it will create huge opportunities for others. And therefore, we are open to your suggestions and your ideas and even your guidance. So I am happy you acknowledge that the National Land Agencies have not yet begun their consultations. So you have opened the door, and we will hold it open for you to come in and to sit and let us have dialogue.
Minister, I'm so happy that you said that, because what happens...
Chair. apologies that I have to be utilizing your mic, but just to not infringe on the other persons who have already pressed. We do understand that there are some questions that require expansion, and there are some matters that have underlying issues. But not all of those matters can be treated with here. There are some things that may require follow-up meetings, further discussions with the ministers, but if we are all to take a position that we're going to try to get to the bottom of all the items today in this process, then not just the ministers, that I know parliamentarians, we may be used to this, but bear in mind, we try our best to communicate a schedule. For example, for this ministry, we would have allotted 1 hour and a half, which we believe is more than adequate if people, one, stick to the budget, questions in relation to the budget, and not go over questions that have already been canvassed.
No, well,
So, no, I'm not saying you're doing
okay,
that.
okay.
I'm speaking in general. We are. Yeah, we are already. Yeah, and what it means. What it means. Members. What it means, just to put it in perspective, what it means is that the technical teams get here for the scheduled times, and then they are forced to wait. So I say all of this to say to the membership of the House, where we can be more concise, please do. If it requires further interrogation, please have that discussion outside of this forum. Thank you, members.
Very well, Minister. Now, the question in relation to land acquisition, which is at 5%, you can appreciate that we are governed and guided by Section 15 of the Constitution. What is happening here, it would simply mean that the statements were made to the public. Allow me. But yes, statements were made. And what I'm doing, Minister, which is why I'm using this forum while you have the Minister of Works beside you, is to prevent unnecessary litigation in a constitutional space. And so I'm simply asking, you said you left the door open, and you can give me a response that is palatable so that we do not have to put this matter before the court, because we are guided by the law.
You know, member, I know that you are very competent when it comes down to litigation. And we have a framework that we have used in other areas, other communities. St. Thomas on the North Coast Highway, Long Hill, in terms of acquiring, engaging community and engaging the representatives of the people. So we want to say, rest assured that the concerns of your people will never be ignored by this government.
Thank you very much for that. And then lastly, my last question to the Minister of Works, if I'm saying that right, NWA boss. The bypass is expected to run drains into outdated drainage system. So there's an anticipation of flooding if those drains aren't updated. I can speak of Port Antonio and Prospect. So specifically, so I just need to know if there's anything in the budget anticipating to correct that and upgrade those drainage. Otherwise, it will affect other properties, the town, and just certainly cause flooding in the long run.
So this is a matter that has been of concern to myself, the National Works Agency, and we have worked with the consultants. We have looked at the watershed area. They have made adjustments to the designs to ensure that no water runoff floods the town or damages property. That is something that we had a long discussion about yesterday, and the solutions were indeed shown to myself and the Prime Minister, and we are satisfied that the solutions will ensure that there's no flooding.
My final question to you: for emergency roads such as hospital roads or roads leading to the hospital, I know that those roads that aren't on Spark, if there's anything in the budget that would allow those roads to be attended to because of on a humanitarian basis.
Well, if it is a National Works Agency main road, then you can always engage me as the minister, and I will intervene.
Thank you very much.
Angela?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's yeah, but Damon gave up his mic for ISIS.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes,
Member
Leader.
Crawford and then Member No?
The President.
Member Crawford,
I'm on.
There's one beside.
Hines and then Hines and then.
No, so it's not Hines first. So Member Crawford, then Member Russell, and then Member Hines, and
thank you.
Then Member Brownberg. In the sequence of your mic coming on, I saw your mic on for a while, but it's not coming on. So
Today on Minister's Day, okay? Minister, I want to start with a concern.
Senior or junior?
Wow. I have two. Education is tomorrow.
Member Crawford have two questions.
No. Not many though, not many. But Northwest St. Catherine is affected by the highway. And the highway have very excellent drains that end in the communities. Who is responsible for the damage or for the appropriate drainage that should take the water coming from off the highways into these communities without equal level of drainage? Where is that in the budget? Yes, where is that in the budget?
Are you asking for, you need to ask me a specific question. I cannot speak in generality because we have many highways in Jamaica.
Well, the highway to Otrias, what's it called again? Oh, the Edward Siaga Highway.
The one that them teeth. The one that them teeth.
The Edward Siaga Highway.
The one that never agreed to. That one.
Is it the, what I'm trying to understand, is it the purview of the owners of the highway, or is it the purview of the government as it relates to those outlets of water into our communities?
So the operators of the highway are the ones who maintain the drainage. We have not been made aware of any adverse situations. If you have any, you could surely reach out to us.
Also, I'll have to write to you directly.
No, you can write to NROC. You can call me. I'm always available, as you know.
All right, so we'll write. But so NROC is the duty of the areas within the community that the water lets off the highway. You're saying that is the duty of NROC to...
NROC is not the operator of the highway, you know.
So I'm still asking whose duty it is for those areas.
What I'm saying to you, member, is if you have a specific issue that you're noticing, just reach out to me and I'll reach out to NROC and we will address it as best as possible.
All right, no problem. Minister, there are some low areas in communities that depend on sinkholes and almost like water catchments. Throughout the budget, we saw gully cleaning and all of that, but we saw nothing for sinkhole maintenance and those lowlands like Linstead.
Yes.
Yes, a lot of sinkholes is in Linstead. And the soakaways. Yes.
That's what we call them, sinkhole.
The people up in Ty Dixon call it sinkhole. They need to understand of my lobby.
So, thank you very much, member. And I know that you reached out to me last year about some of your sinkholes.
Yes.
So we can offer some technical assistance, but you would know that a large percentage of these features are the jurisdiction of the local authorities. But the NWA is always willing to examine them from a technical perspective and assist where we can.
Okay. All right, Minister. I want to go back to something he said following up on the member from Central Westmoreland. Am I correct that you said we have 27,000 kilometers of road?
26 to 27.
Right. And did we hear you say that approximately what % of those are in some state of disrepair?
That's difficult to assess because a majority of those, a majority,
that's an estimate percent.
a majority of the roads that are in Jamaica are not under the jurisdiction of the agency of which I oversee. A majority of them are under the jurisdiction of the municipal corporations and other agencies and private roads and so on. So I would not be able to tell you the state of disrepair for a majority of the roads which are not ours.
No, but Minister, you do have a program called Spark that is seeking to deal with all roads.
No.
Not just yours.
No. We have a program called Spark that is dealing with roads that were recommended in consultation, 10 per constituency, where members of parliament, opposition persons, councillors, civil society groups sat down in a room with the residents and they made recommendations, and those are the roads, not all roads.
Okay, is that they reserved to a particular type of road, those recommendations?
So they were for parochial roads.
Which is parish council roads.
That is correct.
So therefore, I'm still asking, because you have a program that is to encapsulate both parish council and NWA roads, for which you have indicated that you are fixing both. Do you have any idea of the percentage that is in disrepair?
No, I don't.
All right. Did you indicate, therefore, that you thought that the 250 kilometers was incorrect and your correction was 12,000 or 1,200?
1,200.
Minister, when you made that response, I thought it is something that you should just take a look back at the numbers. The percentage looks like something maybe off with it when you divide that by the 26,000. And I think we should leave that.
You're asking my,
no,
I don't
no,
understand.
I think
You're
we should,
in the maths class.
Because it's the second time I've had the concern.
Madam Chairperson, the 26 cannot be divided into the 12.
No,
the 1,200 was the 630.
In total, the first time. In the first session, and then went to 1,200 with the correction and the division.
I suspect we will review it.
So I think we should go back to that afterwards, yeah.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if you're offering the answer, but okay. So we're confirmed that we have 27,000 kilometers of roads. Current conversation is that the Spark program is targeting 1,200.
No. 630 municipal roads.
Kilometers.
630 individual municipal roads. 63 main roads, cumulatively 1,200 kilometers of road.
I think we're on the same page. So you are targeting to improve 1,200 kilometers of road?
Under the Spark program?
Yes, under the Spark program. So do you recognize that that is a 4% of the total roads that you have identified?
Yes, if your assumption is that the only program repairing roads in Jamaica is Spark, which would be a gross inaccuracy.
Would you agree, Minister, that the Spark is the dominant investment as it relates to road infrastructure over the next 3 years?
No. We're spending more on capital projects cumulatively than on Spark.
But is Spark the dominant program?
No, it cannot be the dominant when we're spending more on capital projects. We're fixing Arthurwind Drive, we're fixing Hellshire, we're fixing Grange Lane, we're fixing Mobay Perimeter Road, we're fixing Brayton, we're fixing Long Hill, Barnett Street, and there are also other programs under the National Works Agency, routine maintenance, where we're fixing roads. So Spark is not the dominant program. As a matter of fact, if you add up all the money that we're spending on roads in Jamaica, it's more than what we're spending with Spark.
Okay, all right, I'll accept that. Minister, you indicated that the contract was signed in 2004, work started in March 2025.
2024.
2024, and work started in March 2025. The first 2 years you indicated, Minister, was for actual works, and the final year, the third year, was to ensure that the work was completed in appropriate manner.
That's
Am
not
I
what
correct?
I said.
Can
That's
you
not what
remind
I
us?
said.
Mm-hmm.
The first 2 years will be where work is done. The third year is a defects liability period. But based on the contract, I will add to you that works can happen in the defects liability period as well.
Okay, so
but
works.
it's a 2-year contract.
Okay. Is there any obligation to the government if we miss that period?
If who misses that period?
If we are incapable to fund the completion of those works in that
The
period?
government has never had such a problem in funding capital projects under this administration, so it's not even something that I want to put in the atmosphere. I do not wish. It's a very dangerous thing to even suggest in Parliament, because these are contracts that bind the government, and we have an obligation to pay our debts and our bills.
Yes, but
and
Minister,
we will pay our debts and our bills. So please, I'm asking you not to raise that specter, because it will not happen. It has never happened, and it will not happen.
We are working from a budget that you created, that as highlighted by the member from Eastern Westmoreland, Central Westmoreland, that you are expecting to be only $20 billion in at the end of 2020, of the financial year 2027-2028.
And remember, I want to say to you that the country has just had a Category 5 hurricane, and the Ministry of Finance would have had to present the best and most credible budget it could. Based on the history and the relationship and the conversations and what this government has been doing, where the need has arisen in the past to make additional allocations to our capital projects, the government has done so. It has done so last year under the Perimeter Road project. So I am very confident, based on conversations with the Ministry of Finance, that when the need arises, they will find the resources to fund the project effectively.
So in that case, therefore, Minister, where we are currently at $8 billion, with a contract for $38 billion, are you suggesting that in the next 2 years we will be completing the $30 billion out of
Yes, I am suggesting that.
Have you therefore identified? Yes, he's suggesting that the 30 billion. Yeah, yes, 4.5. So 26 for the next year is projection. Are you suggesting, Minister, therefore, that you have indicated, well, Minister, you have indicated that one of the reasons for delay was that the roads to be selected were not audited and scoped and planned.
That's not what I said.
Okay, please.
I said to you that the initial assessment and the detailed assessment are two different things. And based on the nature of our infrastructure in Jamaica, where a lot of it was unplanned, when the consultants started to do the detailed assessment and analysis, such as the soil testing, such as the waterline features, such as the stability of the surrounding areas, that would have caused delays in the contract and would have caused challenges and increased costs to fix the roads. The objective of Spark is not to fix a road within budget and at the end of it, you fix it at a substandard. We're going to fix the road at a high budget based on what the requirements of the road are.
Right. So you said that caused some delay. Has that been done for the roads identified now, the other 600?
So it is a continuing process. As we issue work orders, the engineers and the consultants have to go into the communities and they have to do the assessment. One of the challenges a lot of members have been raising to me is, oh, they saw the engineers come into the community and then they don't see them for 2 months. They don't see them for 2 months because they have to do the soil testing, they have to do the water line testing, they have to do the hydrology and geology, because that is a new standard that we're trying to implement. Yes, it's not going to be an easy standard, but it is a standard that the country requires, and it's a standard that the country deserves.
Do you have the number of roads that has been done for?
So we have started 163 roads, and we have paved 80 roads. So I can confidently say that we have completed the geotechnical analysis and all of that for 80 roads.
So you realize, therefore, Minister, that you still haven't started 530 roads? It says 660.
All right. So let me try to assist you, member.
Yes.
And if you allow me to explain. The reservoir of roads from which we pull to do work is 630 community roads. So let us stick to community roads. Of the 630 community roads,
yes,
we have so far sent out correspondence to the contractor that we have 300 roads that we are ready for you to begin work on. Of these 300 roads that we say you're ready to begin work on, final instruction to say start this road has been issued for 163 roads. Of the 163 roads that we have given final approval to start work on, 80 have so far been paved, which means asphalt has been on them.
Yes.
Of the 80 that have been paved, how much complete? About 60 of the 80 have been totally completed and ready to hand over to the government.
Yes. So despite your effort to inundate me with numbers, you're saying you have started 163 roads?
Yes.
And therefore, you still have at least 470 from the parochial roads that have not started.
Well, not all the 630 will be done, as I said to you. That's why we have Spark 2. Another of your colleagues asked the question, and I don't know if you were, were hearing.
Yes, sorry, continue.
And I'm saying to you that in the reservoir of roads, there are 630. Based on the budget that we have, and based on what we're noticing in terms of putting in water line, in terms of retaining walls that we never thought we would have done, the budget that we have, the $48 billion, is not going to be able to do 630 roads.
Okay.
So that's why we decided last year and announced that we're going to be doing a second Spark.
Okay.
Because that will compensate for the rest of the 630 plus add some more.
So you're saying that the current target is not of 630 might not be achieved. Do you have an estimate of what is likely to be achieved?
About 400.
So therefore, you're likely to achieve about 400. So you're going to be about 60%, 66% of what you had announced and proposed.
Well, you need to make a decision, member. Do you want? We
Not
have
just
to
the
decide.
numbers.
Member, you see, I am not here to play a numbers game. I'm here to play a road quality game.
Yes.
And the fact of the matter is, if we had not as a government decided to increase the budget for Everest Drive, then there are several persons who live on the hillside on Everest Drive whose houses would have collapsed, and their people would not have water.
Yes,
but the fact of the matter is, when we started the Spark program, we had to make a decision. Are we going to do quality or are we going to do quantity? And we have decided to do quality.
Okay, fine. So we're now at 400. Have those 400 roads been identified?
Yes, they have.
And have the members of parliament been informed of those roads?
Whenever the work orders are distributed, all members of parliament are written to. There have been 8 work orders that have been distributed so far, and members of parliament have been written to based on those 8 work orders.
So the initial conversation was a desire for 10 roads per constituency. Your recalculation would give approximately 7 roads per constituency.
Thereabout.
Are we maintaining that equality and equilibrium between constituencies?
So, yes, we are. Yes, we are. And there are some constituencies that will get more than 7, some will get 7.
Right. So, therefore, no constituency should get less than 7.
It is indeed a possibility because I do not know, and the engineers do not know when they go on a road if they may meet up on something that causes the budget to go up.
So it's not number of roads per constituency that will be the basis of equilibrium. It's the spend per constituency.
Correct, sir.
What is the estimated, therefore, at this time, spend per constituency over the next 2 years?
It varies because each constituency was given a base of $200 million.
Yes.
And then they were given another allocation based on the length of roads in their constituency. So every constituency across Jamaica got $200 million under the Spark program as a start. And then we looked at all the roads that were in there, and we gave them an amount of money that is based on the proportion of, based on the length of road that they had in their constituency.
So that was for year 2025, 2026?
No, that was for the entire program.
No, you said each constituency was initially given 200 million.
No, I'm saying when the budget for the program was being decided, the first step was we said, as a base, every constituency gets $200 million.
Yes.
And then, so that is the equality portion of the Spark program. The equity portion of the Spark program is that constituencies are allocated an additional sum based on the amount, the length of road in their constituency. So a formula was used to say if you have more road than another constituency, you get more money.
Right. So there is an estimate of total spend for each constituency available?
Yes, there is.
And is that information available for members to receive?
Members have asked for it and we have given it to them.
So each member here can be advised, they can ask for the estimate of total spend under Spark within their constituency.
Members will advise you that they have received the information if they request it.
Okay. Final question for the Minister of Land. Minister, Railway Corporation holds quite a bit of land due to having, I guess, secured that over time. What is the plan as it relates to those lands owned by Railway Corporation currently being squatted by persons?
Well, we are in consultation with the Railway Corporation because they have various queries, investment queries, where some persons may wish to restart the railway. And based on what are their plans and their projections, we are waiting on them to come back to us to see how we are going to treat with the lands that have been squatting, because it is dependent upon their plans, it's their land.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chairman.
Member Russell.
Thank you, Chairman. 225, Minister. 225 kilometers of NWA managed roads runs through Southeast St. Anne, the most of any constituency in the country, Southeast St. Anne. Part of that, and you know, the Toll Act provides for alternate routes for the toll road. And part of that 225 includes the Mount Diablo to Ocherius, which is the alternate route for part of the north-south highway. However, that road is poorly maintained. And so I associate myself with the question asked by the member from West Central St. James and your response to the process of deciding which roads are maintained. You said by need. So given the provisions at activity 10647, does that include maintaining the road from Mount Diablo to Ocherius, which is part of it's the alternate route to the toll and fits perfectly with the secondary road maintenance provisions that are made there?
Yes, we do, sir. That road is a part of our maintenance schedule, and wherever resources are available, we do.
I'm not hearing you clearly, Minister. I want to hear this.
I am saying that road is a part of our maintenance schedule, and when resources are available, we do the best we can to repair it.
Minister, you said it's determined by need, and I'm saying to you now that the need at the moment is great.
I'm very happy, member, that you're such a great advocate for your constituency, and we take note of your advocacy.
Yeah, because I can't give no to my people, brother. I need the road fixed. So let's please, we want to see an allocation made, and I think it's I've used the example of that section, but it's applicable in other cases as well, the alternate routes. The second question, Minister, relates to Activity 10.620, Traffic Management and Control. I understand there used to be a program for managing the weight of vehicles that use the road, trucks that traverse sections of roads or roadways that carry heavy load, right? In my constituency, we have a number of these roads.
That's another ministry, sir.
I'm sorry?
That's another ministry.
No, you have
That's transport.
At 10.620, you have traffic management and control.
Traffic management refers to stoplights, pedestrian crossings, stop signs, and so forth. Anything that has to do with weights and measurements of trucks is the Island Traffic Authority, which is under a different ministry.
So you're saying, Minister, the NWA has no interest in the weight of vehicles because that has implications of how the roads are maintained, how the roads are built.
I'm stating a point of fact. A point of fact is that the Island Traffic Authority is responsible for the weights and measurements of vehicles and trucks, not the National Works Agency. We cannot take upon ourselves authority that we have not been given. So while we may have interest generally in it and we do have relationships with our colleague members in other ministries, it's not our area of responsibility or control.
All right, I'll take it up with the Minister of Transport when he speaks. I have communicated with you about and with the NWA about roadways that have broken away after the hurricane, and this is not a Southeast St. Anne problem only. However, we have a couple of severe cases, Whitehall, close to the border with the senior minister, which at the moment is dangerous. The road, more than half of it, has disappeared into the gullies. And then we have others as well. Minister, can you say whether the provisions under 10.647 or elsewhere includes addressing these breakaways?
Yes, we will be looking at some of those and doing some work in your constituency. But I leave the decision as to which one to the engineering department of the National Works Agency.
But the people in the Whitehall area, given the danger that the road now poses, would want to know that the allocation made now includes them, because
it's extremely challenging for me to sit here and speak to you about specific roads or breakaways. What I can say to you is that
I'm sorry, Minister, but a while ago you listed multiple roads that were being worked on. So I don't think it's an unfair request to see if this one.
That was under the capital project, which is a different thing. That is central government capital project. What I'm saying to you, a specific breakaways are more peculiar matter to discuss, and you know I have an open door policy. You can always reach out to me, and we can have conversations about it.
I'm learning.
Minister, I appreciate it, but we also want to ensure that there is a systematic way of doing these things, right? Which is why I raise it here.
You are aware that you can call me anytime and I will try my very best.
You're sitting too close to the other minister, I think. Just on Spark program, one question in relation to Spark. As the representatives of the people and the visibility of the program, we are often asked questions which we are unable to answer. Minister, and that gives the impression that there is secrecy around Spark, especially as it relates to costing. Can you commit to sharing with members of Parliament the scope of work for the roads that are under the Spark program in our constituencies?
So there is no challenge in sharing that, but I just want to caution you that a part of the challenge that we have had with Spark, well, one of the challenges is that if I tell you that the road is going to cost $50 million at the beginning of the process, and then at the end of the process it ended up costing $80 million, many persons have created problems in... I would love if you'd allow me to finish, please. The challenge we have had in the past, and the technocrats have had the challenge, is where we give a budget for a road, like Everest Drive. I don't know if you remember. Remember when we told you that Everest Drive was going to cost $60 to $70 million, and then it ended up costing over 100. And a lot of people may not appreciate the costing, and it creates a problem where persons make accusations of the agency and of the agents of the agency.
But trust us that if the changes are justified, then, you know, and that's important that we're able to communicate that as well to the people. So I take it that you're committing to ensuring that we get the scope of work for the roads, correct?
Well, listen, member, I accept your concern, and it's something that I'm having conversations with the entity about, improving the communication with the various members and communities regarding the road. So I take your point.
Will we get the scope of work, Minister? That I'm not sure what you're saying. You will? Okay, so it just wasn't clear. Finally, for your senior colleague and my neighbor.
Let me clear up something. Let me clear up something. We are equal at the cabinet table. Yes, we are. We are. So I am not going to sit here and allow you to disrespect my cabinet colleague.
Minister, members.
It was meant as a
yes, my neighbor.
It was meant as a
yes, my neighbor.
Members, Minister.
Activity.
Hold a minute, please. Whilst there are times when we are here alone as 63 members of parliament that we can go on, ask questions and side talk and enjoy ourselves, please bear in mind that we have had technocrats here from 9 o'clock this morning who have not had lunch. And because you know exactly why we go in. So I'm asking us, let us just keep the deliberation to question and take them into consideration. We still don't have a break. We still have providing lunch. Still take that into consideration that they are here.
All right, my final question for Minister Montague regarding land titling. The first, the heading at activity 11338, I think is unfortunate. Squatter is not that, I don't think in this day and age this term should still be. No, I'm just saying. When the facts change, we change. So let's just something to consider. But the question for you, Minister, for places like Parrytown and Beechertown, you know, there have been discussions and steps taken to regularize those communities. Can you provide us an update on what will happen next? Does this fit under the regularization program? And if so, what is the process going forward to regularize the people living on the lands in these communities?
Member, thank you very much. I will have to repeat myself because in my explanation, I was very clear about the two programs that the National Land Agency is undertaking. And whether you are an old operation pride scheme or you're squatting on private lands, the program is available. And we will be inviting all members of all political representatives to a workshop to update you on how to access the program so that when your constituents call upon you, you would have the relevant information. Because what we have discovered is that a lot of persons don't have the information and the correct information. And what we would want to do is to ensure that we all have the correct information so we can advise and guide our constituents properly.
Mm-hmm. Time frame?
Very soon.
As in this first quarter of the financial year?
Definitely.
All right. Thanks, Chairman. Thanks, Minister.
Member Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister Morgan. Yes, one question.
Yes.
Just want to find out about Spark 2. Will the selection process take the same format as Spark 1, where the constituents and the elected representatives are included in decision making?
That is the plan when the time arrives.
Say again?
We will have consultations through the same procedure for the selection of roads in the constituencies.
For the main roads?
No, not for the main roads.
What format will the main roads take?
The main roads are the purview of the National Works Agency. They are not constituency-based roads. They are national roads. Because remember, main roads on many occasions traverse or border more than one constituency.
Okay, thank you.
Member Brownberg.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to be very efficient with the questions that I want to ask. Yes, so the first one I want to talk about is Spark. And I am pleased to hear the minister say that we're not talking about substandard, we're dealing with information sharing and we're dealing with quality. I, in this matter, speak on behalf of the people of Southwest St. Andrew. And I have some challenges with how we have been approaching the Spark program. And let me be clear that it hasn't been the same for each contractor stroke subcontractor. But what I find is I don't believe that, as was said earlier, that any MP should have to write you to get the scope and the details of the work to be done. I find it very dysfunctional that you send to say this road has been approved, and then the next thing somebody say, send me a liaison. The first thing to remember in this is that the relationship that is being established between whoever the contractor or the contractor's liaison is with who is a liaison from the constituency is one of authority and power. And what that means when you seek not to include the member of parliament in terms of the details about what is to be done, so that you are clear in being able to look and to monitor and to choose the appropriate individual who can manage that, means that you leave the thing wide open. I'll tell you that sometimes I suspect that it is being done deliberately because it is a way of trying to keep the member of parliament out of the loop and in the dark. I'm telling you. I think so too. I'm telling you. That's why I'm raising it here, right? So I raise that. The scope, I think, is very important because if we look at Oakland Crescent, for example, that was started, people come and all you see happening is the sidewalk being dug up. Nobody knows if the road itself is going to be fixed, when in fact their priority is the road to be fixed. When you dig up the sidewalk, a little rain falls, nobody knows if NWA, the contractors, or anybody has taken into consideration that the carrying capacity of water on that road is tremendous. And if something is not done to carry that water off the road, whatever road you put up there is going to be damaged in no time. Yes? And so, as would have happened, is that the last time some rain fell, every house on that road got flooded out. And whatever little sand, whatever was there, that got washed away. So again, it is a waste of resources. Yes? And I believe if there was that conversation before, some of these things would have been explored and they could have been prevented. So I want to make sure that that does not happen in the future, and I'd like to see that fixed. That is in that case. And I'm just going through them so you can answer afterwards. Take a look.
You have not asked a question yet.
No, yes, I am asking, no, I made it very clear. I am asking that the information sent to the member of parliament is detailed.
We just communicated that a
No,
while ago.
sufficient to allow for the proper selection of a liaison officer and a clear understanding.
Accept it.
Okay.
What was your next question?
So that's one. My next question actually has to do with a program that you had called Hope. I couldn't find, I think a certain name. I couldn't find it anywhere in this year's budget, but I am told from your agency that some of the houses that
is for
some of the houses that you approved back in 2016, which has not yet been started, where 2 people dead and buried already. So, you are the minister? No, so I'm not. So hold it. No, so hold it. Well, tell her, yeah. So, Minister, let me talk to the 2 ministers. I don't know which one has what responsibility. And I'm talking in particular about the Big Yard project. You remember the Big Yard project? The tenement, same. So remember someone call it Big Yard tenement? Okay. So for that one, we had approved a 10 apartment one. It has been years. People have died. People have run away. People have gone to country, and nothing has taken place. I have written letters. I have called, and nothing. I have another young lady who was, well, not a young lady, an older lady. She suffered a stroke. She was made homeless, yeah? And all of that, and nothing to date. Let me tell you what is frustrating about a project like that. These are individuals who are most vulnerable. I'll be honest, I have not submitted one other project on any of those. Apart from thinking that it was a scam because it wasn't moving, I also did not want to raise the hopes of individuals in the constituency only to drop it because we hear nothing. I think it is unreasonable. I think that it is horrible, yes, in terms of how we treat individuals, and it should not happen. So to you, Minister, I want to know, where do we go from here? And what should I say to those individuals who should be recipients of those houses?
Member.
Me write letter till me tired this year, so me come
Member. First of all, let me, on behalf of the program, apologize to you and to the constituents who have been affected by what you have detailed.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Secondly, the records have shown that you made 3 applications under the program. One has been completed, I believe, and one is to go to tender, which is the big tenement replacement.
I would even know.
Right. Secondly, contact was made with your office sometime this week, and an update was provided, and I would be very happy to off-air go into the details with that.
I off-air will have that conversation with you. I must admit they did say, but by now I've lost faith in the project.
I understand.
And I know I was coming prepared to deal with it today.
I understand that you have lost faith,
yes.
And this is a program that the Prime Minister has personal overview of, and we would not want you, as such a vital stakeholder, to lose faith in this program.
Thank you very
Chairman
much.
to chairman.
Thank you
so
very much.
we will undertake the challenge before us is to get back that faith of yours.
Yes. And I'm open, so I'm waiting for that conversation. And finally, Minister, Majestic Gardens has 2 major drains. And I don't know what else to do or to say. When NWA did Chesterfield Avenue and removed one of the overhead, bridge that was there, yes, they created a challenge in the community because that walkway is so low that every time there is some rain, anything in the gully gets trapped there, water backs up in no time, and the entire community is flooded. Again, I have spoken, I have written. I want to know that something is going to be done.
I've asked the entity to look at it based on what you just said, so you can expect them to reach out to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. They're nicer to me than you.
Member Shaw.
Yeah, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister of Works, question for you here, sir. Walk with me over to 19,008. Where we're dealing with river training on this page. I note there is a measly $66 million estimate in this area. I've had numerous conversations with you about the community of Bath, where you have two rivers, the Island River and the Plantain Garden River. These rivers broke their banks on several occasions. It did not start yesterday. I recall a story when member MHR, Isaac Barrett, was sitting on that side, and he asked Sir Alexander Bustamante about Bath, and he said in his own word, Bath a wash way. Now, I want to repeat this call this afternoon about the community of Bath, 5,000 residents strong. Yeah, you must tell them that anyway. Tell them about you. Yeah. Anyway. Minister, you're upset. She begs. Minister,
you started off well enough.
I am focused. The community of Bath, this measly $66 million, Minister, I'm no engineer, but I've called on you on several occasions to do a comprehensive study and review in this area. My question to you, Minister, what are the plans for this community, also the Bamboo River, Salt Lane, Church Corner community, which is affected by the Johnson River in the same way?
Thank you very much. That's it? Thank you very much, Michelle. Yes, we have had conversations. One of the bigger issues that we have had to contend with, and I suspect you as a representative, is the Plantain Garden River, which has essentially probably changed its course or is now interacting with hundreds of houses. The cost, and we have done studies on it, we have looked at it. As a matter of fact, St. Thomas is one of the areas that the National Works Agency has spent a lot of time analyzing how the rivers are affecting persons all the way from is it 10 miles to Plantain Garden and other places. It's going to take a significant amount of resources, and we have been having conversations from a policy perspective as to what the solution is for the people who live in these areas. Because the reality of it, and if you look at places like Danvers Pen as well, where the river continues to break its bank, there are some areas where river training may not be a solution, and we're going to have to start having conversations with communities as to whether we need to find other means. But that is something that we're going to have a conversation about. The government will not make an arbitrary decision. When the policymakers have come to a reasonable conclusion, we'll definitely have to consult with you and the residents to see what the best solution is. We're going to have to do river training in some of the areas that you have spoken about, and also some drain cleaning. and we will try to do some of that throughout the year. But the bigger issue of planting garden is a matter that I think we do take it seriously, I can assure you that. And it's something that we're going to have to have more conversations with you. I'm sorry I can't give you a more definitive answer today, but we are working on it.
So, Minister, this takes me to another question. Along with your technical officers, is there anything that can be done in the to do temporarily in the interim?
You know, the interesting thing about it, you know, that you and your predecessor apparently are reading from the same hymn sheet.
Not at all. I take exception to that.
Both of you are advocating in the same manner. And I think that demonstrates to us the importance of the matter. Remember, I'm asking you to allow us to see, we would have to re-engage the Ministry of Finance to see what can happen in supplementary estimate. But the reality of it is that what we have here for river training would not in any way dent the problem that you have, especially at planting Garden River.
Okay. Minister, another question. The SPARK program. The Lantop community is now faced with great difficulty. The program had started about four weeks ago. The road has been dug, and it is left unattended. I would like to ask, what are the plans for those old-age pipes situated in Lantop? Because what is happening now is that the drains are already done, the road is dug up, and there is no plan for pipe to replace those old pipes.
So we will be replacing all the pipes. We did have some challenges with the pipes, but I can announce that all the pipes for the SPARK program arrived in the island probably about 3 weeks ago. So we can assure that the pipes will be replaced on that road.
Minister, this leads me to advise you that I was told by the works manager there that there is no plan for piping on Lantop Road. So you're probably mixing up both roads.
I will advise you,
Yes.
Ms. Shaw, that the senior director of the National Works Agency sitting behind me says to me that the pipes will be replaced, and I trust that I can accept his word.
Thank you, Minister.
With
I am
authority.
very, very happy. Very happy to hear about it. My final question to you, Minister. Are you aware that the Southern Coastal Highway project is plagued with significant defects?
I'm aware that there have been challenges in the past. Oh, so you're speaking on her behalf now. Okay, Michelle, you may go ahead. I'm sorry.
There are 3 businesses that have been closed for the past 6 months in Port Morant because of shoddy work. Persons cannot enter their business places, and as such, had to shut the establishment. 6 months now.
All right, so.
No, I'm not finished, Minister.
Okay,
I will allow you to
ahead,
answer
I'm
when
sorry.
I am.
Allow you to catch your breath.
There is also one of my constituents and I can call his name, Derek Jones, on the Lethal Main Road. He cannot use his bathroom for the past 6 months because of defects on that main road.
You finished or you have another?
Final question. Minister, I want you to point me the way how bushing of main roads and maintaining of drains and verges are done.
That's it? All right.
Yes.
So
thank you
for your questions.
Minister. Yes, but before you answer, again, to appeal to the members, the level of detail in sharing the questions lengthens the process and is unnecessary. I think Member Shaw started out wonderfully, identifying the area, asking a relevant question around the river, but going into the specifics does not help us here today. It just extends the time. I would ask the members to keep the questions concise and to the point. You don't need to give the additional explanation. Please, members, bear with us. We are on the second, we're on number 4, and we are scheduled today to go to number 9. Already number 9 was scheduled to start at 7:45 p.m. based on our original schedule. Number 5 should have started at 1:45 p.m. So we're now 4 hours behind our original schedule. Thank you, members.
Member Shaw, thank you very much for your 2 questions regarding Lethal and Port Morant. There were some challenges with this ship. We would have instructed the consultant to give us a report, and the report we got recently updated us on some of the challenges. I have asked the NWA to engage with you about these specific ones, the one in Port Morant with the 3 businesses, as well as the one in Lethal, which we did not know about. As it relates to the issue of main roads and bushing, I don't understand what the question is, but I'll speak to you about it after, because that's not a part of the budget, but I'll speak to you about it after. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Member Hilton.
Thank you. Minister, I have 2 sets of questions. I have to, Minister, the Duane River is the only river that rises in Kingston and runs from St. Andrew into the Huntsby River, into the Huntsby. That river has been flooding New Haven for years. We have been appealing for some assistance to get the river back into its bank. The desilting of the river is the key to resolving the problem, and we've been urging and appealing for it to get some attention, and I'm bringing it to the attention here publicly because I'm forced to. The people are at their wits' end, simply at their wits' end. And so, Minister, I'd like the ministry, the NWA to begin to scope to look at this very, very seriously, because it's claiming more and more of the land, and the people are having now to leave their houses that has been constantly flooded. So, Minister, I make up the appeal here, but it has been made elsewhere on many, many, many occasions.
Thank you very much, Member. But 2 things. One, we did do some work on it recently, but the bigger problem we have, Member, and I'm sure you are in
How recent is that? Not since I've been there. How recent?
Just before Melissa, and we did some minor works. Remember, I will admit to you that it will require significant work, and it's something that we're looking at. But there's a bigger issue that you and I need to have a conversation about, member. There are people who actually live in the river, and that's something that the government and yourself, member, you know, Mr. Mackenzie cannot assist you in this matter.
This man is a distractor. Leave him alone. You're a
So
distraction.
there's an issue that we have that I know it is of concern to both of us. And we're going to have a conversation about it because
It's good to see you.
many of us were very concerned during Melissa about the persons who live in and on the river. And that's a part of the reason why it's challenging. No, it cannot be separate, my brother. It cannot. But I will say to you. But we're looking at some work to do on the river. We did the minor works just before Melissa, but it's a matter that is on the NWA's radar.
Okay. Minister, the ministry, and this is for the ministry. No. Minister, I want to go to page 36 of the public bodies book. And I'm looking at the Factories Corporation. At page 36 in assets, there's a loan to joint venture. There's a loan to joint venture for 24-25, continuing on to 25-26, and projected for 26-27 into billions of dollars. My understanding, what was made public, is that there's a joint venture in which Factories Corporation is a 20% or 23% shareholder. That's what was made public. There's a 23%. The factories, member,
you have to speak up.
I have been.
Pull the mic up.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm talking about the Martin Bay Urban Center. The Martin Bay Urban Center. So what was made public was that at 23%, the Factories Corporation has a 23% share holding. And so I'd like to know, firstly, whether the joint venture reference here is about the Montego Bay, Martin Bay Urban Center, one, and if not, then which other joint venture are we addressing?
Member, please, see if you could elevate your voice some more.
Really?
Member, the information I have is that the Factories Corporation have 29% of the shares in the Morant Bay Urban Center Company Limited, and Czech has 40% and NCB 30 and NCB 21%.
Was that the original number or that was expanded later? Because that was not the first publicly announced numbers.
The advice I have, which I will be happy to pass on to you, that yes, it is the original number.
Okay, so, and this loan, what explained the loans in the 3 years and that going forward? What is that loan for? What is that loan for?
There is a loan for $550 million that was borrowed from the Ministry of Finance for the payment of GCT.
For the payment of?
GCT by Factories Corporation.
For this project, for the Martin Bay Urban Center?
Yes, it is for this project.
So the loan from NCB of $6 billion plus was not sufficient to cover this project? Or this is in addition to?
No, member.
Yes.
GCT is payable by every legal entity above a certain level. And the $6 billion plus was for the construction and development of the urban center.
And nearly $3 billion is in GCT? Is that what you say?
No, 550.
No, so
550 million, not billion.
550. 550. And are we, as of today, is water accessible by the entities, the units, the various units?
Member, I am very happy that you are raising these pertinent questions.
Yes.
Water and the light are available on the property and has been for a little while. In addition to that, member, we signed lease arrangements this morning with 8 entities to occupy those premises.
Minister, may I be clear? It's a land that I've known for the longest while. And there's water has been on that land from the beginning. So my question is not whether land water is available on the land. The question is whether water is available in the unit, in the various units as of today.
Member, remember, I know you'll be very happy for this reminder that there were plans to put a Hollywood-type movie set on those properties. There were plans to do many things. However, this government undertook an investment to build out the most modern urban center in the entire Caribbean. An investment
Is it functional?
Member, that every Jamaican is proud of. An investment that will repay years and years in the future. An investment that is creating opportunities for the people of St. Thomas. An investment that will create jobs. And yes, water and light is available for the tenants of the Morant Bay Commercial Center. And we would like to invite you, as a former resident of St. Thomas to come and look.
Yes. I'm happy to join you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I can't join you tomorrow, sir. I will be at Standing Finance Committee.
I'll join you on Monday.
Are you through with your question, member?
No, one more question.
Sure.
Page 33. On page 33, the scrap metal expenses. What accounts for the increase, the significant jump from 81.47 to 114.82? What accounts for that jump?
Member, I'm being advised that the Factories Corporation has now decided to remove garbage collection and security from being on-staff services to be contracted. So we are opening the door for private operators to get another opportunity to expand their business.
Okay, that's my question.
Thank you very much, member. Really
Thank you very
appreciate
much,
your
member.
question.
Member Smith.
Thank you, Chairman.
First time you got that?
No, not the first time. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I have a question for Minister Montague, Minister responsibility for titling. Minister, in the constituency of Northwest St. Andrew, excellent constituency which I represent.
Do you not see my standing
For decades, the residents of Akiwalk and Jackson Town been working and waiting for titles for their properties. For many.
A true comrade up the way and give it
Minister, for many years, as you are well aware, decades, the residents of Jackson Town and the residents of Akiwalk been waiting on titles through many different members of parliament. Chairman, I know a lot of work was done in this financial year through the systematic land titling project. A lot of work was done. I just want an update as to when the people in Akiwalk and Jackson Town will finally get their titles. Minister.
Chairman, the Akiwalk Jackson Town project is one that was started, conceptualized and advocated for by the former Member of Parliament, and then this current Member of Parliament has done yeoman service to that project.
Thank you.
The 40 lots that are involved, it went to adjudication, and we had to hold one of the 40 because the application was not properly dealt with. But I'm happy to tell the Member of Parliament that the information I have is that the 39 others have been approved by the adjudication committee. And the invoices have been lodged and the certificate of adjudication will be issued in very short order.
Minister,
Member Robinson.
Minister Morgan, I'm looking at head 19,000.
Member Campbell. Member Robinson is on the floor.
I'm looking at head 19,008, 19,009, 19,010. And I'm looking for an allocation to deal with repairs to gullies. I've seen cleaning of gullies, but I don't see repairs. I'm raising this because I have a number of gullies before the hurricane that have began to deteriorate. The side walls of the gullies have totally gone, threatening property, private property and public property. Since the hurricane, those have gotten worse. Now, as far as I know, NWA doesn't have resources to deal with the repairs to gullies, and we don't have the resources. So my question is there an allocation specifically for repairs to gullies, and how can we access that before the infrastructure deteriorates even further?
Thank you very much, Member Robinson. I want to say that though you do not see it in this year's budget, as part of the response to Melissa, Cabinet would have allocated some funding, of which $1.3 billion will be used to repair gullies in Kingston and St. Andrew, as well as the north and south gullies in St. James. I suspect that gullies in your constituency are a part of it, and the NWA...
You can give me the list, since you suspect.
Well, I wouldn't be able to give it to you now.
When you can give me?
When NWA has done their assessment. We have not finalized the program as yet, so I wait on the technical persons to give me...
So I should send my list to Mr. Varden down now?
I'm advised of your advocacy, and we are always willing to accept recommendations from...
You were advised by who of my advocacy?
No, I'm saying I acknowledge your advocacy.
No, but let me tell you the problem. You see, if you don't deal with some of them, the walls have gone, private property, and you just went...
I saw what happened in McGregor Gully, Burger Gully.
All of them.
And all of those, especially in your colleague seat. And there's a person,
so I'll send my list to Mr. Downer, and I'll
and Mr. Hunter at NWA. And you're assuring me that of the 1.4 billion, an allocation, 1.3 billion, an allocation will be made for the gullies in Southeast St.
I'll
Andrews.
depend on the technocrats to decide where the priority areas are, but I'm sure that one of yours will be a part
One, I have about 5.
Member Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a few questions here. I will start with those regarding the HAJ. I look in the public bodies document, page 37, and on the summary operational plan, it reads, access to home ownership and the regularization of informal settlements will be enhanced for lower income households. Mr. Chairman, I have 2 communities in my constituency. Gilbert's scheme in Dunbeholden, where the persons have paid up all the monies that they are to pay. And for over 8 years now, HAJ is unable to provide the titles. I have made representation over and over. I've gotten promises, and the residents are just sick and tired of the promises. And I'm here appealing and hoping that in this provision here, under that section that I read, those residents in Dunbeholden, in particular the Gilbert scheme, will get the titles for which they have long paid the monies. That's 1. 2, in Quarry Hill, much work was done, subdivision, titling, etc. A small portion of over 500 lots. Titles were prepared by HAJ, and the rest remain outstanding for years. We have begged and pleaded, and up to now, the titles are not ready. And I'm here again, Mr. Chairman, pleading and begging that that exercise be completed. If there's some cost involved, I'm pretty sure the residents are prepared to make a contribution towards it. But it is in the hands of the HAJ. And I've been getting explanation. I met with the chairman, I met with the executive director, back and forth. And as we speak today, at this moment, the matter remains outstanding. So I am on bending knees this afternoon, Mr. Chairman, for some resolution. If whatever it is to be done that I can do as Member of Parliament, I want HAJ to tell me. I will see to it that it's done. So I would like a response, not for the sake of a response, but what concrete plans are in place to deliver to these people. Mr. Chairman, these are the lower income persons in our country. They look to us as government to resolve their challenges. And when we are not responding to them, they become hopeless and give up on their country. And we want to preserve their hope in the country. So I'm leaning on you, Chairman. I'm leaning on the Minister. I'm leaning on the Deputy Prime Minister who is in the House today. I'm leaning on the whole Parliament to help to bring a resolution to this very long outstanding matter. I want to get some response to that before I go on to the roads in my constituency. And the Member of Parliament sitting over there says she will not vote for me again unless the road is fixed.
Please keep to the line item and the page that you're supposed to be on.
Member, I am very happy you have reached a point where you are willing to assist the HAJ. As you are aware, some 569 lots exist in the Quarry Hill area. of which a project was started to regularize the 569. We got the HAJ, I'm advised, got to 161 titles in the Quarry Hill area. However, the work had to be stopped. It was stopped by an individual, a stakeholder with a lot of authority. And since then, the HAJ has been in dialogue with this stakeholder with a lot of authority to restart the program. And as you are aware, some of the quarry lands are also privately owned, and the HAJ, during the meantime, the fieldwork has stopped, is to bring the privately owned lands through the law, through the NLA, to get them in so that the titles can be produced. I am now thankful for your commitment, member, that you will work with the HAJ, and I am going to hold you to your word. You're a man of great honor, and I'm going to work with you and the HAJ to ensure that not only the 164 lots with titles, that those are delivered, and that the rest of the lands are titled. So I am going to see you as a senior partner in this venture.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I wish to respond to that. Because I deliver. No. Member. I must respond.
Member, you do not have to respond. Member, you gave your word earlier that you're asking that HAJ tells you how you can assist. The minister with the responsibility is saying that he will take up that offer with you.
But
so there's no need to go any further. We have gone.
No, Mr. Chairman, the minister made some statement that I must respond to.
No, you don't.
You have to. Well, look here.
You don't.
No, I have to.
Not
and
here.
And I've afforded that
no, you don't.
Right here. No, the minister made a statement here. Which is, look here. I refrain from indicating that the HAJ was trying to extort some people at Quarry Hill by charging them for some of the titles and to use the money on somewhere else. I intervene and stop that. If that is the intervention they're talking about, yes, because I went there and sent them letters behind my back, charging them $1 million.
Member,
elsewhere and not on the infrastructure in Quarry Hill.
Member. First,
that must be told. I deliberately never mentioned it this evening. It's when I intervened that they halted that exercise. They were doing that. So to come here and talk about stop and starting, they were extorting the money to go and spend elsewhere. When the arrangement was to collect money from the people in Quarry Hill to use to complete the infrastructure work there.
Mr. Chairman, let me be very clear.
Minister, it is very unfortunate.
Extremely.
It is very unfortunate that the member on the floor can now make those statement allegations without even being named. I did not hear the minister mention a name. The minister mentioned just a person. So I don't know how you're
hearing that from me for the first time.
Make the minister withdraw his statement first.
Chairman, the member has made some statements, very serious statements against the agency. I would like to invite the member, when we meet, to provide the necessary proofs and evidence of his allegations.
I have it.
Because I am still going to meet with the member because I still hold him as an honorable gentleman.
Thank you very much.
I have some roads I want to speak to. That was about the titles, some house. Mr. Chairman, through you to the minister, I see where the road widening exercise from Nagahead, which has started and welcomed. It is part of a three-phase exercise. One involved Grange Lane, which has been completed, which is welcome, in East Central St. Catherine. And the project, which is over 5 years old, has finally get going. Mr. Minister, the challenge I have, and I plead to you, the widening exercise now from Naggerhead through to Elsha Road. As I understand it from the NWA, the traffic through Naggerhead via Marine Park, Brayton Phase 1, will be diverted onto Brayton Parkway. And that necessitated the widening of a portion of that road to take the traffic coming through Naggerhead. With Naggerhead closed off, there's a serious bottleneck that will occur on Brayton Parkway, going back to the intersection from the Municipal Boulevard, otherwise popularly known as I-95. My appeal this evening, Minister, in my discussion with NWA, a further extension of the widening from the tax office back to the traffic light at Newland Road will not cost any more than about $37 million, but will significantly alleviate the traffic bottleneck when the traffic is diverted. And the member from West Rural St. Andrews joining me in inviting the NWA, one who has to use that corridor very frequently and can attest to the major congestion during the peak hour traffic right through the week, Monday to Sunday, right through the week. So, Mr. Minister, given your commitment to enable the efficient movement of traffic in Portmore, I'll ask for you to consider that extended expenditure. Secondly, the main roads from that same Texaco station by where the widening is taking place, along Brayton, Old Brayton, through to Dunby Old, through to the Spanish Town bypass. That is not a South St. Catherine road. That's a major road that carries a lot of traffic from the toll road, from Portmore, into Spanish Town, Western Jamaica. It is in a terrible condition. A lot of traffic use that road. Some repairs started on it last year under the REACH program. They dug up some portion and they never completed it, and it has gotten worse. And there are two members of parliament here who can attest to that, the veracity of my claim. And there's a second main road from the I-95 Municipal Boulevard in the vicinity of Caribbean Estate through to Spanish Town. And that road, in fact, is shared by the Member of Parliament from East Central St. Catherine. It is in a deplorable condition. And the residents along there and the motorists that drive that corridor asked me to appeal to my fellow Member of Parliament to join me in appealing to the NWA as a matter of urgency, not for South St. Catherine and even not for East Central St. Catherine, for the motoring public on a whole, to attend to that road. My question, look here.
Member.
In closing, Mr. Chairman, in closing. Are
you going to close the question?
Yes, closing question.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Minister, I'm asking you, for this year, I've gone through the book and I can't see any program. Every page under your ministry I went and I can't see any allocation to deal with those two major roads. Could you advise me if that will be done in this fiscal year? And if it's so, about what time?
Thank you, member, for your intervention. There's a budget for the dualization of Brayton to Helsha Main Road, which is $222 million given to us by the Ministry of Finance. That bypass road we're doing if we were supposed to do what you request, would add another $40 million to the allocation. It is something that we have to think about. So I'm not going to be able to give you a definitive answer today, but we'll look into it. As it relates to those two roads that are pretty much parallel to Spanish Town, that is I-95 and the Salt Pond Road, we know that these roads are challenged, and so are a lot of roads across the island. I have asked the NWA to give me an outline as to what it will cost to do any intervention to alleviate the challenges that are on such roads. Thank you.
Member Denise.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Minister, I am at public bodies, page 87. Public bodies, page 87. The Raintree Commercial Complex. I'm not going to be long because I realize that this project is at the Cayman Estate Development. Minister, can you say if there is any financial problem in regards to carrying out this project in the appropriate time? And can you say whether or not July 2026 is the completion of Block 1, or it is the entire project that you are speaking to in this book?
Member, as you are aware, the Raintree Commercial Complex is one of the flagship projects of this ministry and this government. A project that I know you are very proud of. A project that will change the face of the Caymanas area. And a project that will have, we have already earmarked some 69 lots for light commercial and industrial businesses. 9 lots are zoned to provide infrastructure and amenities for the development. And we are pleased to tell you that there are no financial issues surrounding this project, and the only issue we have is that more persons are applying for lots and we do not have enough lots. It is a project I know you are very proud of.
What percentage, Minister, of the project is completed so far?
The deadline for completion is August 2026, this year.
You have in your book here July.
Yes, indeed.
Right.
But you will be assured that we will not be extending that time.
All right. So, just one more question, Minister. I don't know, Minister, Chairman, I would love if you would cheer alone. We have so much cheerleaders over there that I would love to see you cheering alone. Mr. Chairman, to Minister, can you, in terms of the 10 roads that were, in terms of sparks, the 10 road ministers, we have gotten how many so far? I've gotten 2, going 3. Can you assure us that the others, when you get the names of these roads, I'm speaking on behalf of myself, that when we identify the priority roads that we would want to get done now, that it is adhered to, and if it is not, we will be able to be communicated with in order not to have confusion in the constituency, stroke the communities. Right now, there's a lot of problems out there. For one, Minister, and I'm going to say it to you too, for phase 2, in terms of discussion and community engagement, we named 74 roads in the community because there was a big meeting. And everybody went back believing those roads were going to be fixed. Then I'm just saying, if you don't manage what you are doing, you are going to create more problems. So therefore, we need to find a way in order that we can put a cap on how many roads we will take in these meetings in order that persons don't go away believing that everybody who named a road and their name was written down, their photograph was even taken. So
Member, please. Consent.
But I'm doing
member, you have to give the question quickly.
I'm just saying their photograph was even taken, Chairman. And they thought they were going to get their roads. And up until now, it's only 2. So I'm saying going forward, can you assure us that when we give you these names, if there's going to be any change, that you consult with us so that we'll be able to consult with our constituency?
I can assure you of that, member. I have asked the NWA to communicate with you. I answered.
Member Perkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My 2 questions are in relation to page 19,009, activity 10625. Minister Morgan, on behalf of the citizens of Woodsville, Eastern Hanover, and our European and Canadian travelers who appreciate the interiors of Jamaica, I would like to know what was the rationale behind prioritizing Craig Mills Bridge, which collapsed or was damaged in 2024, over the Woodsville Bridge that leads to an authentic Jamaican attraction. Second question, is there any consideration being given to the Woodsville Bridge in this budget?
Representation.
Good question.
Yeah, representation.
You're asking why we have chosen.
Based on the number of years that Woodsville Bridge collapsed.
I am aware that the bridge that you're mentioning is on another program to be repaired. And as customary, you know, you can reach out to me for any concerns you may have. But I believe that the bridge you're speaking about is on the accelerated bridge program, which will start this year.
Member Campbell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. No, it can't be one question. Tranquilo. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to get some clarity on a few things. Minister, read the Sparks program and the 10 roads for the constituencies. When the estimates for those come above what the allocation is for the constituency, are you saying when you get to Spark 2 that you're going to do the remainder of the roads from the 10, or are you saying that you're going to do a new list?
We're going to do the remainder and add more if the budget allows.
So if the budget doesn't allow, then it's just the remainder?
I don't suspect, based on what we're seeing, that unless there is an anomaly somewhere, most of the roads, if we're going to be doing an average of 7 roads, there may be 1 or 2 constituencies that have extremely long roads. But then we can always think about other programs for that as well. But I don't contemplate that that would be a common situation.
Well, it is a reality for us in Eastern Westmoreland because the estimate of the 10 roads is over $1 billion. And as you have said, that it's $200 million that was allocated to the constituency plus an additional sum.
Actually, not over $1 billion.
The 10 of them is in the vicinity because only one of them alone is $175 million.
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
man.
I accept. 1.02 billion.
I know my place, sir. Right. So I just want to know if when you get to Spark 2, if we will get an opportunity to look at additional roads, or it's just the remainder of those?
Well, we have to always maintain equity. I could never. So as I said, we're going to do the next part pretty much the same, where we have a base that we give to every constituency, and then we have an equity portion that we deal with. A big part of the challenge as well is the choice of roads that some persons chose. But that's something that I think we can discuss as we're framing the program. We're not going to frame it without consultation, so we're having consultations with colleagues as to what's the best approach for Spark 2, but the fundamentals will remain the same.
All right, and I want to move to the roads that were damaged by the hurricane. As you would have seen in your travels, that eastern Westmoreland was severely affected, and that includes the infrastructure, the roads within the constituency. Now, I want to know what is the process to actually repair some of those roads. I have seen where the clearing of the roads, where that was done, but I am not sure as to the process for the repair of the roads that were damaged.
Well, the process is that they either are a part of our recovery program, which is going to come under NARA, or they become a part of our regular road maintenance program. We are identifying roads for our recovery program, but Cabinet will make a decision as to which roads are those. And we are looking at some of the most damaged roads under our routine program through the National Works Agency.
The town of Newmarket, up until recently, was still underwater, and we had to use a bypass through Carmel or through Kilmarnock. Are there any plans to actually repair the bypass road?
Yes.
What is the plan?
We're going to repair the bypass road.
Yeah, man. You need some more detail than that. That's not enough. That's not enough. That's not enough.
So
commitment. These commitments have to come with a timeline, or they don't be much, right?
I have asked the National Works Agency to look at the road, and I have also asked them as minister to do some remedial work as best as possible on the road. We're not able to do it before in this financial year. As you can imagine, we're in March, so the funds would have been expended. But we're planning to use the budget that we're getting in the new financial year to do some work on that road. And MP Morris has also been advocating for that road as well.
Well, I'm happy to hear that he has been advocating, because it is it is in dire need of attention. Minister Montague, on behalf of the entire Westmoreland, the high percentage of persons without land titles causes people to build more temporary structures because they do not have the security of tenure. And then that puts them at an increased risk, which is what happened with Melissa, that the housing stock was not what we would want it to be. And as of such, we had over 5,000 people in Westmoreland Eastern that lost everything. And as people are trying to rebuild, we don't know when the next weather event will come. So I am essentially trying to find out if we will be able to prioritize Westmoreland to ensure that we can get the land titling to those persons so that in rebuilding, they can build more permanent structures.
Member, thank you. Yes, the situation in Westmoreland has gotten our attention. One of the parishes that have a lot of untitled lots. And under the reallocation of funds that I spoke of earlier, to do an accelerated land titling program, I'm pleased to tell you that Westmoreland will be getting the large majority of those titles.
Well, I'm happy to hear that because no, I'm happy to hear that. Final question, Minister. In relation to housing, you cover housing too, right? Yes. In relation to housing, what is the update on the housing intervention post-Melissa in terms of the modular units, the container units, and those that are supposed to come on board?
Again, member, I wondered when that question was going to come. And I want to thank you. I can count on you. And I also want to thank you for your membership of the Housing Committee within the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development. So we want to thank you for your service and your intervention because your interventions are very valuable, and we do take the information you raise at these meetings. We were having some logistics issues. I spoke of it in my opening because the Chinese New Year holidays, we were challenged in getting shipping space. So even the units that were a gift from the government of China got caught up in that. We now have new dates of arrival starting the 9th of March. That's the new projection, going through the rest of March for delivery of the units. I am aware that the municipal authorities and the Ministry of Labor and Social Security would have done their assessments, and when the data came across to us, because we do have the spatial data management unit, we discovered that some of the data sets were not clean. So they have started a program of cleaning the data sets. And what we found was that you will have more than one person from the same household reporting damage to this one household. So you'd have your multiple counting. So we are clearing that, because what we have been doing is using geotagging. When the MLSS officers go out, they do the geotagging. We also have found clustering, where the geotags are clustered, and when you look at the drone shots, you don't have that clustering. So we are working through to clearing it. But the units are on their way. We have an arrangement with the municipal authorities in the affected parishes to build out the bases to scale. And those contracts and MOUs are about to be signed. And we have expanded the program where we are going to be looking at other areas that have deficiencies in housing. One of them, for example, is to work with the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Health, because within our various public hospitals, you have social cases that are actually resident in the hospitals, where you have 9, 10 persons who should not be hospitalized, but there is no space at the infirmary, so they are held at the hospital and they take up valuable space. So one of the things that we will be addressing is to donate some of these units to the infirmaries so that we can move persons out of the public hospitals and free up bed space in the hospitals. We also have a situation where when wards of the state reach 80, by law they have to exit the homes, and some have nowhere to go. And our Minister of Gender Affairs and Culture has been very strong, and the Prime Minister has also made an announcement, and we want to assist in that program as well to establish what they call a halfway house until these persons who are 18 can find their feet. So yes, the program is on track. We have expanded that. And I know what you want me to say, so I'm going to say it. We're also going to be inviting every member of this House to make a recommendation so that we can erect one of the units in their constituency.
One. At least one.
We're starting with one. one cocoa full basket. You hear what I'm saying? You don't have anywhere to put it. That's what he just said.
Member Burchell.
Thank you. Minister Morgan.
And I will go further.
Minister Morgan, speaking specifically to the NWA's rehabilitation program, 19,000 C, thereabout. In the instance of South St. James, which is a landlocked constituency, and following the arrival of Hurricane Melissa, the major accessway into the western part of South St. James has been cut off at Spring Mount, which is in East Central St. James. And I'm looking through this to see if there is any allocation for Spring Mount, because that has to be rerouted. But in the meantime, the bulk of the traffic now goes through the other minor access routes into the constituency, and the constituency remains locked off significantly because of the condition of the road. So the Roehampton Anchovy to Maroontown Road, the Kempshot through Hampton Road, the Retrieve Main Road, also the Niagara to Montego Bay Main Road has been totally damaged. So right now you have a landlocked constituency that has no good road, not one good road that can get the people in and out of the constituency. I'm asking if under your emergency procurement or whatever process you have, if you will be allocating some money towards the improvement of these roads. You also mentioned 3 bridges that you're looking to prioritize this year. I'm wondering if the Seven Rivers Bridge is one of those, because it is threatening the lives of the residents who live across the road.
Yes, I can confirm that the Over River Bridge is one that we will be working on in St. James. And also we will be, I don't think we can bring back the Spring Mount Road. There's money in the budget to create an alternate route around that area. As it relates to the other roads, over the next several months, we will be trying to intervene in as many of them as possible to see how we can improve. It's a factor of funding, you know. There are many areas within the West that require significant intervention, and we're trying as best as possible with the funds we have to address the ones that we need to address.
Yeah, but in a case where a whole constituency, because Spring Mount has been cut off, we don't have one decent access way. Can that be prioritized?
Work is going to start on the Spring Mount bypass urgently. That's what I'm saying to you. So we're going to restore access through that area.
Through Spring Mount?
We're going to find a bypass for it.
All right.
Ready for me? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's no reason to come to.
I'm afraid to ask you the question because you're going to take you out for me, you know. But I have to ask you, see,
only my friends can.
I'm vindictive. I not get the road after today, but I'm going to ask today. Minister, I just wanted to know about I have some questions re the Spark program, and you know I've had some difficulties re Spark. One of them for me at this particular time relates to the relationship between NWC, Spark, the consultant who designed the projects, and the NWA, right? And what is the arrangement made when the design of in the design stages of the project to determine whether or not pipes are going to be repaired or replaced? When is that established? Is it established after the project has commenced? Because I have a situation now where the project has commenced and has to be stalled because it is very evident that the pipes need to be replaced. So I want to know what is the established protocol so that as MPs we're able to tell our people definitively, and this would help too if we had the scope of works. Because if we had the scope of works, then we could tell our constituents that we're expecting not only that we're going to get a better road surface and better drainage, but their water supply will not be affected. I just want to add to that in one case that I have now, there was water going to the area before the road was repaired. Having been repaired, there's no water to that section of the area, right? So I want to know now who is responsible, because now you have to go dig up back the bare road where you just fixed, fix back the pipe. And I'm bringing it here not because I did not bring it to the local level or to the manager you're now speaking with or to the persons who have responsibility, But I'm bringing it here because I am not seeming to be getting anywhere, and I need to know how that will be addressed. That's number one. Number two, Minister, I want to have an idea from you. What is the average cost on the Spark of rehabilitating a roadway? And I'm asking that against the backdrop not of pipe laying, not of drainage, but specifically about an average roadway in our country parts of about 16 feet wide. What is it per, now I'm giving you the questions, Minister, you can just answer them when you're done. What is it per kilometer to do a one road, a kilometer of asphalted concrete in one of these communities on the Spark? I would like to know. I'd also like to know the breakaway that we have been speaking about for 2 years, which was deemed an emergency. That is the one leading from Bogwalk up to Riversdale, where we have had loss of life there before. And if we are going to be continuing, there's no excuse at this point if anything else goes awry. So I'm asking again, Minister, when will that be addressed? My last question relates to the One Road Authority and what is the government's concept of the One Road Authority in terms of how you will budget and how you will regulate. Are you seeing the One Road Authority as a regulatory body that will have oversight and monitoring and make sure we're keeping the standards? Or are we seeing the One Road Authority as a central body that will be the implementers? Is it that we will no longer be utilizing the parish councils and the municipalities to do roads? What is your concept of the One Road Authority so that we are fully aware of what the debate is going to be and how we will position ourselves to respond?
That's it. Thank you very much, Member. So at the beginning of the Spark process, we would have engaged with the National Water Commission and asked them to do an initial assessment and tell us which roads need water line. So they would have given them the list of roads, and they would have said to us, this one needs water line, etc. What has happened though is that over time, some roads that have needed that were never assessed as needing water line, need water line. I don't know about your specific case about a community having water and now doesn't have water. And that's something that I'm happy that you raised. I will also raise it with the National Water Commission and NWA to see how quickly we can resolve that problem. The cost per kilometer under the Spark program is $50 million. It does not just include laying of asphalt, it includes drainage. It doesn't include water line. It includes water line.
No, I asked specifically about the 1 kilometer of road, excluding laying of pipes and drainage.
No, but drainage is a part of the program. You cannot exclude it. I can exclude pipes. But
no, because drains might vary. Drains, U drain, whatever. I'm asking about just the asphalted concrete average cost.
The average cost per kilometer on the Spark to build a road, excluding water line, is $50 million. As it relates to breakaway, there are many of those, and we're trying to prioritize as much as possible based on budget. I will have to admit to you that I don't have the budget to fix all the breakaways that are there, and everyone perceives their breakaway to be the worst. So we're trying our best to see how we can prioritize. The One Road Authority is going to be a regulator for all roads and an implementer for national roads, and an enforcer of standards. It is not contemplated that the One Road Authority is going to undermine the parish councils. As a matter of fact, for the municipal corporations, we're going to have to work with the municipal corporations to help them to manage in terms from a standards and regulatory perspective.
I would hope that, Minister, I was hoping it would be more than just help to manage regulation and provide standards, upgrade, and to make sure that they're meeting standards, but that you're going to provide some budgetary support. Remember, to make sure that it's local government it's local government, but it is also part of the run road you are talking about. And if the municipalities are going to be in a position to be able to do the kind of roads that are required to meet the standards we speak of, then we'll have to. I'm imploring you.
We're going to be starting consultations.
Because that's where the community roads are, right?
We're going to be starting consultations very soon. I'm working with Minister Mackenzie on that. And we're going to be speaking to our municipal corporations all across the island to outline to them what we're doing. So you will definitely hear more, especially when it comes to Parliament, with the policy and the legislation.
You can't help me from
Thank you very much.
We now put the head 1900 through to 19. Sorry. Let's take head 1900. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. 19,000 C, Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure. $19,000, Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, pages 1 to 17. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. 19,000 C, Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, Capital, pages 1 to 32. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. 1900. 19,047, National Land Agency, pages 1 to 8. Those in favor? Those against? 19,048, National Environment and Planning Agency, pages 1 to 9. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. 19,050, National Work Agency, pages 1 to 8. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Chair, and thank the ministers, and thank the technical team from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development. Chair, we will now invite the Ministry of National Security and Peace to take the center. We have a procedural matter. Oh, okay. So, Ministry of National Security and Peace. And we ask the Ministry of, well, let's deal with this.
Angela, please get everything you want down there. You have three prime ministers actually. You have the former prime minister and the present prime minister. No, I'm not going to do it. You're the lucky man in the business. How are you doing? All right? Come it up. Yeah, man. Anyway, not telling you. Date me. Yeah. Where you up to? Date me. I've been a computer lab at New York School. When I work in yeah. All the equipment and thing, and then start to work. Thank you.
Who belonging? The first one, Pitts. Pitts, you have to prepare for Pitts. We're going on the corner first, you know. We're going on the committee first.
Ministry of National Security. The Ministry of National Security is before us. Chairman, it is the Ministry of National Security and Peace. It is led by Minister Horace Chang and supported by Minister of State Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. There is a procedural matter, Chair. So we convene the Ministry of National Security so that we can take the procedural matter, which I will outline now. The Ministry of National Security also treats with the expenditure in relation to the Jamaica Defense Force, the estimates around the Jamaica Defense Force. And it is our procedure that those deliberations happen in camera by a subcommittee of the Standing Finance Committee of Parliament. As such, Chairman, be resolved that a subcommittee comprising the following members: the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, the Honorable Mrs. Juliet Cuthbert Flynn, the Honorable Mr. Xavier Main, the Honorable Ms. Tova Hamilton, the Honorable Ms. Carencia Morrison, the Honorable Mr. Delano Sivright, along with Mr. Fitz Jackson, Dr. Kenneth Russell, be appointed to consider and report on a Defense Force estimate at head 26,000, pages 1 to 10, and head 26,000C, pages 1 to 9.
The question is that a subcommittee comprising the named members be appointed to consider and report on the Defense Force estimate at head 26,000, pages 1 to 10, and head 26,000C, pages 1 to 9. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, what we now propose, and what we now ask is that the subcommittee be permitted to meet outside the chamber to consider the Defense Force estimates.
Thank you, Chairman. First, it's good to be back with you, and let me just express my...
The question is before us. Yeah. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Your mic not working. That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. We'll proceed, but just let me express my pleasure to be back in the team and to express my appreciation to the members for this best wishes and the various greetings I got. I know I didn't speak to many because two reasons. One, they were instruction for my own side leadership, but also my daughter managed my telephone for 3 months of my life. And I know that the calls came in, so let me express again my appreciation to the members. It was an amazing event, but we have come to very well, and it's good to be here. I'm doing 2 teams today, so I'm going to take the retreat to deal with the first team. My other team is here, and we'll introduce him at a later stage. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, yep. Oh, sorry.
Permit me, Mr. Chair, to just give a formal welcome back to the Minister after his bout of illness. Indeed, I was one of them who tried to reach him when I heard he was ill. I'm happy to know it is not me alone who was black, but others. But seriously, good to see the Minister back in full flight, and we look forward to working together.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as the Ministry of National Security and Peace treat with the subcommittee, we ask that you invite in the Ministry of Water, Environment, and Climate Change, headed by Minister Matthew Samudo. We will take that ministry in the interim. So the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change, their technical team, you can come now. No.
Glad.
They're coming in. I know what the project is. Minister, the invitation is there for you to start.
Thank you. Let me try and get the right. Thank you, Chairman. Allow me to welcome to the Houses of Parliament the senior leadership of the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change in its first occasion to appear before this committee in this current form. With me this evening is our Permanent Secretary, Mr. Wayne Robertson, Dr. Sharon Morrison, our Director General, of course, Chief Technical Director, Ms. Gillian Guthrie, members of the Water Policy Unit, members of the Environment Risk Management Branch, of course, members of the Climate Change Division, and of course, from our agencies, we are represented by Mr. Kevin Carr, Acting President of the National Water Commission, Mr. Peter Clark, Managing Director of the Water Resources Authority, Mr. Franklin Watt, Acting Managing Director of Rural Water Supply Limited, Mr. Ainsley Henry, Conservator of Forests, and Mr. Conrad Russell, Director of Finances and Accounts from the Forestry Department. Mr. Chairman, allow me also, because it is the first time I would have had the opportunity to speak publicly on the matter, just to extend my condolences to the family of Mr. Devani Shearer, who is a young man who would have lost his life in tragic circumstances at the Ocherios High School this evening. So I ask members for their understanding just in me extending my own condolences to his family and friends, of course neighbors and the entire Ocherios High School family. Mr. Chairman, the Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change was established after the September 2025 election to promote sustainable management and conservation of Jamaica's water resources, protect and preserve our environment, and lead the nation's efforts in adapting to and mitigating the impacts of climate change through a cadre of highly skilled, competent, and experienced professionals. According to the assignment of subjects, the Ministry has portfolio responsibility for the National Water Commission, the Rural Water Supply Limited, the Water Resources Authority, Central Wastewater Treatment Company Limited, the Forestry Department, the Met Services, indeed the Climate Change Advisory Board, and the NCOCZM, which is the National Council on Oceans and Coastal Zone Management. The vision of this ministry is to become a center of excellence in sustainable water management, environmental stewardship, and climate resilience, ensuring a healthy and resilient Jamaica for current and future generations. The budget allocations we will discuss represent our first full year in having stewardship of our own affairs. This ministry was created at a critical and crucial juncture in our journey towards a sustainable future. It comes after Jamaica would have experienced Hurricane Melissa in October 2025 and was once again reminded of the scale and severity of climate impacts. The devastation caused by Category 5 Hurricane Melissa underscored a harsh reality. Even with sound macroeconomic management and ongoing development progress, a single extreme event can set back decades. The path from loss to recovery is indeed challenging, but it also presents opportunities. Opportunities to build resilience, foster innovation, and create a future where communities are better prepared and more adaptable to an uncertain climate future. At this stage, I am duty-bound to report that the National Water Commission has restored some 97% of its customers, with only 12 systems nationally still without JPS power being operated intermittently on generator. What this means is that 16,500 customers are still impacted, predominantly in the west of Jamaica. Our focus in achieving our responsibility in Vision 2030 is well known. Our commitment to the implementation of the SDGs is well known, and it is underpinned by our efforts in working very closely with the Ministry of Finance to stand up the ministry's operations. The ministry is located now at the 16A Halfway Tree Road. The building is indeed owned by the government of Jamaica, so no funds are being expended on rent. To enhance the aesthetics, of course, because it is an old building, we are doing some basic renovations, and we've already painted the building and, of course, marked it to ensure that you're able to find it. The ministry's organizational structure has been approved by the Ministry of Finance and Public Service in December 2025. The structure contains 203 positions, 82 of which are indeed new. The structure is modern and reflective of the global trends. Some of the new posts include a Chief Technical Director with responsibility for climate change and a Meteorological Service, a Director rather, for Oceans and the Blue Economy, as well as a Climate Finance Officer. The Director for Oceans and Blue Economy will be responsible for developing and implementing strategies to promote sustainable use and conservation of our ocean resources. The officer will also oversee initiatives related to maritime industries, maritime conservation, and policies that support economic growth while ensuring environmental resilience. The Climate Finance Officer, which I believe is a gap that would have been raised in a previous iteration by the Leader of Opposition Business, will, among other things, be responsible for developing and submitting proposals to donor agencies to secure funding to support climate-related projects and initiatives. These positions are critical to supporting Jamaica's efforts to become climate resilient. Some staff, as you would imagine, Mr. Chairman, has been transferred from the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs and, of course, from the Economic Growth and Job Creation Ministry, deployed now at MWEC, as we refer to it. Recruitment of staff is ongoing and will be completed in the coming financial year. The ministry would have completed its 2026 to 2030 strategic business and operational plans, third quarter performance report, and budget to the Cabinet Office and indeed Ministry of Finance and Public Service, respectively. The sum of $2,611,939,000 has been allocated to the ministry for the 2026-2027 financial year. We expect this figure, upon review and working with the Ministry of Finance as we stand up the operations of the ministry, to increase at supplementary as we get MWEC humming. The major focus, as one can imagine, certainly from a budgetary allocation, does in fact focus on water. I think it is indeed important for colleagues as they look at budget head 22,000 to take note, firstly, that the Western Resilience Water Project, which for members' recollection, deals with the significant expansion and hardening of our infrastructure between the Martha Brae and indeed the west end of Negril. That project has been allocated through the capital budget $11 billion. Last year, we would have paid down $7 billion in the purchase of the pipes, and these pipes are 36-inch ductile iron pipes that will run from Martha Brae to the terminal reservoir in the center of St. James. And yes, Mr. Chairman, I know you're not able to ask questions, but yes, that does benefit Central St. James. And it will also see significant improvements in distribution from the Great River Water Treatment Plant on the boundary of St. James and Hanover to, yes, the west end of Negril. The additional $3.3 billion, which is covered under budget head 22,000 rather, is reflective of projects which are already under contract. I think that point needs to be understood. So that allows us to honor our obligations as we complete several projects which were announced last year, which include, not least of all, projects like the ferry to Rock Pond, certainly which moves water from ferry all the way to the top of Red Hills, projects like Juno Crescent in Clarendon, projects which are in every single parish of this country, which can be discussed should members have particular questions. The budget head also covers the expenses and projects related to the Rural Water Supply Limited. Members would notice that there are budgetary allocations with setting up the project unit associated with the long-discussed CDB-funded projects, which we can obviously dive into, and I expect members to ask questions about. As it relates to the additional capital works which are listed, those capital works are also to facilitate closure of works already under contract for this financial year. That means the work this year outside of what is in the budget book will really be to, yes, hear your concerns, but to work through the water policy unit to ensure that we identify all water scarce communities in the country and build out long-term plans to facilitate their water resilience. The major additional expense under the ministry from a capital perspective will be building out of our new nurseries to facilitate the relief initiative under the forestry department. I will not be much longer in my introduction, Mr. Chairman, as I expect there to be significant questions under the water, environment, and climate change portfolio. Or perhaps members are tired, but we'll see.
Member from Western Westmoreland.
Minister Samuda, let me thank you and your team for being here, and you're correct, we're a little tired, so I won't be long because I think there'll be a lot of questions on water as we speak. But so let me get to the questions. Head 22,000, NWC capital expenditure 26-27, 3.57 billion, and it's broken down into 1.86 billion upgrade water supply sewage, 518 million continued implementation of water supply, 320 improvement of major potable water transmission, 870 million other projects. My question to you is, can the NWC manage, question one, can the NWC manage the execution of these projects? That's one. Question two, what changes are being made to the project management and procurement department to guarantee the delivery of these projects to the people of Jamaica?
Thank you, member. Last year, the NWC would have been allocated some $11 billion to its capital projects. The NWC would have also implemented $1.8 billion through its own revenue. The government, well, certainly the ministry is happy to report that we would have expended these funds. Now, the budget book, based on when it would have been printed, would not account for the fact that $7 billion of pipes have been paid for. It will recognize it in next year's budget when they are delivered in June and the construction starts. But the remainder of last year's or this year's allocation has indeed been expended, including internal works. So I'm satisfied on the procurement side, member, that the National Water Commission and indeed the Ministry's Water Policy Unit are able to procure the works associated with the budgets which are provided. As it relates to the project management of our existing works, yes, I am satisfied that the Water Commission, through its engineering units and the contractors it has selected, can indeed implement against the project designs that they have.
Follow-up question. You have here under 22,000 also pipeline and transmission main replacement, $322 million budget for 26-27. Which parishes and communities will be affected, and how many customers this will impact overall?
Sorry, member, you mind telling me exactly which budget head you're looking at, which page you're on?
22,000. Head 22,000.
Which page, member?
All right, I'll get to that pretty soon, but could you, Minister, I have a question, and it's in regards to, I've been searching the document here in terms of solar technology. We just went through a hurricane in the country, a Category 5 hurricane. And I would have thought more or less that a portion of the budget would have been allocated or increased for solar technology, knowing that JPSCO was down for a while. And I speak about the Logwood water treatment plants and other treatment plants across St. Elizabeth and Western Jamaica that was out of commission. Is there a plan within the commission to strategically focus on solar technology going forward?
Thank you for that question, member. The Water Commission this year will continue to pursue 2 large-scale PPPs, which will significantly transform the energy situation of the Water Commission. Ultimately, we've identified that PPPs is the best methodology to deploy solar and other renewable sources. The energy situation at NWC is indeed a financial challenge outside of just a resilience issue. But just to note, as it related, because you did enter it into the discussion, the Logwood system, we had purchased a generator to function as redundancy. And a little over 10 days after Hurricane Melissa would have struck the island, the generator was actually vandalized, which is what impacted the consistency of supply in that area. And that was indeed unfortunate. But members should also note that as it related to systems like the one at the foot of Red Hills in Kingston and St. Andrew, that we would have brought on a solar system towards the latter part of August last year. And already I'm happy to report that we've enjoyed some $20 million of savings and indeed would have had the resilience. But yes, member, we do have 2 large-scale PPPs that will deal with the energy deployment that we require.
Minister, 22,010. The Western Parish Supply and Resilience Improvement, you speak about 11 billion for Trelawney, St. James, Hanover, and Westmoreland. I'm of the view that, for example, this will basically affect the coastline from Trelawney into the west end of Negril due to the development of the tourism sector. And the residents of this country will not be the ones who will be prioritized. And I say that against the backdrop that rural water is where most persons in rural Jamaica, rural water come in and do their feasibility study, and after procurement and all of that, you get water. But I'm looking at the budget here, the 11 billion, and I'm of the view that when it comes to the budget of rural water, I see here $223 million for year 26-27. Can the minister shed some light on rural water, the $11 billion project versus that of the 4 or 5 parishes that you speak about that it will impact? Is there an increase in the budget for rural water in terms of executing so that persons in rural Jamaica can feel the impact of this $11 billion with the expansion?
So I recall, and through you, Chairman, I recall the members' advocacy.
Yes.
While campaigning during the awful drought 2 years ago that affected Hanover and Negril disproportionately. The reality related to our population distribution is that there is absolutely no way to invest from the Martha Brae to the West End and not significantly improve water supply to several 100,000 Jamaicans. And we will improve that water supply through a number of factors that make up the Western Resilience Water Project. Firstly is the transmission main, which anyone who has been stuck in traffic near Coral Gardens when that line collapses would appreciate just how often that line breaks. That line has gone beyond its useful life, and it supplies the reservoir in the terminal reservoir in the center of Montego Bay. So certainly everyone from Martha Brae to terminal reservoir will be impacted by this transmission main, which will significantly reduce leakage of several million gallons a day and make that water available to citizens in communities like Flanker, communities like Montego Bay. And I think that is something that needs to be understood. As it relates to the line that will then run from the Great River Treatment Plant through Eastern Hanover, through Western Hanover, and terminate at the roundabout in Negril, or rather at the town center of Negril, that will obviously benefit another few 100,000 Jamaicans. It will also take pressure off of systems like Bulstrode, which have been pressed to push as far as Negril, and we've had to do interconnections, as you'd have known, during that period. It will take significant pressure off of Logwood, so communities like Green Island will benefit significantly. But this project is not limited simply to a transmission main. The project also includes the significant upgrade of the Great River Water Treatment Plant to increase the ability to process an additional 7 million gallons a day. It also includes the upgrade of the Martha Brae Water Treatment Plant, which should have similar volume increases, while obviously significantly reducing leaks in and around the space. The other element, which should be of particular interest, certainly to members from the northwest of the island, from Trelawney, extending, it will benefit as far as St. Mary, will be the development of a Rio Bueno water treatment plant, and for members in Westmoreland, the development of the Roaring River water treatment plant. The Western Resilience Water Project is a project that contemplates the investment of $45 billion into the northwestern parishes extending to Westmoreland. And I think that needs to be understood, and $7 billion has been spent already. $11 billion will be spent this year, and we move into the heavy-duty construction phase in June. There's no way to do that sort of investment and it not benefit Jamaicans first and foremost, and that needs to be understood. As it relates to the rural water question, the $223 million that you are referring to is actually the initial phase of investment in the CDB project, which has been discussed from as far back as 2008 in this house rather. That project contemplates major water systems in Agwater Vale in St. Mary, Albertown and Ulster Spring in Trelawney, the Kemps Hill scheme, the Mason Hall scheme in St. Mary, the Union and Balaclava scheme in St. Elizabeth, and the Port Morant and Erie Castle scheme in St. Thomas. This allocation is to set up the project unit that will finalize the engineering and finalize the procurement process which we expect to get underway this year. We are finalizing the arrangements with the CDB, with the Ministry of Finance. This project is expected to invest some $36 million US, and I expect that once the loan agreement is indeed signed, we will bring that matter to the House. I'd like to also bring your attention, member, to, as it relates to the rural water supply, the allocation, I've lost my bearings, of some 470 million. I'll tell you which budgeted in a second, which deals with projects such as Riversdale in St. Catherine. It deals with projects on 22,010, remember. It deals with projects such as Orange Bay in Portland. But as I did mention at the beginning, remember, this 432 million, just to be faithful to the information, does involve closing out existing commitments and does not contemplate new projects this budget year.
Minister, public bodies, page 265, island-wide metering. You often get complaints from your customers at the NWC about defective meters. 35,000 new meters for 2025, 2026, 216 million budgeted, yet zero spent. Could you elaborate on this for me, please?
There was a delivery issue based on supply chain disruptions caused by a number of factors. We expect to get them in the new financial year very early.
All right, next question. Minister, what's the current fleet stock at the NWC? And I ask this question because on same page 265, you have, you plan to spend this year, 26-27, you plan to spend $656 million on new motor vehicle purchase. What portion of this is trucked water? Trucking, water trucks.
In terms of the purchase of water trucks,
yes,
to be clear?
Yes. What portion of it? 656 million.
Remember, it is contemplated that we'll purchase an additional 8 water trucks and 30 service pickups out of this allocation.
30 service pickups?
Yes.
And how many water trucks?
Currently have 20 water trucks and 300 vehicles total in the fleet. Okay.
Minister, in terms of, I see here in terms of trucking of water, 80.5 million, 250 million for black tanks. In terms of drought, because we face drought every single year. Is this an adequate amount as we speak?
No, member, but the way the budget has been managed from time immemorial is that when the Met Service and the WRA write to the Minister of Water, it is drawn from the Ministry of Finance out of their contingency budget annually. Should it be accounted for that way, I would prefer it wasn't, but that is the way it has always been done.
Public bodies 265, compensation for directors, executives, and senior managers grew from 403 million in 2024-2025 to estimated 436 million in 25-26 to projected 451 million in 26-27, budgeted increase of 3% when compared to budget decrease of 8% for clerical production and supervisors. My question, Minister, does the NWC still have a president? That's my first question.
The current position is held by Kevin Carr as acting president of the NWC. Members will recall that the current holder of the office would have been sent on administrative leave in late 2023. His contract comes to an end at the end of this month.
Minister, is the president that was sent on leave, Was he still getting a salary from the NWC?
As per normal arrangements related to administrative leave and all employment law standards, yes.
Yes, okay. My next question to you, what is the separation figure?
There isn't a separation figure because his contract is coming to an end at the end of the month.
Okay, so what is the amount? What is the amount? What is the amount in terms of a figure, in terms of the contract coming to an end?
No, I'm not following your question, member.
All
His
right.
contract would have been exhausted. There is no additional cost for separation.
Minister, is the separation package for
No, member, there is no separation package. His contract has expired.
Was he paid full salary?
Minus benefits associated with active duty, yes.
What was that?
I don't have that figure offhand, but we'll be prepared to get it for you.
Okay, was it $50+ million?
No, nobody at the Water Commission earns $50+ million.
What was it then, Minister?
I don't have that figure as I mentioned before, but I'm prepared to get it for you and get back to you.
And Mr. Barnett contracts come to an end?
It comes to an end at the end of this month, yes.
Okay, and there isn't a compensation separation package, right?
No.
No. Huh? Okay. All right. In 2025-2026, the NWC had a net loss of $2.5 billion after subvention of $3.25 billion. Minister, why should we believe that for 2026-2027, the net loss will be reduced to $104 million before subvention? What will happen differently within the NWC?
So, for the 3 years previous to this current financial year, the NWC was able to make a modest surplus for the first time in its history, making a surplus for 3 years in a row. Mm-hmm. There was a little event that you may recall, Hurricane Melissa, which would have knocked out several thousand of our customers. We are not able to charge for customers who don't get water. So, in essence, for those who understand the cross-subsidy in water, when you lose several dozen large-scale commercial customers in the West for a prolonged period, you lose significant revenue, which would have impacted our balance sheet significantly in a year where, because of the reclassification exercise, our cost of employment would have increased. So that is pretty much the major issue. You'd have also had significant emergency works which were unplanned related to the restoration. Now, we do not anticipate these commercial customers being out in perpetuity based on the current rate of onboarding and reconnecting. Based on them standing up their operations, we do expect losses to be significantly reduced this financial year.
Minister, the divestment of Soapberry. Government owns 85%, 15% by private investors. Investor. Is it that the government has found someone to take up the offer in terms of the doubling of the capacity of the of Soapberry?
The government of Jamaica would have engaged KPMG as its transaction partner. The transaction design would have been presented to the cabinet and been accepted. We have made our submissions to the PIAB. Upon approval, we expect to go to market later this year to seek that partner. So no, we have not found a partner yet. We will be going to market in a competitive bidding process to see which partner comes forward.
Minister, you speak about bringing in 15 million gallons of water into Kingston daily. My question to you is, you have 200 wells in Kingston that, if you look at the current if you look at technology now, you could basically improve some of those wells across the corporate area. Is anyone within the commission looking at diversifying in terms of, not even diversifying that much, but looking at situations where you can improve the technology and allow these wells to come back into operation?
Yes, member. The well at Maresca Road, which was long rested, has been brought on using the modern technology, and its tests are certainly encouraging. We do have many wells, as you would know, that because of high nitrate content, we're unable to access water. It is one of the reasons why we must move apace, especially in Kingston and St. Andrew, to complete our sewering project because of the height of the water table.
My final question, Minister, and it's more of a statement. I think at times the NWC gets a knockout there for your customer service / customer relation. Would it be possible for the Commission to, across constituencies, because I think a lot of Member of Parliament suffers from this, across constituencies where we do some town hall meetings with the NWC in ensuring that the community buys in and the NWC understand clearly what communities across this country are faced with daily. Could I get your commitment that your team within the NWC will embark on such a mission going forward? Final question.
Public engagement is indeed a tenet and a pillar of our performance metric. We do make ourselves available to members of Parliament and councillors for their scheduled meetings. We participate in your CDF consultations. But yes, member, you have my commitment that we will increase our engagement within communities.
Thank you, Minister.
Member from Northwest St. James?
No.
West Central St. James, sorry.
You're looking this side?
No.
You're looking this side, sir?
It's a mic.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, while I appreciate the challenges that inhere in establishing a new ministry and at the same time dealing with the portfolio matters of the ministry, you do appreciate that questions about water supply are many to MPs, and especially MPs with rural communities. I am looking for the allocation in relation to the maintenance of plant and equipment for pumps and plants and other houses, but I haven't been able to see it. I don't know if it's my misreading or I don't know which line item it falls under.
So
and the reason I'm asking about that, Minister, is that we get, certainly using my constituency of St. James West Central as an example, constant complaint about pumps being down and water supply being disconnected in the communities. And the disconnection goes on for a very long time. Now, I know that in the time that I have been in the office of Member of Parliament, I have seen substantial improvements. But the Great River plant, which I'm advised by the NWC, that manufactures 15 million gallons of water per day, with the 5 million sent over to Hanover and the next 10 million remaining. And I note you've said that with the capital works being done on the Western Resilience, another 7 million gallon will be commissioned. It seems that something is preventing the water from reaching the communities that are served by the plant. And what I hear recurringly is that something has broken down. And I don't know if it's the absence of routine maintenance, it's the age of the plant, but whatever it is, I'm just looking to see where that is being addressed in the budget. That's the first question.
Well, that was about 3, admittedly, member, but I'll do my best to answer all 3. The first is that maintenance is covered under the recurrent expenses, and you wouldn't be able to break it down as maintenance specific to pumps relative to other maintenance expenses. However, it is well known that within our distribution network, there are pumps that are older than every single member in this house because of our failure to invest over the last 50 to 60 years in the pumping network. Now, this year, as a part of our capital expenditure, we will spend just over $900 million on replacing 30 of the oldest, most unreliable pumps in the network. Now, that is 30 out of 800. We do hope as allocations increase that we will be able to increase the number of pumps that are procured on an annual basis until we're able to bring that pumping network up to speed. But there is another issue that does need to be contemplated, and it is the maintenance of lines which are outside of our capacity, which lines are referred to are the power transmission lines. One of the most frustrating things, I think, to members of parliament is the concept of three-phase power, where every constituent may have light, so they say, but we have light. But you have to remember that our pumps use very heavy industrial scale energy and require three-phase power. So if the lines are not maintained, you do have challenges. Now, that is not something we've taken lying down. We have formed a joint working group with JPS to address this matter going forward. As it relates to Great River, yes, you are correct. It will be dealt with in the capital project. Now, as it relates to the distribution network and whether or not water is reaching particular communities, and you could interchange the names in West Central St. James with the names in West Central St. Catherine or in Southern Trelawney, member, because the reality is our network is aged and in many cases has gone beyond its useful life. Now, that is the reason why we are working with the World Bank and their water expert team to complete our procurement of a NRWB, non-revenue water partner. Now, we would have been going through an international competitive process. We expect that process to come to an end later this year. That will kickstart some $300 million of investment in the distribution network in reducing leaks, cutting theft, and yes, making water delivery much more reliable.
Member, if you have a follow-up question, please do not turn off your mic because you put the system now at a... So we will now have to take those before you and come back to you. Member Brown.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Minister, I'm on 22,000 C2 and C3, specifically the Rural Water Supply Improvement Project. I must say that I'm very pleased on behalf of the people of Southeastern St. Mary to see this project, as you have indicated, from as far back as 2008 in terms of the CDB. It's something that is well overdue. I noticed, though, in the 22,000 C11, the anticipated physical targets, and I think you mentioned it in your opening remarks, are more focused on capacity and institutional building more than the...
Sorry, in relation to which, what is it, 22,000 C11?
C...
Or 22,011?
22, capital, the capital budget, 22,000 C3.
Oh.
Yes.
You said 11, that's...
I said 11?
Yeah. Yes,
I'm sorry.
No problem. So go ahead.
Yeah, so in terms of the actual targets for this fiscal year, I believe you said it in your opening remarks, it is more focused on institutional strengthening and capacity building more than actual works.
No, as it relates to the CDB-related project,
Yes.
because the CDB project, that $5 billion, has a project unit which has to be developed. So there is a bit of an institution building that has to take place to facilitate the investment.
All right. So in terms of, and I'm very pleased, as I said, Minister, a Galter Vale Jordan Run scheme, St. Mary, you know, for the first time at last, we are #1 in terms of that order, and we are really pleased. The people of Belfield, Richmond, who have to deal with a regulated water system where they get water once per week. If they miss that day, as Member Malahou Fort indicated, for some reason related to broken pipes, electrical issue, they have to wait until the next week. If something else happened the following week, they miss, so sometimes they're out for 3-4 weeks. So we are really pleased that that would come. But in terms of the actual physical works, Minister Mackenzie, Minister, you can leave if you want to leave. I am here to ask my question. Minister, I'm going to ask my questions. I'm going to ask my questions.
Member Brown.
Yes.
Member Brown.
Minister, will the...
Member Brown.
Yes.
Whenever you're given the floor,
yes,
I will say no. Whenever you're given the floor to ask your question, concentrate on asking question. If you go into a side argument, then you are giving up your right.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Minister, in year one, as you have indicated, there will be no actual installation works.
So, Waterville?
Waterville.
So to be clear, as it relates to the Jordan Run wells,
yes,
there is a phase of the project that is nearing completion,
okay,
which is outside of the CDB funded project.
Okay.
So the well would have been dug, the pumps and associated mechanical pieces have been purchased,
yes,
and are awaiting installation.
Excellent.
And will be done in a matter of weeks. Now that impacts from Port Maria going east towards Itabaral system.
Yes.
So everywhere
Excellent.
in between that area, I'd imagine from central St. Mary into southeast St. Mary, we'll see some improvement. Now, this project deals with the other elements of it, which is the fact that along that corridor requires significant piping work, tanks at elevated points, pressure monitors, etc., etc.
Yes.
But there will be some improvement this year on the phase which had gone before, because that's nearing completion.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Minister.
Just to note, if I may, just to, hopefully this helps members, and I don't want to dive into my sectoral debate, but just some members to assist. This year's budget includes the Orange Bay Phase 1 at some $40 million. It includes completion of works in Riversdale, Hampshire at approximately $50 million. It includes Fall and Spring in Western St. Mary at $20 million. Completion of the Mason Hall Phase 1 at $10 million, Davistown at $24 million. I'm not sure the name of this one in Eastern St. Thomas, but $10 million is allocated there. There's also Shaw Park in St. Ann. There is a Stepney catchment tank in Southwest St. Ann at $136 million. There are catchment tanks in St. Elizabeth, Manchester, among others that will also benefit. And we have a program for schools in Western Jamaica on rainwater harvesting.
Thank you, Minister. Finally, on page 262, in terms of the public bodies, there is a provision in terms of the continuation of island-wide water supply initiative, Eastern St. Mary water supply. Is that related, or is that a separate set of works that will be undertaken?
I don't think I have much funds for separate sets of work, so I assume it is the same.
It is the same.
It is the same project.
All right. Thank you.
Member Newell.
Thank you, Minister, and good afternoon to you, Minister, and your team from the Ministry of Water. Good night. Yes. The Mason Hall scheme, Minister, what is left to be done this year on that project?
The installation of the pumps and mechanical operating equipment to allow the well to come on.
In terms of your water quality tests, Minister, does the ministry test for contaminants of emerging concerns such as microplastics, pharmaceuticals, and the others listed by IPCC?
So the ministry doesn't do testing. It is the varying agencies that do testing. And over the last few years, we've been focused on ensuring that our labs are all ISO certified. And yes, the labs that are doing the testing are indeed ISO certified.
So you are doing tests for that. Thanks. 31.5 million as the budget for the administrative functions of the climate change branch of the ministry. Is that adequate for the work required?
Sorry.
That's 22,011.
So that unit is a policy unit, right? The nature of every subject area that the government manages is that no subject area is managed by a single ministry, department, or agency. This policy unit manages, in many ways, both the climate change policy implementation and monitoring, and manages our international engagements with the agencies under the UNFCCC's structure.
In terms of the resources at your disposal, Minister, does the ministry or has the ministry provided any climate risk screening tool for the executive to use to see the climate risk across this budget and the projects being implemented?
The government would have completed what's called the Jamaica Systemic Risk Assessment Tool some 3 years ago in terms of phase 1. We intend that project is actually housed at the PIOJ and not housed at our ministry, as it is an all of government tool. And yes, all of government that requires access to it has access to it.
So you're confident that this budget has been climate screened and the appropriate risks considered?
If I understand what you mean, then yes.
What climate resilience indicators can this Parliament expect you to report on during the fiscal year?
The Parliament can look forward to the Prime Minister's contribution in the budget debate, as he will deal with heavily the issue of resilience, especially as he covers NARA and other resilience-related projects.
Does the Ministry do any aggregation of climate-related spending across the MDAs?
That is undertaken largely by the PIOJ as they manage international funds that come in.
Does the Minister have any capacity, or the Ministry, does it have any capacity to monitor environmental breaches?
That is not the remit of the Central Ministry.
Does the Ministry actively monitor emissions, and if so, well, does the Ministry actively monitor emissions?
The Ministry actively monitors the reports from all environmental agencies related to their respective duty.
So primarily, the environmental branch of the Ministry focuses on monitoring as opposed to implementing.
The line of questioning is rather strange. So the ministry develops and monitors legislation, regulation, policy, and ensures that the MDAs, being the departments and agencies that operationalize these things, are functioning accordingly.
So in terms of infractions, the Ministry has no capacity to monitor?
The Ministry has no role, and it never has. Under this construct, the previous.
No, under previous, NEPA, for example, was a part of the Ministry.
NEPA is not the Ministry. NEPA is a,
no, it was a part
NEPA
of
department and
agency.
agency. NEPA has that role, and they've had that role regardless of where they've been placed.
All right. Thank you, Minister.
Member Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Minister and your team. Long day. Minister, my questions surround monitoring and compliance management. There are marginal increases, but I have a constituency that suffers from change of use status. The people of Richmond Park, Bloomsbury, Kencat, Cassia Park, Gardner, Margaret Villa suffers, whereas their homes are purchased by rapacious businesses and force them to seek shelter elsewhere, which also put pressure on the housing stock. Is there any consideration to revise your change of use status and to ensure compliance?
That is a planning issue. The subject of planning is under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, so I wouldn't be able to speak the same.
But Minister, isn't NEPA one of the major planning authorities?
NEPA is your major planning authority for the country, and it is under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development. And they would have answered questions earlier related to the same.
Member, concentrate on the line
this.
item on the pages, please.
I'm under compliance. That's where I am.
Which budgeting are you referring to, sir?
The page 194.8-7.
One what, sorry?
190.48-7.
No, sorry. What budget head are you referring to, sir?
No, I'm looking at
that is not the budget head that we are debating.
That's not a line item.
That is not the budget head we are debating, so I wouldn't be able to respond to same.
That's not a line item.
What is not a line item?
It's not a
monitoring and compliance management is not a line item?
Not in this budget head,
not
sir.
in this.
No, I don't understand what you're telling me.
So we are currently debating budget head 22,000.
Okay.
1,900 would have been passed already.
Okay. So you are then saying that NEPA has no role in change of use status?
No, I'm saying I can't speak to it because we're not debating that budget head.
Okay.
NEPA is in a different ministry.
All right, I yield. So it's under the subheading. It's under the subheading.
Minister,
it's under the
member, member, let us move on because on more than one occasion it is said that NEPA is under a different heading. You have any more questions?
No, so clarify.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, I'm asking for
what
clarification.
What question you have?
I'm asking for a clarification.
Speak into the mic. Speak into
NEPA,
the mic.
Is NEPA under the portfolio that is now under consideration? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Thank you very much, member. Member Malahoo Fort.
Thank you, Chairman. My question relates to the work of the authority and the advisory committee around the master plan. What is the age of the existing master plan?
Sorry, member, I didn't hear the beginning of your question. Could you restate?
Speak into the mic, madam.
My question relates to the work of the National Water Resource, the work on the National Water Resources Master Plan.
Thank you, member. That plan was updated and tabled by Prime Minister last year during his budget presentation, so the country has an up-to-date National Water Resource Master Plan, which was gazetted and tabled in this House.
And the water quality plan?
So I don't know of a water quality plan per se. There's water quality tests undertaken every single day by the Ministry of Health, by the National Water Commission, by the National Irrigation Commission, and by NEPA. I'm not familiar with which document you refer.
Under the Water Resources Act.
I can't answer, but I undertake to speak to you after.
Thank you, member. Member Perkis.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chairman. Minister, you mentioned Great River to Negril Square and that the rural communities would not be neglected. But would the rural water resilience and supply cover the Shuttlewood water system, providing Mount Pelion with a functional pumping station and the New Mills water system, specifically the Haddington station?
So the works in Shuttlewood are being undertaken by JSIF, which would have been here earlier. They have allocated some $800 million under their work to be undertaken. So my understanding is, yes, that community will benefit from infrastructure investment, but that investment is not under budgeted 22,000.
Is there a timeline for that,
I couldn't
Minister?
speak to it because it's not under this budgeted.
Thank you, Minister.
Member Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quickly, Minister, under the line item on page 22, 2010, trucking of water, that's activity 11761.
Correct.
Is this budgeted figure the regular amount that is distributed across all constituencies, or is a special provision made for those constituencies who would have got serious damage in the hurricane and have pump stations still down for quite a while, and where these communities would be without regular water supply?
So as a part of the recovery allocations from the Ministry of Finance towards the end of November, I believe it was, we did allocate some $3.3 billion to the National Water Commission to facilitate trucking. That obviously would have done quite a bit of work up to this point. And that wasn't just for trucking, obviously, but the figure here, as you questioned, is indeed the baseline figure that is usually placed. Now, what happens is that when the Met Service and WRA write to the Minister of Water that there is a drought and there is need for trucking, we draw down from the Ministry of Finance through their contingency budget at different times in the year in line with our dry season. As it relates to the crises related to Hurricane Melissa and the recovery period, those expenses are being covered by the National Water Commission through their operational budget.
All right, thank you, Minister. One more question. You mentioned the upgrade of the Roaring River water supply. Could you give me some more clarity with regards to the timeline as to when that would be complete? Because that is a project that has been spoken of for quite a while now, and I just want to know where we are with that.
That project would have been approved to be placed on what's called the PSIP, which is the Public Sector Investment Program as a part of the Western Resilience Water Program, which is slated to spend some $45 billion. So, unlike other things that are discussed, which in many ways are ideas, this is an actual legislative project that is on the investment program of the government. The project was also designated in this House as a nationally designated project. So it will be developed in the coming years. Now that is, though you have a system at Roaring River, remember this is intending to build a brand new water treatment plant to significantly transform water supply in Westmoreland.
Understood, but do we have an actual timeline when we should be starting?
The construction of a water treatment plant, from my own experience with the one being built at Content for Rio Cobre, is that the construction phase would be between 24 and 30 months. That will not commence this year, but we aim to commence it towards the second half of next year.
All right, thanks. And final question. There was a project, the acting president would be able to tell you about it, from Dunbar's River into Savlamar, where there were some signs erected about 10 years ago, but until now that project has not got off the ground. Is there any consideration anytime soon for that particular project, which should improve the water supply in Savlamar significantly?
So, remember that project, when contemplated some 10 years ago or longer, was contemplated at approximately $60 million. We are reevaluating the project. It will not be done in this current budget head, but we aim to do it in the following budget head next year.
Thank you, Minister.
Member Shaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, I just need to seek clarification on the Port Morant Air Castle scheme in St. Thomas Eastern. Just to clarify, what will the residents in the surrounding areas should expect?
Water. The truth is that area is amongst one of the worst and greatest water scarce areas in the country. Each of these systems contemplate extraction, production, storage capacity, and of course distribution. It's a fully integrated system that they will receive. None of the projects listed here will be valued less than $500 million, so a full transformation of their water situation. Now, to note, the size of these projects, they will not be built in a single financial year, but the project team is in place, and we aim to get the procurement later this year.
So, Minister, what is the timeline?
We aim to get to procurement later this year. after we have completed procurement, I'll give you new dates related to construction start.
All right, another question for you, Minister. The pumps in the Arcata, Dumfries, Wilmington area, frequent mechanical malfunctions. To date, the Arcata pump has been removed because of mechanical issues.
Not aware of it, undertake to get back to you on that.
I beg your pardon, Minister?
Not aware of the specific local issue, but undertake to get back to you in writing.
Very well, thank you.
Member Crawford.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Minister.
Good
Are
evening,
you
Member.
able to provide a status update on the Greater Mandeville Water Improvement Project?
So the Greater Mandeville Water Scheme is 70% complete. It has somewhere between 18 months to 30 months for total completion. There have been planning changes along the way, as you'd recall, from when the project was first contemplated. The project is almost twice the size of what was contemplated. Then we have been partnering with the NHT to ensure that their new developments in that area are indeed included. As a major milestone, just for those listening or watching later, you'd note that we'd have completed the major pumping station at Gutters. And the transmission main from Pepper to Gutters is nearing completion. And I know we've created quite a bit of traffic disruption as we've been laying other pipes through different sections of Mandeville. So the project progresses, member, but I suspect we will have one last budget head next year to discuss before that comes to practical completion.
We will now put the head to the...
Mr. Chairman. No. I'm asking one question for the whole day, sir. On behalf of the people of the parish of Portmore, I am duty bound. This is an important issue for us, Mr. Chairman.
Member Terry Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having recognized me. Minister and the team, thank you for presenting here today. I do know that you have been...
Question, member, question.
Working very hard, Minister. Minister, as we look to creating Portmore as the 15th parish for Jamaica, I know that the residents would be excited to learn more about the plans to improve the water conditions in Portmore. Minister, if you could just indicate some of the plans that you have in place to improve the water structure for Portmore, even more so as we look to becoming the 15th parish. Thank you.
There are two major issues that affect the soon-to-be parish of Portmore. One is the availability of source water, and that will be corrected with the completion in May 2027 of the Rio Cobre water treatment plant, which will benefit Portmore, Spanish Town, Kingston, and St. Andrew, especially the southern belt of Kingston and St. Andrew. The second and perhaps most important issue is the fact that the distribution network in Portmore, because of the age of the residential community, is indeed in need of significant upgrade. We do have a pretty heavy infrastructure program for Portmore through our internal works budgeted this year, and that internal works nationally go up to about $1.8 billion, and this is covered through the existing revenues of NWC. So yes, there will be improvement this year, but the real game changer comes in May 2027 when the Rio Cobre plant is complete and pumping water into the distribution network.
Member Miller.
Minister, the pump at the Logwood treatment plant in Hanover.
We don't go home and do this.
Inquiring if this was replaced and it was damaged, and whether or not there are plans for a backup plant. backup pump rather.
There are no current mechanical There are no current mechanical challenges at the Logwood treatment plant. The plant is operating at full capacity.
Member Cuthbert.
Thank you, Chairman. Speaking on behalf of my constituents, I think Minister, I just want to get an update on the Rock Pond to Ferry. I know that there are some challenges in the Red Hills area, and I know there's a $1.3 billion program. Can you tell us where we are with that?
Big question. That $1.3 billion project is indeed progressing. We expect construction to be complete within 12 months. And that will see water being moved from Ferry up to the area above Cooper's Hill, which will allow us to gravity feed right throughout the hills of Red Hills.
Member Natalie.
Minister, the struggles are real, and I know you know the struggles are real, but I would like Hansard to record exactly what you already know. And I'd like to have a public response on behalf of the people I represent. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, the 15 million gallons of water we talk about going to Portmore and all of these beautiful parishes, I'm so happy for you. And you have the people of North Central St. Catherine to thank for it, because that comes from my constituency. However, there are many communities in my constituency without the precious commodity, including pipes are there. The pipes are there. Sligoville, Kensington, Jackson, places like James Mountain, Bamboo, Content, and I can go on, War Hill, which borders on Rock Hall, which we both share. There are even sections of Bog Walk that still don't have the precious commodity. Minister, in my own discussions with your technical team, I'm asking publicly, I'm understanding that another 300,000 gallons of water. Yes, may I ask you already, I may ask you publicly for the world to hear. 300,000 gallons of water more being extracted from the Rio Cobre would assist in bettering the quality of life for the people of these communities. I think it's only fair. I'd like to know on record if this is going to happen for the people of these communities.
The people of Northeast St. Elizabeth can attest to the fact, certainly for the community that lived in a little place called Ruiny, right beside the Pepper Wells, that while we extract water from there, that I was the minister that ensured that those who lived closest to the extraction point indeed got water. The people of your constituency, certainly who live in proximity to the extraction point, will be dealt with as a priority. But as a national commitment, I have given you my commitment, especially as it relates to the community of Sligoville, to bring that challenge to an end. And that is my commitment on record.
Member Buchanan.
Minister, if you would permit me, I would have perused the budget, and I don't know if you can direct me or point me as to where any water solution for Portland Eastern is present. I ask this in the context that Yeah, I asked this in the context that I'm sure you're well aware of the issues.
Member, you have asked a question. Allow the minister to answer now, please.
I'm asking him in
You
the context.
asked a question. I heard a question.
Chairman, I don't wish to be...
Allow the minister to answer the question that you asked.
I'm not finished. While the minister look, I'm allowed to contextualize so he doesn't go anywhere.
Allow the minister, please. Allow the minister to answer the question
Minister,
that you asked.
Go ahead, Minister, and I will follow. You know, they take the people's business for a joke. That's what I
capital investments. The capital investments that will improve water in Eastern Portland are not under this current budget head. There are investments that will be facilitated by the town centre being led by the Factories Corporation. There are investments that will be facilitated by the HAJ, and there are investments under the budget head related to NWA that will see the transmission mains being upgraded. But as it relates to budget head 22,000, there are no capital investments related to water in East Portland under this particular budget head, but they exist in other places.
We can now put the head to the floor. Head 2,000, head 2,000, 22,000, Minister of Water, and those in favor, those against. Head 22,000 C, Ministry of Water, Environment and Climate Change, capital page 1 to 6. Those against, the ayes have it. Head 22,046, Forestry Department, pages 1 to 5. Those in favor, those against. The ayes have it. Ministry of National Security.
Thank you to Minister Samuda and the team. We will now have the Ministry of National Security and Peace.
Well done, Matthew. Say I try. Put this man right here.
House Leader.
Ministry of National Security and Peace, inviting in the technical team.
Come, Juliet, make me deal with your case now. You come.
Here. Not here? Yeah, that's where you usually are.
Yes, I'm going to buy us those pens to keep.
Minister? Minister, you're invited to take the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, good afternoon again. To be back in my substantial post. Now, first of all, the subcommittee. All right, thank you. Seem to hear me now? No, I didn't see my on. Thank you. All right, that's better now. Thank you. First, let me just indicate to the Chairman of the House that we considered the defense budget and approved it, but bear in mind that it had already been viewed and approved on the heads of the OPM. But we looked through the details and had it completed. Let me thank the members who participated. Now it is time to look at the Ministry of National Security and Peace, which is the new branch, right? Essentially an attempt to ensure that we can adopt some programs to ensure the communities benefit from the peace dividend. But let me first introduce the team present this evening. To my left is my Minister of State, Ms. Juliet Cuthbert-Flynn, who does a lot of work. And she is an Olympian. And to my right is the finest public servant and best permanent secretary in the government service, Ambassador Alice Stone Roof. you agree? You agree in the public sector? If I say that. All right. Supported by Commissioner of Police, Dr. Kevin Blake, who is again one of the finest Commissioner of Police, some of the best in it. Mr. Garth Williams from the Chief Executive of PICA, Brigadier Raj Mason, the Commissioner of Corrections, Mr. Delroy Simpson, our Chief Technical Director, one of our Chief Technical Directors, and he handles a lot of the procurement issues and has evolved. We have been there some time now. He does an excellent job. So we'll see for some members who are asking of some projects, Mr. Simpson seems to have a good way of getting my projects to PIAB, although it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Mr. Ron Richards may be here from the Senior Director of MOCA. I'm not sure if he came in. Mr. Pinnock, Principal Financial Officer. Mr. Coon, Devon Cohen, Senior Director, Corporate and Special Service for the JCF. Ms. Roseanne Phillips, our Principal Finance Officer in the Ministry of National Security, so she takes a global look at everything in money. Ms. Nicola Wittick, Director of Finance and Accounts, MOCA, and Ms. Clover Roberts, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, PICA. I think that's the team that's here. Did I leave anyone out? Yes? No. All right. The Chairman, crime and violence remains a complex challenge that demands coordinated multi-agency response. In this regard, the Ministry of National Security and Peace remains steadfast in its commitment, actively forging partnerships with citizenry, private sector, and key government entities. Our comprehensive crime-fighting strategies are producing significant and measurable results, which reveal a sustained downward trend in violent crime as evidenced through the recorded statistics. Recent national crime trends indicate significant improvement in Jamaica's public safety and landscape, with a 43% reduction in murders, a 32% reduction in shooting, and a 17% reduction in overall criminal activity. These outcomes reflect the cumulative impact of multi-sectoral commitment to social investment, sustained investment leading to enhanced law enforcement capabilities, policy legislative reform, and operational improvements within the security forces. The passage of Hurricane Melissa has introduced new and evolving risks to Jamaica's public safety and crime environment, with potential medium to long-term implications for crime patterns and community stability. In this context, continued investments are paramount in strengthening the national security infrastructure, including preserving recent crime reduction gains. With a new peace mandate, the Ministry, through structural private sector partnerships, will employ improved and re-engineered strategies to foster social cohesion, reconciliation, and trust between communities and the state, and not only the individual, but the community levels. The Chairman and members, the substantial investments we have made to reinforce our security apparatus, enhance local law enforcement capabilities, improve border control, and strengthen our crime prevention and rehabilitation programs are a testament to the commitment of the government and the relentless efforts of our security forces. The numbers are clear, our approach is working, the continued decline in murders and major crimes is no coincidence. These results are the direct outcome of the strategic, data-driven, and targeted initiatives spearheaded by the ministry. The budget, the broad outline is summarized for you. A budget of $126.584 billion has been allocated to financial year 26-27. It represents a 28.6% reduction, which is largely as a result of the movement of the JDF to the Ministry of Defense. The recurrent budget is $123.913 billion, and the capital budget $2.67 billion. This provision accounts for Ministry of National Security $9.2 billion, capital budget $2.67, Police Department $90.077 billion, reflecting our continued commitment to ensure the Police Department as our primary law enforcement agency is in fact funded. Department of Correctional Services $16.37 billion. Passport Immigration Agency, 2.3, going through a transformation phase. Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine, $1.8 billion. A major organized crime and anti-corruption agency, $4.12 billion. The strategic alignment and focus of the ministry in keeping with the government medium-term strategic priorities for 26-27 intend to continue efforts geared at improving city security under the established three-board policy initiative, improve public order, and improve public safety. In terms of public order, there are a number of capital projects in place which will continue. There is the construction of the Westmoreland Divisional Headquarters, for which there are $800 million reserved this year. It should be completed by the end of the calendar year, I think, which means December. There's construction of St. Catherine North Divisional Headquarters of $970 million, and that will be more completion in next year, calendar year. $900 million for the construction of the JCF Specialized Operation West Facility, which we should go to procurement, which means we have been through all the PIAB processes and it should go to contract in the first quarter of this financial year. That's designed not only to provide a facility for the special operations team in the West, but the government currently pays huge sums of money to various places for rental as a result of the lack of space for the police officers who is required in the Western region. It's not just the high crime rate. The population of Jamaica has increased significantly in the West, and the economy of the country has shifted significantly. If we look at our historical evolution, when corporate area and the Southern Plains were the dominant economic activity, we now have tourism, and airport, which is one of the largest airports in the Caribbean, hotel rooms, other outsourcing services. So there's need for strong policing in that region. And we have had significant also increase in criminal activity, which we have been able to tackle, but we need permanent police presence. Improve public safety. There's a grant contribution, international Caribbean agencies, $200 million. Modernize technology, $1 billion for Jamaica continued expansion. $273 million for the communication network, to ensure it remains resilient and reliable. $2.169 billion for what we have described as the C5 Security Business Solution Center, command, control, communication, computers, and counterintelligence. $179 million for security strengthening, which deals with maintenance of our electronic infrastructure, or cyber infrastructure in the police force. Social investment will continue to receive direct support, but we have a lot of significant partnership support as well. But direct fiscal finance support from the government, $111 million for youth and community risk reduction initiatives, $36 million through the Peace Management Initiative West, $20 million in Crime Stop, 2.4 for what we call involuntary returning migrants, which means the Jamaicans who are sent home from the United States and we have to settle them. They tend to get to their homes, what it costs. $61 million social investment via public-private partnership with Project STAR and Multicare Youth Foundation. Those are two of our leading private sector initiatives. who we support as they work with the established policy and agencies of government. Operational demands in terms of witness protection, maintenance of vehicles, and learning and development training programs as part of our continued intervention. So we acknowledge the critical need to realize a safe and secure society, and to this end we'll continue the efforts to strengthen the legislative framework, which we have a number of pieces of legislation we announced in the Crown, in the Governor General's in the opening presentation statement. Improve security infrastructure, expand social investment, which is essentially we will scale it up to ensure that there is a peace dividend, because many of these communities, the murder rate goes down, the gang dissipate. We have to ensure we can now offer the young adults an alternative lifestyle that will allow them to achieve some of their dreams. The effective utilization of available resources remains a cornerstone of this effort. I now defer to you, Chairman, and esteemed members for your questions, observations, suggestions, or notices.
We now put the head to the floor. Head.
The Jackson. Portmore is safer.
Member Fitz-Jackson.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I have a few questions to raise here.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. There's one I want to talk to you. Thank you, Minister. A couple of questions. You indicated at the outset, Minister, about the change in the title of the ministry.
Yes.
From national security to national security and peace.
Yes.
I'd love you to elaborate on what constitutes the peace portfolio in the ministry. I was trying in perusing the estimates to see what specifically is provided for on the peace and whose responsibility that is within the ministry, where the executing in the ministry for the peace portfolio. And I asked that question against the background, Minister, with a broader picture. All of us in this house and all well-thinking Jamaica welcome the murder reductions and the shootings in the country. That is what we all have been clamoring for some time. And to the extent that we get some increase, it's welcome. It is what we wanted. But I've said elsewhere, and I say it again here, Minister, reduction in murders, shootings, though welcome, does not by itself constitute security. And that's where the whole element of peace comes in. And I want to get a sense of what is the nexus between reduction in crime, reduction in murders, reduction in shootings, and a sense of security. Again, I've said it. We want murders to go down, but also want the people in the country to go about their normal business with a sense of security, of safety, that their lives are not threatened. So if you could give us a sense of that. And I say that's where peace ties in to that whole reduction of murders. What's one? Minister, while where's that welcome significant reduction, no understating the extent of the reduction, but there has been a corresponding increase in police fatalities over the period. A high numbers of persons have been murdered, have been killed, whichever description you want to attach, but life lost. And it will be insincere. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, could you advise those newly elected members of the rules governing the House before they begin to speak?
Member Jackson, stick to your questions.
Thank you.
Allow the member.
And I will say this to you. Please, if you break off into the side talk, then you're going to lose a privilege.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, when they are disrupting me, you're not reprimanding them. Now I'll resume.
Chairman, if I may, Chairman, remind the member to address the chair. The member, the minister.
So, Mr. Chairman, through you to the minister, the concern that the public has, I'm not speaking on my own behalf, there's a significant increase in fatalities by the police. That's a matter of record. That's not an opinion. And it is of concern. And I would like, and the country would like, for that to be addressed in a manner that they feel satisfied. And when we raise these concerns as opposition in this parliament, it's not about us as opposition, it's on behalf of the country at large. And it ought not to be dismissed. That said, Mr. Chairman, I have some specific questions that I would like to get from the JCF. Yes. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Jackson. Number of things we'll answer. First, the peace dividend really, the reduction in murder is a significant part of the peace because the rate at which murder was proceeding in Jamaica, about 4,500,000, about 4,400,000. Remember, the United Nations defined 3,400,000 as civil strife, civil war, literally, was the most disturbing aspect of the lack of public safety in the country. People could not gather in their usual Friday evening at the shop to play a game of domino or anywhere. They couldn't go to prayer meetings. So they had a great sense of lack of safety. With a reduction in gang violence and shootings, that was overcome and people are returned to some level of normal Jamaican evening activity. But yes, beyond that, we have significant issues in domestic violence. Only today, the report from Ocherus was there was a fight in the school and one child murdered, killed another one. So that issue is a big part of what we're doing. What we have had over the years is that 80% of the homicide was a result of gang violence and shootings at that point. And that's where the police work is, only the police work can deal with that, and they've done so effectively. You raise the issue of fatal murder, and I'd like to bring to the attention of the Parliament and the public two things. I've said it publicly, but let me put it much more graphically, much more clearly. We did a graph of police shootings versus murders and fatal shootings. And the two things are being linked, and then there's a lot of public outcry about the suggestion and inference that the police fatal shooting could be conducted in a lawless manner. The evidence, of course, contradicts us completely, and I'm not going on by my own emotions. I didn't speak emotionally, just for the members who might think I was getting angry on radio. I would like to say to the member that a week before that, I spoke to Chief Technical Director, Mr. Simpson, to inform when he would have some vehicles to provide for the police, that I would have a platform to speak to a problem that I think was emerging, where there was a loud noise by different groupings that suggested the police activity in the shootings were questionable. It is of concern because it has a number of things, Member Jackson. One, it is, when you do that, you not only demoralize the police, but bear in mind that, no. All right. When you begin to do that, it not only demotivates police officers, the leadership will be strong enough, but young officers on the road, because it exposes police officers to risk. In the constance where 2 police officers were killed when the noise was that the policemen were executing criminals. That's something why INDICOM was established. And INDICOM was to take that kind of controversy out of the public space, and a strong institution exists that can investigate police behavior and fatal shooting, and let the criminal justice, the court system, decide whether it was so or not. To use veranda talk noise is wrong. It undermines the security forces, and I will not withdraw my purpose for that. It should not be done. Now, statistically, Member Jackson, so it is not just a matter of emotions. And I agree with you both statistics. First of all, the police conducted in 2024 80,800 operations. So when INDICOM said they investigate 100, it's minimal. In addition to that, and I'll come to the number of prosecution, but we did a graphical study of fatalities versus murders. There is a mathematical formula which demonstrates a relationship. Fatal shooting and murder over the 4-year period, 2022, and you have to take a time, and it shows an almost perfectly inverse relationship between the two variables. I repeat that. There's a perfect relationship, inverse relationship, reflecting an extremely strong, what they call in mathematics, Pearson coefficient, which means inverse relationship means police shooting goes up, murder come down. When you have a coefficient of 1, and when we did the graph, it's 0.99, you know that the two things are, in fact, directly related. Now, what that is saying, I'm not saying that every police shooting was legitimate or any illegitimate. What is said, police are killing murderers. And that I have to support. That's what that relationship says statistically. Not by my emotion, not by my report from Commissioner. This is a statistical, factual relation that says the fatal shooting by the police are the fatal shooting of murderers. And that must be respected. And where there are questions, they must be allowed to go to the criminal justice system. Right? And that's why I feel strongly, member, that members who speak on the topic must do so with a certain level of sobriety and with evidence. As fatal shooting increase, murder decrease. And this pattern occurs with remarkable consistency. The incapacitation of high-risk profile prolific offenders is the only way to reduce criminal violence. And I repeat, fatal shooting and arrest functions as a proxy indicator for the incapacitation of high-risk prolific offenders. This commissioner is not only respected, but a highly trained officer. In fact, if we had got anybody like him from outside, they would be worshipped already. He's highly qualified, a Jamaican from the hills of St. Mary, and he has not only his PhD, but he did so in mathematics and computer science, and therefore his analysis of intelligence points out the prolific offenders. The police know the criminals, but not only know the criminals, they know the ones that are the key factors. It's a policy that is used not only by policing, but by international organizations fighting terrorism. Because in any gang or terrorist group, there are 2 or 3 people who are leaders. There's the leading headspace man and the leading killer. If you can get to those, you get this thing under control. And that's the policy I've been using, and that's why fatal shooting increases, murder come down significantly. The incapacitation of those people is not just by shooting. There has been multiple arrests, which is not being publicized or recorded, in terms of removing the real serious criminals from the gangs on the street. Others have migrated, as the police are aware. We might get back some of them in the next few months, but we know them and therefore will continue to incapacitate them. Which means the police will arrest them. If they fight arrest, the police are trained and will be able to deal effectively with any combat situation. And I go to that too, you see, again, another aspect I am concerned about when we put our officers at increased risk, because they face risk, you know. They get shot at and guns are designed to kill. But we have recruited over 8,000 young Jamaicans since 2018. Or join the force. The original concept of Jamaica concept of force, we go back in history, is correct. It was a coercive element. The British colonials trained men to give them a lane peel rifle and a big button to go out there and beat up anybody who thief bushel property. We have gone far away from that, Mr. Member Jackson. We have some of the brightest and best minds in the police force. And we are invested to provide them with an environment to be law enforcement. And bear in mind, I go back that when I refer to the colonial past, important because no Jamaican, especially a black Jamaican, become an officer before independence. That is only 1962. That's the last generation. What we have to do is a Jamaican police force, and we're not taking anybody from outside to train them. They are being trained by their own leadership and evolve into a very professional unit. And if I get annoyed when anybody, whether JFJ, human rights, or whether it be pastors, or somebody who feel like a platform, will want to suggest that our young men are out there killing people lawlessly. Let me give an fact, Mr. Jackson, I think you'll be interested in this now. And you are one who would have been a defender of these people not so long ago, because you regard this constituency, I think, as one of your personal contribution to that side. Unfortunately, that seems to be shifting. And I mean young, bright professionals who live in places like Portmore, live in places Spanish Town. Let me give you an example of the kind of recruits we have today in the Jamaica Conservative Force, who I think must be encouraged and protected from slander and inferences that upset them and expose them to threat. Batch 153, there are 5 prize leaders. Here's their qualification. Constable, I won't give his full name, well, you can give the last name. Powell, 13 CSEC, CSEC. Constable Rodney, Bachelor of Science in degree in Business Administration, coming from a high school with 5 CXCs, CSEC. Constable Williams, Automated Repair Level 1 and 2, 7 CSEC. Constable Christie, a Best All-Round Performance, a Bachelor's degree in Criminal Justice from the University of the West Indies. Constable McPhee, Best Leadership Qualities, Bachelor's degree in Logistics and Supply Chain Management, 6 CSEC. These are the young people who are now on the road. Any suggestion that these Jamaicans are out there to lawlessly wipe out the lives of any people in their community is abominable, unacceptable, and I will always condemn it in the strongest language possible.
All MPs are saints. All MPs are not saints.
Thank you, Minister. Any other questions?
Yes.
These are gladiators.
And if there is none, we'll take the heading.
I said I have some more questions. Yes.
No, you have more questions. There are other questions, but I have to answer this.
Yeah. It's on.
Mr. Jackson, Member Jackson.
Yes. Minister, the JCF. What is the fleet complement of the JCF now?
What is the complement?
Yeah. Vehicle fleet.
Eh?
Vehicle fleet.
Vehicle fleet.
It has been a challenge for many years.
No. We seek to keep it at about 1,500 operational vehicles. I couldn't tell you, I'd have to check now.
Operational.
Yeah, because we buy vehicles every year and we replace, like right now we are getting 73 to replace those that would have been made inoperable in the last year. But the object is to have 1,500 operable vehicles at all time. The fleet, which means those that are marked police vehicles that are available for operations.
Does this represent what you would sufficiently need, Minister? Just to get a sense of where we are.
I'll get the number for you. Because
I don't want the location where they are not, because that is sensitive.
I'll get that for you.
And of course, Minister, and this is for the ministry, the used cars that have been outstanding for some time now remains outstanding. And it's not something that we can sweep under the carpet, because it is outstanding after 10 years. So if we could get an update on what the recovery of taxpayers' money in that regard. And Minister, I asked that against the question when I see repeat use of used vehicles in the government service.
Members actually, yes, we are aware of the situation and are sensitive to it. It is taxpayers' money now. We have to be held accountable.